Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you all. I hope you are doing well today, and I appreciate you all if you are coming over from Pepaganda and this space. So, yeah, if you were not there for Pepaganda, just want to let you guys know I'm a little tired today. Was not able to really sleep last night, and I had to wake up super early to do that deed, you know, make that money. So I'm a little bit sleepy. I really did not plan this one super well. I probably should have ended the show a little bit sooner last night, but I was having a good time. I hope you guys were having a good old time. Honestly, I thought it was one of the better streams. So, like I said, though, it's not going to, or it is probably going to impact me a little bit. I'm a little sleepy, just a little bit. So yeah, I got my coffee. Hopefully, I'll be able to get this extra boost. You know, thank you, Televani, for the 100 joules. Appreciate that right off the bat. Thank you. If you guys can do me that solid and hit the like button on your way in, that would be awesome. I really appreciate that. Keep an eye on your grandkids, not the sky. Wait, what? It sounds like, geez, you guys are all amped up today. That's kind of cool. Well, like I said, welcome to the show. Oh, man, we got some news to get to. We have, I was not expecting the Redcoats being on the front lawn of the White House to be on my bingo card. I hate saying that, but it's true. Hope wifey's doing good. She's doing well. She is outside relaxing. It's a nice day, so she's just kind of laying on, we have a garage couch, you know, aka the couch that it just never moved. Like, I put it there to get rid of it, and we just never did. It is kind of nice just having like a place to sit in the garage. So she is just laying, having a good day. Thank you, Stacy. I really appreciate that, though. Yeah, she's starting to feel a little bit more like herself, but she still has her moments as far as just like yesterday, actually, she kind of said like how she felt good, but then it just hit her. Like, it hits her really quick. So you're a porch fan yourself? Yeah, we don't have a porch, so it's kind of like we have to make our own, you know? I think that I established that when I did my pep walk, though, how much I do appreciate, you know, a good porch. Also, historic architecture. Man, I took it for granted. I grew up in a really, really nice neighborhood. I've been thinking about that. Used to give chemo? Oh, no kidding. Yeah, she's on, the chemo that she took was that, like, Full Fox. I'm getting it, because I mixed it with Firefox, and then, I called it Fox Firm for a while, and I was getting that wrong, but yeah, she, that was her regimen, and, she just finished her second and, final round, because it was the mix with the chemo radiation. She did really good. Yeah, wait. Yeah, see, exactly. Like, that's how I am. Like, the second that they told me, I was just like, ow. I don't remember. Pep, I think you read my comment on my last VOD. Oh, thanks, buddy. That meant a lot to me. Honestly, that really did. Thanks, Natch. I'm not gonna lie, man. That got me. I was getting my day ready. I was making my coffee, and I saw that, and yeah, thank you for all the kind words, guys. You do make this worth it. You guys make all of this worth it. And I also hope you guys understand that, like, just because I've been going through some stuff lately, doesn't mean that it reflects on me not loving doing this and just in general. I hope it's not reflecting too much on the show because, yeah, I'll admit, yeah, I've got some stuff going on. I'll be honest, today's a rough day. You know, kind of missing my mom. So it's one of those, guys. Like it hits me. It hits randomly. I really, really hope that it's, yeah. You seem like a great kid. I did say you look like my son. Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Great kid. I'm turning 40 next year. Or not even next year. I'm turning 40 soon. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, that's a trip to think about. Well, this old mom said in love. Thank you, Stacy. That means a lot to me right now. Yeah, I kind of, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Oh, you guys, I get so much good compliments and love. Oh, now I'm going to sit here all bunched up uncomfortably because I don't know how to take compliments. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, it's so weird. I was watching a bunch of Stavros comedy last night, and it is so funny because he was talking about just like being trash and just having, you know, parents that love you too much and just that whole like, yeah, I'm happy that you had a great life and I'm happy that you cannot relate to me. You know, it's just, yeah, it's that's great. That's great for you. That's so great for you. Check out Crowbar. What's Crowbar? Like a band, or I need a little bit of more context. Oh my God. Wow. It's going to be one of those. All right. I'm going to power this water real quick. Jesus Christ. Oh man. I got in trouble for my thumbnail, by the way. I had to put a censor bar on good old George Washington. If you guys didn't check out the thumbnail, because I tried to upload, I tried to go live, and immediately it prevented me from doing so. Gotta say that AI, man, it got me. Yes, you are old. We had a conversation. Oh, right. Sorry, well, to be fair, I also deal with this is a good problem to have. You know, I do have enough people in my audience that, you know, I don't forget them, but sometimes I'll mix, like, and I do need to, like, verify where it's like, this was you, right? And it is a little embarrassing, or I'm just like, but yeah, you have a lore going. Yeah. I mean, that's good. I think that having lore is good. Having growth is good. Having a little bit of traction, that's good. Speaking of, I don't know what to do here, man. News and politics. So that's another thing. When I was registering the stream today, I was debating going and putting it under entertainment or comedy. Hey, thank you for the jewels again. Happy poop. Oh, that is not jewels. That is just happy poop. Well, that is a very happy. What is? I have not seen these, to be honest. Like since they just started popping up yesterday. So is this like a new thing? Oh God, this explains a lot. YouTube's out there prioritizing putting some golden poop up there while simultaneously making sure that, you know, political commentators can't get their voice out there. Fun. Your husband really in Crowbar. Up the pucks. You a fan? I've read all of Ethan's lawsuits back and front. If you need any info about them, sure. I'm gonna watch the Noah Sampson video on it, but if you got some information that's not gonna be there, I am all ears. I am not an Ethan Klein fan by any means. Used to be an H3 fan. I will admit that the Howard Stern style of YouTube show kind of caught my eye, and yeah, I was a fan for a little bit, but yeah, sure as shit with the political, like him diving into politics, that it was fun for that hot minute. Then his HASAN obsession got ridiculous, his opinions on the IDF and everything got ridiculous. Like, he's just, it was too much. And it was easy for me to just be like, yeah, okay. And then his crash out has been legendary. It's embarrassing. It's actually legitimately embarrassing to see. Like, seeing Dan have to go through it, and like every time that he goes on like a HASAN rant, you see Dan, like a piece of Dan just kind of like clench up and just like, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, if this is all you're going to fucking talk about, that sucks. Because realistically, the crew doesn't deserve that. Even though I disagree with like most of them at this point, I don't care. Honestly, I put too much energy into thinking about that kind of shit. They don't impact my life. I'm never going to talk to them. I'm never going to see them. I don't give a shit. I just give a shit about like Ethan Klein going after other creators when he was the prototypical, like he was the prototype for having like this online freedom that we have. Like, I'm not sure if I got this wrong, but I'm pretty sure that he's like the reason that YouTube's like whole sharing content like thing is like even like, oh my god, I cannot talk today. I am freaking beat. It is the reason that I'm able to watch YouTube videos under fair use. There we go. Oy, oy, oy. Sorry guys, I'm working on it. I'm trying my best here. That's why I'm so into the situation. The fallout is wild. He has a family who has a family who lost their home to Israel while defending Israel on the podcast. It's wild. Oh, he did what now? He was funny once. When he did the Sam Cedar bit, no, he's been funny. He had some like cringe shock jockey humor. That's the reason I listen to him, man. Every once in a while, you just want to get away from that stuff. Like, you want to get away from, political correctness. Oh my god, I'm going to bring that back. Too PC. Gross. I'm out of the loop. No idea who Ethan is. Ethan Klein? You don't know who Ethan Klein is from H3H3? Really? They were at one point one of like the largest creators on all of YouTube. That's actually kind of crazy that you don't know who they are. There's also a part of me that kind of is jealous of you. God, there are some days that I wish I wasn't so as involved with some of this, but yeah, whatever. A washed-up YouTube guy who went full Israel apologia. His wife was in the IDF. Yeah. Ethan settled a landmark case in which he created case law for React content being transformative and fair use. Yeah. Okay, so I was right. Thank you, Ravi. Without him, I probably wouldn't be able to do this, ironically. So that's kind of crazy that the guy that set the standard is now the one to bring it back to court to be like, no, we need to silence you for essentially making fun of him. It's realistically what it is, man. He keeps saying defaming, but it's like, no, dude, you're just butthurt because everybody they started making fun of you. The case against Caseytron, that was the one that really, she fucked up. She fucked up. Her and Keffel, or not Keffel's, what's her face? Denims. They fucked up so bad. Like, the fact that they said it, I just remember Law coming out and just be like, nope. What are you doing? Why are you saying that you're admitting to taking traffic away from the channel? That's not good. What are you doing? What up, Ken? Thank you for popping over on Twitch. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you want to watch the horizontal stream, Denims is about to win. No shit. What's the how is she gonna win? That's crazy, because yeah, she did, she just blatantly admitted it. So what's the standard now that they're gonna say, or what's the new standard? Hey, that's cool. I mean, Caseytron settled, so Ethan submitted false evidence. Denim said, if you like my content, watch me instead. Really? Huh. I was not aware of that. Interesting. Damn. I wish I was as into it. I should have just made a series about it. Ah, yes, Twitch, the forgotten sibling. Yes. The Twitch is up, and wait, I don't know, guy. Twitch, I'll just be. I gotta be very, very careful here. Twitch is great. It's great. it's just, yeah, it's kind of hard to get out there, you know. I don't even know what the standard is over on Twitch. At least with YouTube, I kind of have an idea, but yeah. Anyway, wait, 14 felony minimum? Oh, by the way, hey, Mitch, welcome in. All right, so they went on to lose a defamation case and is trying to undo his losses by lashing out in bad faith copyright cases to be a good, a good guy again. Wait. So now moving to go to judgment based on evidence alone and not to go to discovery. Ethan is fighting for the right to use discovery as content. Denham's rebutted, but he is purposely wasting time. Yeah, but I thought that discovery was that was technically something that both parties are privy to at that point. I'm not sure if that's a win necessarily. I've been watching enough court videos to kind of understand a little bit where it's like, I don't think that's open and shut. But Twitch is more of a gaming channel. Well, yeah. The thing is, like, they have just chatting though, and whatever. I guess what the fuck ever. Honestly, I don't even want to fucking go there because it is kind of there's parts of me that are just like, this is ridiculous. I'm fucking so sick of this. I'm so sick of like these little bouts where it's just like, oh hey, look, I'm doing really well. The algorithm fucking picked me up. People are like, my stuff's getting out there. People are following. It's awesome. I honestly made a pretty decent chunk there that was making me think that, oh, hey, I'm on my way. It was like the biggest fucking tease ever. It really was. And now here I am where I'm just like, God damn it. I feel like I'm clawing my way through all of it again. Right now, it's the same bullshit. Like, I'm fucking, like, and this is me being tired, by the way, and just bitchy, okay? You're going to have to deal with this version of Pep where I'm a little cranky. Just a wee bit. Sorry to move off of Ethan Klein. We're talking about Ethan Klein's whole thing. Ethan from H3, yeah. And then him suing whoever. Hey, thank you for popping over to both Kens. Ken Schultz. I don't mean to call you Kens. But yeah. Spicy Pep. I'm fucking so sick of this. I really am. Hey, got about 1K subs from that wave at least? Yeah. Great. Sorry, man. Like, that doesn't... There's not consistency. Now I understand why people who get excited about, like, making content and do this, like, if... I understand why so many fucking creators just disappear. I get it. I totally fucking get it. Because then you start having, like, this attitude, or, like, you start having this realization that you're being used. Like, I am being used. They're using me for just to make their little bits here from their stupid ad revenue. I'm not making any friends with this rant. It's really a convoluted case because Rom writes dog shit lawsuits. Well, I mean, yes, he does write bad lawsuits, but I don't know. He's also got... I don't know. I'm gonna be careful with this one because he does have lawyers that are pretty expensive and they seem pretty good, but I don't know. But like I said, here guys, yeah, help out the stream by hitting like and subscribe. This is why I was even saying there's a part of me that's like, do I just go back and do stand-up? Like, what the fuck? Ugh. It's fucking frustrating. Being this level of a creator is great and all, but man cow Pepper Mueller, fucking Eric. Sorry. I got stories about that guy. More 420. Hey, Pep Talk 421 because Pep Talks. More like pet bitches. Whatever. I mean, take a jab at stand-up anyway again. Maybe. Honestly. No, I'm at that point of like, I gotta figure out my life here, guys. It's, the economy's not exactly looking up. Yeah, it's an interesting place to be at. I'm gonna just say that much. Without turning this into a full-blown bitch session, because it's just ridiculous. It is. You know? And right now, I'm definitely feeling it, where it's just like, what the fuck? What are we doing? What am I doing? Non-political content is also not a bad idea. The thing is, I'm trying... Here, you know what? Fucking, I'm gonna just register this as entertainment, because this is ridiculous. Like, the censorship is so real, man. It really is. Like, they don't want... Like, they want CNN, MS Now, and all these fucking bigger channels to constantly, like... And that's also what I did find out I am, like, going up against with some of this shit. Is, you know, I'm up against, literally CNN. So that's kind of weird. I kind of wish I could talk to, like, some of the larger creators that do this. Like, I wish I could talk to, like, a Hasan or Vosh or even Xanderhall at this point, just to be like, hey, what the hell are you doing now? Like, this doesn't seem to be working anymore. Interesting times every damn day. The thing, and I've been keeping my mouth shut, and I've been good about this, but I'm just getting a little... I'm on edge, all right? I'm on edge with this shit. Because it fucking sucks. Realistically, it does. Like, I'm trying to do the best that I get. Like, and this is kind of one of those things in life where it's just like, I've tried to do the best I can. I constantly put so much effort, and it seems like these people that just put no effort into life, they lie about everything, they grift off everybody, they use bots, they do all this bullshit, and they fucking win. It's like, I don't know. Like, that's the kind of shit where I really do kind of get a little, like, beaten down by that. Would you like to see us square off before, with him and his Timcast crew? I think I might have already seen it, Selena. Hey, how's it going, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Is it the one where it was him versus Moonlord? And he started kind of getting a little pissy with him. It was fun. Yeah, I covered it. But I mean, same Pep. I just, yeah, like I said, guys, I'm in a special place right now. I'm running on maybe not even 4 hours of sleep. I am not in my normal headspace, okay? But, like, let's put it this way. If I did have a stage engagement, I'd just be like, no. That's gotta be frustrating as fuck. It is. The thing is, it's like the highs and the lows, again, making that, like, getting to that place where, dude, I was averaging 10K viewers per fucking stream. You're one of the realest content creators. It's not like I get rewarded for that. I'm gonna be completely fucking real with y'all. It doesn't reward me at all. Being real actually seems to fucking be a detriment, because I open my mouth and I fucking, I mean, I get dangerously close to that, like, well, am I technically revealing, you know, industry secrets? No. It's also why, like, my my media training it does kick in. That's why, like, before I say these things, I do kind of take that little step. But it actually enrages me hardcore. Thank you. Well, thank you for feeling the rage for me. The volume chatters was created. Yeah. Today is going to be a special edition of Pep Talks. It kind of is, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to be just me, but I'm mad. I'm angry about just the state of this. I'm paranoid. Like, that's another thing, dude. Like, I shouldn't have to do this thing where it's like I provide content, right? And they don't protect us. They don't. Any shithead that doesn't like what I'm talking about can go out and just fucking report me, and then I'll get shadowed. Which I have this theory that that's what happened. And I'm fucking over it, man. Like, that's the shit that really just gets to me, where I'm just like, fuck you, fuck everybody. Like, And I try, man. I've been trying to keep a good attitude about all this, especially with everything that has gone on in my life. It's hard. It's fucking hard. Like, every day I wake up to this shithead president that fucking is one of the worst people ever. This, again, the reason I do not believe in karma is him. And then I wake up and then just they all get away with this shit. And then, like I said, all the grifters get fucking rewarded. It's awesome. Hopefully the algo blessings will be back. Who knows? Who knows? Like, again, I don't necessarily do this for that. But it was also one of those things where it was like I had to start figuring. I gotta start figuring things out, and this fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Thanks, Trump. You made everything fucking expensive, you cocksucker. Like, seriously, fuck you and fuck anybody with their goddamn fucking disingenuous bullshit arguments about any of this bullshit anymore. Just fuck. We're getting fucked all the time. And I'm sick of it. Fucking sick of it. And you have shitheads out there defending him. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, this is why I can't believe in God. This is why I can't believe in any of this like that. I can't believe in any of it. I just can't. There's no evidence of it. Another creator said whenever he didn't use kid gloves around certain countries, starts with an I and would get totally fucked. Yeah, it's kind of what's going on. I guess. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows the level of fucking censorship that is actually out there? Because they realistically, dude, I am at that point where I'm just like, the working under the FC fucking C was not this fucking bad at times, where it's just, God damn it. At least I had a bar. I knew what I could and could not do. This is wild because it changes. And then I have to getep up with it. And then God forbid if I miss one, that's another thing. I can get into Spicy Pep. What happened? Oh my God. I'm getting tired of chasing. I'm chasing this fucking dragon of trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. Got that little boost, and then all of a sudden, I feel like, again, they're rewarding the trolls. They're rewarding the shitheads that come in here and hate, that just spew their hate bullshit and just... I finally had it. I'm cranky today. I don't have any filter right now, except for that little bit of a media filter just to keep me out of trouble. Yeah, I've considered a call-in show. I know. I mean, I've done call-ins. You guys, any of you guys can hop into the voice chat on Discord and I'll talk to you guys. But yeah, I don't really know, because the thing is, I don't want to do debates necessarily. I just, yeah. Everyone seems to ask. I know. What am I supposed to do? I spend more fucking... this is the... Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now! Ugh. Sorry, I did watch Seinfeld with my dad, and that one always stuck with me. Sorry. Okay. Just, what have I, or don't know in depth, though? Pep, have you ever... Okay, so the call-in show. I kind of have to, spend money on that, that's kind of the bitch of it, and I'm at this point where I'm kind of, I'm fucking, tapped out. This is why I have no energy today, guys. I'll be real. This sucks. I think that's also what kind of fucking broke me today, where I was just like, this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I discovered HASAN through him pretending he was MAGA, and I was so confused at the time. Yeah, Hank Pecker. which is, yeah, that's actually just what Ken and Ken was. He was just doing a ripoff of Ken and Ken, which again is not, it's not, oh my god, it's so original to be like, oh, this person's pretending to be a character, like it's Stephen Colbert's whole shtick. Whatever. Sorry, I'm being a little bit of a dick right now. Is this guy for like? Oh yeah, you were just like, is this guy for real? Let me throw you an energy drink and pass the sage. Hank Pecker is a yeah. I like my Ken Klainsman. I think Ken Klainsman's actually a little bit better. No, I mean, again, I'm fine. I'm gonna bitch. And honestly, I do kind of want you guys to know that it's not sunshine, rainbows, and fucking lollipops with fucking content creation. There's a part of this that sucks. I mean, DJX mentioned it yesterday that there's another creator that is going through it right now. And it seems like, it just seems like it's the fucking norm for a lot of us, especially, God, I'm not sure what it is about this space, but fucking A. It does tend to have the same kind. Yeah, it is a job. It is. I mean, this for all the jokes aside, this is a fucking gig. Like, and this is why I still have so much fucking respect for people that do this just for fun and do this just as a hobby. And the people, like, I got friends on Twitch that, you know, they'll broadcast to 1 or 2 people, and that's honestly where I'm still at. Like, I would be doing this regardless, but it's just, like I said, that fucking tease, that one really, ooh. Ooh. Okay, I occasionally enjoy characters. Maga Pep was hilarious. You know what? I need to bring back Ken Klainsman. I mean, I technically have him. I just need to. There we go. Just do this. Damn it! Oh, look at me. I got a tattoo on my head of MAGA. I got nothing. What up, DA? How's it going, brother? Thank you for the raid. Sorry, dude. Don't want you to see this. This is a crash out that you shouldn't really be. Don't take anything from it, because honestly, man, I'm kind of going through like the less sexy side of content creation. It's fun. it's so much fun. The back end stuff is just, it's so much fun. Wah 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 on YouTube. Yeah, shut the fuck up. The assholes like you. Actually, assholes like you are, I guess, why I fucking even got like the boost that I did. Thanks, Alan. We didn't know. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, sir. How you doing, man? How was your stream? What'd you cover? You know what? Fuck it. Do some crowd work. And I'll go to my friend first. Yeah, by the way, if you guys haven't already checked out Devil's Advocate Productions over on YouTube, please do. He's got some great content that honestly breaks from the political stuff. And yeah, man, I admire the ability to just go and cover some, you know, React content. Like, that kind of stuff is, man, I really should have thought about this a little bit harder when I was going, like, what kind of commentary am I into? I'm into news and politics. Bollock spitting news clips. Nice. What do you think, DA? Should I start doing some, like, gaming so I can, like, grow my channel over on Twitch? The devil that will make you smile. He always makes me smile. He's a rad-ass dude. Trust me. And all the people that I've met in content creation and even comedy and just entertainment, it's kind of... you get the sense for people that are, you know, they're great people, but they're like what I would call like entertainment acquaintances. No, and like DA's are fucking real ass dude. So if you guys appreciate real ass people and people that are not afraid to give their opinions and, you know, speak their minds, that is one of the people that I highly recommend you check out. So Yeah, DA here. Let's see. I need to get like a permalink for you. I just realized that. Alex is super chill. Fuck yeah, he is. And that's, again, why I think that we vibe. What's the name and when is that convention for and by creators? What do you mean? Convention for creators? Are you are you talking about like the TwitchCon or whatever? I wouldn't even go if I got invited. That's not my stuff. Like, that's not my style. There's there's certain things I would go out and do. But I can't even see like what kind of stuff I would get invited to beyond like like another comedian's podcast, which that'd be cool. I'll be honest, but yeah. Anyway, I am having these like real moments too, where I'm just like, you could see it, just the exhaustion where I'm like, oh, I'm just fucking. Now I understand why my grandpa was so cranky all the time, because he wasn't getting a good night's sleep. My guy would always just be like, you sleep when you're dead. He was very much that guy. But he always had the darkest circles under his eyes, took cat naps everywhere we went. So, I don't know. He claims it worked for him. He did live a long-ass life, so. It's influencer thing. I think there's one not by Twitch, though. Oh, I know there's a YouTube conference where, like, if you make 1 million, like, I think it's the $1 million, or the million viewer club, or, no, not million viewer. I would be in that. What the fuck is it? It's like the million subscriber. Jesus, million subscriber club. But maybe that one I might go to that. Like, I might go to that. My delusional ass. Dude. That just happened organically too. I was just like, oh, maybe I'll consider. Oh. I try to do 6 times a day. It's an excellent practice. Sorry, what do you, Amanda, you do, what? I thought TwitchCon was just for people with Tourette's. What? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Jesus. Twitch. Get it? Oh, man. Nah. Oh, you try to nap 6 times a day? Oh, right. Like, for how long? I mean, are you being for real? I don't know. I always heard that the power naps, like the 20-minute power naps, do kind of work on people, but yeah. Natch, dude, that just... That was pretty bad. Oh, look who we got. We got my co-host. Look at him. But yeah. I just want you guys to know that despite me having a little bit of a bad attitude about this right now, I just think that I got hope, but I got to figure out what's going on, how to do this in a way where I'm not getting constantly just bombarded by YouTube, essentially, where it's just, again, this fucking political game sucks. It sucks so fucking much. You know, you'd think that it might reward people that are opinionated about something like politics. Nope. Controversial subjects, blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's why, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe I should do, like, just make this entertainment. That's why I mix it up with gaming. Yeah, dude. DA, see, that's... How do you register your channel, bro? Are you an entertainment channel? And movies and whatever's on my channel? Yeah, bro. No, that's why... You've got me thinking about this a little bit. Because, yes, I have definitely noticed that political content is getting buried like a mofo. Which... It could just be me, though. You know? And it might not even be a shadow. It's just, it could, you know what? That's the other side of this where I will take like that reality where it's just, yes, ebbs and flows kind of thing. You can change tags if you're not covering politics. Yeah, but from my okay, so maybe this is a myth then. Because when I was first starting this, I was told not to shift tags. Although I've noticed that HASAN does it on Twitch all the time. So, I don't know. Because, like, the advice that I was given was you need to stay with just chatting. Don't go into politics. It's not even worth it, which that was dead on. Because that's celebrities. Oh. So, like, yeah, because they, like, kind of made, like, yeah, Trump is a celebrity, right? Polytainment, maybe a new label will turn stuff around stuff. Oh, on Twitch, Lumen said use politics because no one uses it. Really? Let's see. Yeah, 274 viewers. Let's see. Okay. We'll try this. All right. So I shifted the tag over to politics over on Twitch. And since yeah, it will reinstate monetization. Politics on Twitch is demonetized due to Ethan's campaign against HASAN and he and Dan Saltman. Wait. Oh, that's why everybody's doing just chat now? I mean, my understanding, I'm not losing monetization for being in politics. Kind of looks like... No. I mean, I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. Another streamer I mod for has the same issues. Oh, really? You're not in the game, just listening is interesting. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you don't even have to be, like, hey, inside baseball into some of this stuff is, I always like that stuff, but that's also where I'm a little, like, are you guys interested in hearing this? Because it is inside baseball. Yes, that's why it's all just chat. Ethan and Saltman wrote in demonetized politics tab. And it's still demonetized. Wait, here. Let's see. Is it still demonetized then? Has not outright demonetized political content, but introduced politics and sensitive content issue or sensitive social issues label, allowing ads to pull out. Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess it is kind of like that. Yeah, shit. Okay, I did not know that. You are an encyclopedia. Yeah, you really are, Ravy. What the hell? Like, you know more about this than I think anybody I've ever seen in my chat. But yeah. Josh, what's up, man? Good to see you. Kyle, you're in the game. Yeah, I always like figuring out how things work. See, and that's kind of like yeah, it is cool. Like, it is cool. I've always liked how, again, other creators... Man, I say again a lot. I've always liked how other creators do have, like, an openness, and I think that I've told the story so many times, but I'll let you guys know that, yeah, Xander Hall is the creator that without him letting me know exactly how to do this, I would not be here. It's kind of weird to admit that, but during one of his live streams, I asked him just like how to do this, and he took the time to just lay it out, and then, yeah, like, it was kind of cool. Got a little bit of a boost, I guess, from that, but it was cool. You mean it, Pep? Is it actually good to see me? Yeah. I mean, I know that we disagree on shit, but whatever, man. Happy to have you here. Kind of why even when the troll shows up, I'm like, cool. Thanks for being here. The October 7th thing with Ethan and being a fan so long really triggered my autistic sense of justice and right and wrong. Maybe. Oh God. Is that what's going on with me? Are you well hydrated? If not, drink some water. It's key. I'm off. I have many streamers' hydration levels to check. Oh, I'm pretty hydrated actually. I keep a water bottle here, and yes, I got my coffee, so I'm gonna go through my coffee. No, I am tired. I am running on maybe a grand total of like 3 hours of sleep, maybe. If I'm being generous to myself. I know I said 4, but I think I was even lying about that. You're hanging for another 10. Got my show, and then I'm going to the Lindsey Boylan election party. Woo! Hell yeah, dude. Go bump some elbows and have some fun. Fuck yeah, dude. That's gotta be cool. I hope you have a good time. But thanks for hanging, though. Seriously, man. Twisting and turning. Night or busy. Good stuff about the hydration. Maybe get some sleep and then have a good one, pal. Thank you. I will take that advice. I appreciate that. Thank you, Alex. Other Alex. Alex LTD. With a 3? Look at him. So clever. Using his 3 as an E. Oh, God. Can you tell that it's like, this is definitely me and, I don't care. Fuck it. We'll let it all go. This is therapeutic, though. Gotta water yourself and be fed. Yeah. LeMayo Salty Pep is out. Yeah, I really am. I'm definitely, salty peppers, here. This is more than spicy pep. This is salty pep. But also has caused real harm to people like Pop. Yeah, and that's the thing, Ravy. Like, I'm kind of starting to understand that. I'm starting to understand how this really did kind of, like that. He did kind of kneecap me. Like, I was sitting here covering that, like, the whole entire thing, right? And I remember during the Caseytron part where I started thinking, I'm like, this could impact me. Because if this has, like, a broader impact on Twitch and YouTube, then I'm one of, like, the prime candidates to get hit by this. So, yeah. It's alright, though. Like, fucking... I don't want to say it. I don't want to say I gotta have faith. But I gotta have faith. Ooh, I gotta have faith. Do a little... Yeah, sorry, no thirst, George Michael butt shake from Pep here. Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, I could do the Fred Durst version. There you go. Yes, he attempted another apocalypse, calling out companies, but I guess thankfully it was only harmful to one type of community rather than everyone. Or adpocalypse. God, yeah, the ad. See, that's actually kind of weird. I don't think that adpocalypse would necessarily affect me as much, like, because I am smaller. Like, this is where it is crazy, and this is where I have to, like, kind of reset here, because you guys, I kind of covered this yesterday. You guys are a very awesome community. You guys are very supportive, and it has been able to, or you guys have financed this channel. You know, I'll just say it. I don't know why I'm beating around the bush. It just sucks that I keep having these fucking hits, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yes, the thing, like, with Stan, I finally had it happen. I think I covered this on last week, where it just hit me. It finally hit me that my dog has cancer, and it sucks. It's one of these ones that, yes, theoretically, he's got to get a fucking biopsy, which everything with a dog is just so damn expensive. And then, yeah, I don't know what it is with pet insurance. I'm gonna just say this much: the pet insurance I have, where they're like, no, you have to pay out of pocket and then submit these bills. I was just like, I don't know how I got duped into this, but I feel very stupid. I feel very stupid for going with that. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. It feels like a brick hitting you in the face. Yeah, it does. It really does. And I think that's also why, like, again, I didn't have a good night's sleep last night. On top of the fact that and maybe that's it, because I knew I had to wake up early, went to bed kind of late already, and then I just couldn't, couldn't sleep. Oh, man, I'm sorry, brother. Much love. Also, take care. All right, man. Yeah, have fun at the party, bro. I will catch you. For fuck's sake, I'm typing jokes and Pep's talking about his dog's cancer. It's all right, man. It's all right. Like, I'll still laugh. The thing is, I can literally go from talking about my dog's cancer to laughing at a joke. I don't know if that's like a broken brain or what, but I do have that. I feel that every day, so I get you. Sucks. If Trump succeeds with silencing Kimmel, do you think that he'll go after streamers next? 1000%. Yes. I don't know why. Like, I think Crystal Ball was out there saying that, oh, well, I don't think he's going to go after political content creators on YouTube. Bullshit. Yes, he is. What are you talking about? He wants to go after everybody that criticizes him. Sorry you're going through it, Pep. Nah, thanks, Mitch. I appreciate it. And I'll be okay, guys. Like, I'll be fine. It's just a cranky day, me realizing that I'm in a bit of a just not great place. Compartmentalizing helps a lot. As long as you don't forget to address what you popped away. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not necessarily... I guess, yeah, compartmentalizing is kind of what I'm doing. That was almost completely full of shit right there. But it's not a bad thing, because, like, that second part, I do not forget to go back. I don't just bury it. I do go and... Yeah, I allow myself to feel the bad. It's just today I'm more open about just talking about this stuff with you guys, because, yeah, realistically, this is just this is it. This is the game. But I also forgot to say thank you for subbing, Alex. Not sure if you're still here, but appreciate that. Also, I don't know. Thank you to the other person that's up. I can't even see it. I feel it. Thanks, man. Well, I'm just... it's also just a lot to deal with news coverage on top. Like, for the most part, and I've kind of covered this, the news stuff doesn't impact me as much. But now the actual, the financial part has hit. And that's why I look at people like Crystal, Sagar, and all these fucking, 100,000-aire and millionaire fucking commentators that don't have to worry about this, but they have the nerve to talk about the economy and how the American people are feeling and how people are struggling, but not them. But here I am, doing political commentary, being open about my life, and also saying, yeah, it's very much impacting me. The state of the economy and the state of our politics is very, very much impacting me. And I think that most of us as well, like, that live here, like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. So, that's the stuff that's been starting to get to me. Honestly, I think that's what pushed me over the edge with my anger today. I was watching that Breaking Points thing over on Pepaganda, and I finally fucking had it. I was just like, I am so sick of them sitting in their $1 million houses talking about this shit like it's somehow impacting them outside of the fact that, the gas prices impacting you. You might have to go down to 2 cars instead of 3 cars. Fuck. It's not just our taxes, Todd. I mean, our taxes do suck. I'm not going to pretend that living in Illinois is, a cakewalk. But the thing is, dude, I have other family members that live all over the fucking states, and I'll tell you what, man, the grass isn't as green as on the other side as you think. A lot of it is painted. So just remember that, man. Or you could go live in a desert that's having fucking water issues. You know, you could just leave the major fresh water source, even though it's going to be used to fucking power AI. that's gonna somehow poison our water supply. Because, you know, that's just how it works. It's how it works. Sacrifice all the fucking all the little people so Peter Thiel can get an extra buck in his fucking pocket. And the thing is, most of the people getting poisoned are wearing them red hats going, yee fucking ha. 5 more years until pension comes in. Can't leave. Well, I'm just saying, even when you do, you're gonna, like, when you go to live in Florida or Tennessee or wherever the fuck you are, or like you're gonna end up seeing the other side of it, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, why does X cost so much here? And then they're gonna be like, well, we don't have property taxes, and it's just like, oh. Or you could end up in Virginia or West Virginia, where it's just like, oh, you're telling me that you have double property taxes, but you don't have income tax? Oh, that's how it works. They get you somewhere. Odd how that seems to be a constant. But nah. Let's just focus on the other stuff. I mean, shit. Aren't there some states where it costs like damn near $300 per year to register your car? Like, I'm so sick of everybody fucking, again, focusing on the little shit while ignoring the biggest shit, you know? And it's the stuff that impacts them the most. Like, I have no sympathy for people that are still checked out of politics right now. And then they legit, why is the gas so high? It's like, dude, can you just, I don't know, for a fucking half second in your day, just look up, hey, politics today. At least get that. I'm well aware of the other fees and taxes other states have. You're going for the weather. Oh, yeah. Todd, I get that. Trust me, I get it. Yeah, our winters suck. But I'm also, I'm not at that point where all my joints hurt because of the cold, so I figure if I can make it till, 50, 60, then maybe, just maybe, I will be like, okay, time to go somewhere a little warmer because, yes, my old bones are starting to hurt. Likely I will be here for the rest of my life. I mean, I don't think I could leave. I love this fucking city. I've had multiple opportunities to move somewhere else, and no. Nah. And the small business heavy states get receipt taxes. Yep. So everyone wants lower taxes, but then they wonder why their kids can't read. That too. That too. Why are the roads so bad? Although, again, there is waste. There is fraud, but it's not the fraud that, that like we're fucking ironically wasting money on investigating and like with the Leering Center or whatever. I'm so sick of the disingenuous cunts that run our fucking country. I really are. I am. I'm because they're lying and they're using the idiots to just propagate their bullshit. And I'm over it. I don't care anymore. Oh, you think that, okay. Think there's that much fraud? If you care about fraud, then start caring about all the fucking billions of dollars that Trump keeps taking from us. Do you care about the fact that now we're on the hook for the $400 million that he said was being paid for by his fucking billionaire buddies? I can't even wrap my head around the fact that you have these assholes out there that they just, and like I said, they ignore the fact that, there's inconvenient news. It's not food stamp recipients that are the problem. It's corporate welfare queens. Yes, it's not even just the corporate welfare queens. Like, dude, they're fucking sending billions of dollars to the UAE to fucking compensate them for lost fucking money. They're not doing that for us. They're paying out the fucking tariffs. because they were ordered to. That's not going back to us. Like, we're getting fucked. As the American people, we are getting absolutely obliterated by these assholes. But here I am again, fucking 15 viewer Andy, with my occasional chuds coming in here, pulling their bullshit. But whatever. Maybe that's it too. Maybe it's these kinds of rants that are finally getting people to just be like, well, this isn't fun anymore. He keeps going on these like little tangents about how everything kind of sucks. By the way, recent Piers Morgan's really good. Recent? Which one is it? Is it the one that has Mark Lamont Hill? I'm not watching that one. I can't stand what's her face. Who you calling Chud? Oh shit, Talon of the Silverhawk. How you doing, man? Shit, I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been? Hey, you still enjoying the show? Shit. I just realized that you've been here longer than a lot of my my regulars. That's kind of funny. I think that you found me, God, I want to say like 2 or 3 months into me doing this. But either way, you are an OG at this point. No, I hate to say, it's kind of funny when you have somebody that came in disagreeing with you and just being like, yeah, I'm a libertarian, blah, 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 blah. Because I remember. And I remember, like, you got that weird polycule thing or whatever the fuck you got going on. Not a polycule, but, like, swinger community stuff. I just don't care. I just don't care. How's it going, James? How you doing, man? It's always good to see you, too. Also, one of my long-timers, Sylvia. I think that... Yeah, Sylvia, you found me pretty early on, too. I don't know why the hell I'm waxing all nostalgic on the stream. I mean, I haven't even been here for 2 years, and I'm just like, oh my god, you guys have been here forever. All right. I want to smoke with you guys. I also want to finish my coffee. I also need to fucking reset my brain. Politics, relationships. I don't know. Here, let's see. Let's see if this tag thing works. It doesn't work if it doesn't get everything. Oh, shit. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work for YouTube. Oh, that's annoying. It lets me create... Oh, no, I can't even create a new event. Okay, so yeah, when I start my stream, that's just how it goes. Huh. Either way. I don't know. Here, you know what? I'm going to do a serious poll here for a second. And then I'll do the have you liked the stream poll, but... Okay. Ugh. And what I mean by restructured show, no. Okay. Well, I guess that kind of... Oh, geez. Well, this is an interesting one. Huh. Just watching it in real time, I'm realizing just like, oh, geez, you guys kind of... So some of y'all really like how I do things in general, right? Well, no, I'm still... No matter what, guys, I just want you to understand that I'm always going to be talking politics. I'm never, like, not going to be covering news and politics. The thing is, I don't know, it's just... games like I'm gonna kick your butt at Rocket. Yeah, something like that. I guess. Here, let's see. You should do debates and call-ins. I hate debates. I fucking hate debates. Like, Josh, all due respect, I fucking hate them. I'm not Destiny, and I hate that shit. It's all fake. If you like pro wrestling, then fine. The thing is, I would only do a debate as long as I can work it out behind the scenes. And, like, just be like, you know what? Fuck it. Rachel, hello. Do what makes me happy. The thing is, I don't want to admit that covering news and politics makes me happy because it's making me, like, even saying that out loud makes me realize how much of a sociopath I must be. Like, fucking Christ. How much do I hate myself? I mean, if you want the truth. I kind of, you know. I mean, the gaming while political commentary thing. The thing is, I have a hard time splitting my attention like that. Like, yes, I have ADD, but I'm not that bad. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep this up for only a minute longer, but I appreciate all the honesty. No? Okay. Well, it looks like no. But I also appreciate the fact that you guys like what I do. Uh-oh. Want to hang out? I mean, you're welcome to hang here. This is a hang, man. This is literally the hangout of the internet. And YouTube. This is where I think that people should want to be. We have a very cool circle of people here, man. And I want to expand the circle. I want to, like, just remember, join the circle, pass to the left. No matter if you're a right winger or not, you gotta pass to the left. That's just how it goes. I'll watch you eat a sandwich, so you... What do you think? Yeah, true. I'll kick your butt at Rocket League, too. Jeez. You guys probably would. I'm not that great at Rocket League, to be completely real. Actually, I haven't played Rocket League in a while, but I was playing Final Fantasy Rebirth, and there's a level that's essentially Rocket League, where you control Red 13, and you have to do the same exact thing. As far as just getting the balls to the goal. And I was just like, man, I apparently, like, I suck at this. So, MAGA passes to the right. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. That might have to be a one of those signs. All right, I said 1 minute, so... And the poll is closed. Oh, wow. 10 votes. 60%. Oh, I guess. Hey. I can take the yes votes and at least incorporate the idea. Like, so I guess what I can do is do a soft launch and just not even a soft launch. Jesus. I could just kind of change things up a little bit, cover other things like entertainment. I just realized that I already do this because I'm looking at the stuff that I have pulled up today. I literally have it broken down by, okay, so we got the king at the White House. All right. Then I got the whole appeals court thing, which, you know, that's what I'm just like, okay, it's can be a little boring, but it is what it is. We have an interesting story about Vance that I'm not going to bury the lead on this one. If you haven't heard about it, it's genuinely interesting. What's your highest level on Donkey Kong? It depends on which one you're talking about. If you're talking about Donkey Kong Country, from SNES, or I don't even remember. But if you're talking about the newest Donkey Kong, I beat the game. Oh, also, Sylvie, was the Piers Morgan the one with the guy, what's his fuck from Vice? The guy with the weird... He's got a weird mustache. Just realized I don't even have it pulled up. Yeah,
We're
Joe
not-
Walsh is there. Okay, so yeah, Joe Walsh, weird mustache guy. Gavin McGinnis, that's his guy. That's that guy. And then, oh my God, I forgot this guy's name too. Oh, jeez. Either way. The original. Oh, the original. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I can't remember. I didn't play that game as much. But it was hard. I know that I got to, the 5th level on the Lion King, which, hey, that's an accomplishment in itself. Oh, Officer Tatum. Yeah, that's the one from yesterday. Okay, well then, we'll watch that later. Every time, yeah, Joe Walsh, you think of the Eagles? Yeah, same. Yeah, the fact that he was a local politician here was kind of crazy. Where I was just like, damn. And the fact that he, went from being just an overt asshole to now I don't know. I would like to talk to him. That's a sit-down interview I would like to do, because I would start the interview off with just do you remember when you were campaigning for Congress, when you had a teenager stand up and start ripping into you? I don't even remember what I said, but I remember I was trying to be funny. And yes, I got the microphone taken away from me from security, and then I got escorted out. So this was at Dundee Middle School. He was speaking at the auditorium there. Spent the last year Rocky Mountain Way. I couldn't get... Dude. I keep forgetting you're out there, yeah. I might actually be traveling to Colorado Springs coming up here, depending on how things work out. No guarantees, though, because, yeah, everything's so fucking expensive. I looked at plane tickets, and it's so much to do everything now. So, yeah, I don't want to bitch too much about that, because, yeah, it's totally fake. These high prices are fake, and we just have to, if we give the billionaires some more, then maybe, just maybe. Let me know. Pep, burritos on me. Hell yeah. Oh, is that where you're at? Or, I thought you were in Denver. Because isn't, Colorado Springs 45 minutes away from Denver? I just know that that's part of the pain in the ass with the logistics of this is... Because I think you guys know that my cousin passed. Yeah, so... It's my cousin's memorial. And yeah, they planned it on a very inconvenient day. So I'm just kind of oh, great. So I'd have to fly in, literally stay one night and then go. But north of Denver, but I can drive. Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah. I would do a meetup. Trust me. Man. If I started actually getting out there some more, meetups are definitely in the future. I know that there's a good possibility that New York will be happening within the next year or two, depending on where this they have a creators conference. And then I was also thinking if Majority Report does another live show, something like that might be a good one to go to. I don't know. Now all of a sudden I'm about networking and thinking about where I fit into the entertainment mold here. It's awkward. I'll be going to NYC soon, too. I want to go look at watches. I'm not actually into watches. I mean, this is about as much of a watch as I do. Dude, wouldn't it be wild to see how your chat is in person? LOL. So these are the people I've been talking to with, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's not that wild to me, though, because, I had one of those weird experiences happen where, this is how old I am, I met one of my friends over AOL chat. And, yeah, when I traveled to Florida, it was the same thing where it was just you want to meet up? I was yeah, fuck yeah. And we've been friends ever since. It's kind of crazy. God. I just realized that I've known him for, 25 years? Holy shit. Man, every once in a while that hits you where you're just like, holy fuck. I would say take a Greyhound, but not my favorite time-way to travel. No. Plus, I don't have the time for that. But yeah, there's other factors that I have to take into account as well. I bet we're the sexiest chat on earth and the most humble. Nice. Dial up, huh? That's a minute ago. Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Although it wasn't always dial up for me because my dad, he had a business T1 line at his business, and yeah, did he let me set up a computer? Kinda. Did he know that we had a technically like 4 computers set up on the T1 line that we would sneak in and have a LAN party and kind of just the late night, like there was a late night guy that used to work there and he was cool and he was just like, yeah, I won't rat on you, but here I am ratting on myself. It's just like it's fun though. Let's talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center funding the KKK. You do understand that that's not what that was, but no, I'm not going to talk about that because you come in here just randomly spouting your bullshit, thinking that like spelling Democrats with KKK is hilarious. You do understand that you kind of just look like an ass, even if it's a bot. It's just you kind of look like an ass, because you're just blatantly misrepresenting the facts of the case. So. Hey, what's up, Bandit? How you doing, man? Man, you missed a pretty legendary crash out. I wouldn't call it legendary. I would call it it was like a very heart-to-heart kind of crash out, where I finally, I let some stuff go, so they have been exposed. They haven't been exposed for shit, motherfucker. What, they got exposed doing the exact same thing that the FBI does and then also giving the information to the FBI? You're telling me that infiltrating, groups is now a bad thing? You're telling me that, wait a minute. Is it because you guys don't do the hard work and this is why you haven't been able to prove that there are paid protesters? Going back to that. With that energy, brochacho? Yeah, whatever. As I said, this is why I think it's a bot. It's the same thing almost every day around the same time. So, kind of makes sense. Hey, the hate watcher regs are here. I mean, I got 2. Venting is important at times. Yeah, man. Well, I finally went for it because I did kind of have it. Hey, happy time zone, guys. Oh, you're just a guy with that much fucking free time on his hands? And this is what you do with it? It's not the fact that you have the free time, it's how you spend it there, my guy. I just gotta say, I don't think that I've ever been able to conceptualize being that pathetic to where I need to go and try to, like, troll somebody because I'm so convicted in my ideas. This is why I don't like debates. I don't have anything to prove to these people. I'm not trying to sell them on my fucking way of thinking. Like, you understand that doesn't do anything. Especially, like, those types of, like, online debates. That's the most unproductive thing on the fucking planet. Like I said, if I had a... from the beginning where it's just like, hey, this is pro wrestling, and we go at it with that same understanding, fine, I'll do a character. But... yeah, sure, I lose them all. Yes, that's exactly what happens there. You and your fucking parakeet-brained retorts. But YouTube is annoying and can't do background play with vertical. Yes, it can, actually. I remember. If you go in through your saved videos, Do I have that right? One of you guys figured that out. So I think, yeah, if you put it in your save videos, I'm pretty sure that will work. Or liked videos, liked video playlist. Yeah. Bandit, open the video from your liked video playlist. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a glitch. Do I know a streamer called No Comment Chick? I don't know her. I've never worked with her or anything like that. I know that we run in similar circles. Like, we have mutuals. I know that. Hi, Josh. I do background play with this stream all the time. Kyle, you likely have an Android. Ah, works. There you go. Does that fix the problem? Because I know that, like, this is also the reason I was kind of prioritizing having the horizontal stream, but I have had some problems with that. There are issues. Dude, the only one that needs knee pads is you. You're the one that dude, you literally worship the motherfucker. Your name is Trump the Goat 47. You're the only asshole here that's worshiping and sucking off anybody. We know, we get it, man. You have nothing to prove to us, but if you think that you can use a fucking knee pads reference here and not get that thrown back your way, okay. Honestly, it's one of the most pathetic parts about Trump supporters. But we know that your daddy didn't love you enough, so you see him as your daddy. It's okay. Instead of getting therapy, you would rather just completely make your life about one person and the politics behind that person. I don't even do that. Like, I don't even do that with the left in general. I just admit that I am left of center because I'm sick of fucking also people not admitting where they are on the political spectrum. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, yes, some of the shit that I believe in is definitely left, but I'm not. Oh, God, I hate going through that because somebody got a hold of me, by the way. And I kind of appreciate that they weren't telling me they were leaving or anything, which whenever I see a private message, I assume that's what it is. But they got a hold of me and just said, you know, that they don't like how I make fun, like, some of my humor. And they were just telling me, oh, yeah, you could be a little less crass when coming back at these people. I'm just, oh, okay. Thank you. I'm not sure if you're looking out for me or what, but the left is full of hate and lies. Yes, we're so hateful that we just want you guys to fucking respect the rights of other people. Shut the fuck up, Jerry. Like, seriously. What lies? What lies? You literally get lied to every day of your fucking life by your president. I'm gonna call him your president in this case. Like, yes, he's my president too, unfortunately, but he's your guy. You love this motherfucker. You love being lied to. You absolutely you love being lied to. It's fucking insane. I private message you arguing over being silenced. Yeah, you did. I remember that. Yeah, because again, I've also had another private message recently. I think this was a few weeks ago, where they told me to stop using the term "the left." They were just like, "You keep saying the left. You're gonna have people misinterpreting what you're saying and thinking that you're more, you know, centrist than you really are. I'm just trying to look out for you." I was like, "Thank you." Thanks, bro. I appreciate that, I guess. Dude, seriously, you're at the fucking twilight of your life. Go play some golf or something. Like, do something boomery. Like, that makes, like, do you have something that makes you happy? Do you have hobbies? I don't think this guy has hobbies. Like, this is... Yeah. It's how you say the left. Oh, it's how I say it? Oh. Hey, no, I appreciate the, hey, yeah. Now's the time, guys. Just let me know, if you want me to adjust something or if you think that, I'm being unfair about something. Now's the time. Why not? Let's say it's Festivus. Fuck it. Second Seinfeld reference of the day. It's Festivus. Let's air out our grievances. LeMayo, go do something boomery, please. Oh, someone's hurt. Jesus. Sometimes I think I have too many hobbies. So, fuck. Seeing this guy. Pepstivus. Yeah, there we go. Get a haircut, you hippie. Haven't heard that one before. Oh, boy. Man, all this originality in chat today. God, it's inspiring me. I should go write a book. I got a lot of problems with you people. Wait, have I said that? Wait. Is that a me? I didn't see quotes around that. So was that a me thing? Did I say that? I do kind of remember like having to adjust something like that where I was like, I have a bunch of problems with you people. It was like, you people. We are problem people. Don't you have a spouse to intimidate or something, you schmegma? Whoever figured out the vertical trick for BG play, I love you so much. Oh my effing god. I do anything to thank you. Hey, you know what? I'm glad. Yeah, if you guys need to, if you are not able to play this in the background, just play it from your liked videos. Apparently that will bypass whatever is keeping that from working on your phone. That's what Frank Costanza said when it was his turn. Oh. I got a lot of problems with you people. Oh, see? I need to watch. There's a few episodes. I don't want to watch all Seinfeld again, but I'm convinced that I need to get back in it. Oh, thank you for the 1,000 jewels. Oh, crap. Jehu, seriously. Thank you for all the support, guys. Oh, by the way, I forgot to do my poll. No, but I do mean this, like, all Festivus jokes aside, like, if you guys, you got something, if I do something that bothers you, just let me know. You know what? Fuck it. I'm in the zone. Let's go. Get it out while you can, so it doesn't, like, so if it comes out while I'm having a good day, then I'll, like, because trust me, nothing's worse than when I'm having a good fucking day and I'm having a great stream, then all of a sudden somebody wants to air out their grievances, especially someone from, like, you know, the community where that we've had that happen, and I was just like, I'm not doing this. I'm a weirdo that could never get into Seinfeld. I don't know why. I got into it because it was like the peak. Like, me and my dad and my sister used to sit down as, you know, a family. And that was our Thursday night thing that we would do. We would watch Seinfeld. And Tool Time. You know, we liked the Home Improvement. We liked that whole block. God. Wait, was that Thursday or Friday? Because I don't think Seinfeld was TGIF. No, I'm pretty sure it was Thursday night. Anyway, Curb was better. Oh yeah, Curb is better. How old are you? I am pretty old there, guy. I'm about to break 40. So I have had it brought to my attention that I do. Not bad, right? That should actually just be a soundbite for, like, anytime I see somebody from Manga pop in. I don't even want his. I'll record mine. Wow. You still live it, dude, motherfucker. Get seriously, get better material. That is one of the, like, the hackiest ones. Mom's Basement. Okay, bro. I get it. You look good for 40, living off the blood of conservative babies. What is that called? The fuck, what is it? Adrenochrome. Hey, I maintained some of that. Yeah, it's the adrenochrome, bro. You still blow your goat and call him Don. You're 31 and look like Pep. That's good, right? Wait a minute. That dude, it's the fact that you're Emote face, emote face, emote face. Hacky like your girly ass hair, you drink too much soy. I just need to get soy sauce packets and just keep like a just. Oh, this soy. Oh my God. This guy, all of a sudden, now I'm offended. I can't. Well, all of a sudden, I just start like vomiting like black. It's too much soy. Oh, fuck. Why are you crashing out in my chat, bro? Like, you're out here having like fucking just yeah, how will I ever recover? I don't know, man. He's out here hitting me with such bangers as heck you like your girly ass hair when you drink too much soy. There's so much soy in this cup that I don't know. My hair is gonna start turning blue as I drink this. Here, let's see. Am I gay yet? Democrats are pathetic. Yes, they are. They are. Nick, that's something I actually agree with you on. Democrats are fucking pathetic. They're useless. They're so fucking useless. Cup of estrogen. Yup. You know, trying to understand my girl more. See, now I have to be careful because I do have, like, there's the occasion that if I let it roll, that I might say something where all of a sudden I'm gonna hear a thump, 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 thump. Just that happened one time so far where I said something and I just heard her from upstairs go, "Hey, the fuck!" It's like, I was so kidding. Remember, fellas, it's gay to make your girl come. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's gay to cuddle with your girl. You would argue that like so much. Like, listen, this is something that I think that everybody can get behind, right? You get what I'm saying? That's the joke. My hubby has long hair because he's lazy, for real. Just doesn't care. That's me. That's how this happened. You don't fucking grow hair past your tits and just like because you care. Well, I mean, hold on. Hold on. Don't clip that. I don't want to get in trouble. That, in my case, I'm trying to fake. Oh boy. Now it's like I'm throwing eggs and I'm just like, let's go walk on eggshells, shall we? Yeah, it's just even just like, whoops. I get buzz cuts because I'm lazy though. Yeah, but I'm not like I don't even have a bald spot yet. So, like, dude, half my friends, all this is fucking going on them, which. I don't know. Guess I'm lucky. Also, I mean, that hair treatment does work. Like I said, guys, like engine 40, so built Ford tough. Well, the thing is, like, I technically have the genetics to go bald, so yeah. But I would just wear a wig. Like if I started like actually going bald, I would just shave it all, and I would just, you know, Stavi actually did a joke on this, and I agree with him. Which I think that I didn't see his joke when I made my whole observation about, or is it an observation? I don't even fucking know. Just, yeah, my whole diatribe about wearing a wig. Because I remember we talked about this when we were talking about my wife possibly losing her hair, which did not happen. So, because yeah, my wife went on a. Like, she showed me some of these wigs, and I was just like, holy shit. Like, you can't even tell. Like, I would just start wearing, like, a Sephiroth wig. Like, I would just have, like, literally flowing, just silver hair down to my ass. I'd wear a wig, fuck it. Yeah, why not? I like being baldish, easier to get ready in the morning. I mean, yeah. No, trust me, you got... There are some things that suck. You guys don't have hair, like the hair tangles. Don't even get me started on the fucking hair. I have had moments where I'm just like, I'm brushing my hair, and I hit, like, a really bad tangle, and I'm just like, mother... And I want to rip it out, but I know I can't, so I'm just sitting there. Just, it sucks. It sucks. It's one of, like, the worst parts about having long hair. I mean, right, ladies? This is why conditioner is important. Also, if you guys actually care, the way that I get my hair to be so naturally wavy is I do not brush my hair outside of, like, after showering. I brush my hair after conditioner, let it dry, and then poof. This is what you get. Anyway, you wash your hair. You've repeated that twice. Oh no. Once, right? Go get your eyebrows threaded, though. Oh, dude. Yeah, my eyebrows could use some work. I'm aware of that. Although, I got over this. Like, I was kind of, like, toying with it. I'm like, should I use some Just for Men? And I'm just like, no. Why would I do that? Who gives a shit? Although, this... Let's see. I gave it till about 2028 for, like, this entire section to be completely gray. What do you guys think? I think so. It is a luscious head of hair. I mean, yeah, like I said, I think after a boat ride, your hair gets so tangled. What the hell? Why the hell? Why would... That's crazy, dude. Dude, sometimes the auto mod on Twitch is just insane. I'm a conservative Tears vampire. Well, I just don't understand, like, some of these guys that don't also, like, get how it's ineffective. Like, everybody is just ignoring them. I just kind of realized that. Like, it's the, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. It don't like me. No. That was stupid. Because it was saying, it flagged it for ride you, but it was literally, after LOL, after a boat ride, you hair, although it's because you spell it. Oh, wait a minute, was it? Your hair is so tangled. No. It just doesn't like how you type, apparently. Socialist atheist. I obviously wash my hair on unbaptized. What the fuck? All right, that was wow. 60 seconds because he was being cute, so I thought I'd do the same. Oh my god, just for real. Got a gay for a guy to wash his hair in another man's liquids. Cool hair, dude. Jay Wrong, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Welcome to the show, by the way. I hope you are doing well. Hope you're having a good day. We're just kind of chilling right now. I'm in no rush to get to any of this stuff. We got a lot, but also, yes, politics. We'll be doing it. Whatever. We don't do politics here, mate. Yeah, we don't. I'm just like, you know what? We're doing comedy. Fuck it. Oh, ooh, crowd work. All right. I can't see any of you, though. That's the problem. Let's see. Can I make this based off just what you guys say? It's literally called High on Politics. Dude, I'm fucking joking. Yeah, maybe I just need to do the thing where I call it High on... Well, no, it's not as catchy. Pep Comedy Hour? Hour? You think I got a fucking clean hour? What the hell you... All right, yo, I know we smoke a lot here, but god damn. Etch, I think you reached your limit. That's being awfully generous. let's see. If I got back, like if I had to, like under duress, I could probably put together a solid 10. I don't know. I don't know anymore though, because I do have like a thing like where I'm a little more confident in my ability to speak, even though I shouldn't be because I can barely do it here. I posted a video in Discord. Listen for 5 seconds from the timestamp. 40 seconds for the noise clip. Wait. Where'd you post in Discord? All right. What was the timestamp? 5 seconds from times. All right. 40 seconds.
Yeah, beautiful hair. It scared me.
Sergeant marks self as a Cleveland.
No. Yeah, beautiful hair. Wait, did Pep get a soundboard? No, no, not yet.
It scared me.
It is broken. It's broken. I'll have to figure. I have my online, like I got the one that I've been using that's just like on Google.
Hey, yeah, beautiful hair.
It had beautiful hair. Is there a Discord? Yeah, you want to join the Discord? Here, fuck it. You know what? Join the Discord, guys. I don't care anymore. I gotta change the permissions on this thing. I'll do this in a minute. Yeah, how aren't you part of the Discord? Just, yeah, obviously, you can copy and do that whole thing. Anyway, you have unusually aligned molars. Are they implants? No. What? No, I don't. No, I got this weird, like, overbite thing. Or not an overbite, but it's a... Yeah, I'm surprised that my dentist ever, like, said, hey, you gotta fix that, because I got one tooth that literally just goes like, eh. Weird. Thank you, I guess. I did have all 4 of my wisdom teeth removed at the same time, and that's the time that we found out that I have a pretty severe allergic reaction to certain medications. That was fun. That was so much fun. Ugh. That was one of the most miserable times in my entire life, by the way. You replied to my Blue Sky. Oh, thank you. Wow, look at that. Somebody actually, like, there's one of the 7 people that actually, like, use Blue Sky. I need to... All right. I'm kidding. The lady is married, filed her canines into actual fangs. I definitely need to get braces at some point. Yeah, that's why I was surprised I never got lower braces. Yes, Avatala got it. Yep. Yeah. I mean, thank God I'm not allergic to anesthesia. They were worried about that. But yeah, that sucked. We found out at the worst time, too. Typical liberal lacking wisdom teeth. Yeah, I don't know, because my mouth was born, or I was born with fucking stupid teeth that were, instead of growing down, they fucking grow sideways, which I'm pretty sure that, like, happens to a good, like, portion of people, right? I didn't have that etch. I had the other one. It starts with a V, and, Al, and then Eum. That was one of the worst days of my life. That's one of the worst fucking days of my life. My mom said it was one of the worst days of her life too, because she said it was like unbearable for her to watch me go like through the pain that I was going through. Better than the mom's basement jokes, at least. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, that I'm genuinely like, can you just stop being a hack and come up with something? Like, use ChatGPT to at least try to be fucking funny. God damn. Chat, all of this AI and none of them could write a damn joke. I guess that's actually kind of that's a good thing, I guess. You had to be recessed. Oh, yeah, you gotta be, yeah. Yeah, I'm lucky I didn't get to that point, but my allergic reaction was instant, and it was painful, and yeah, watching your because I had an oral surgeon at that point. He's an oral surgeon. What was he doing? Taking out all of his wisdom tooths, his maga tooths. He lost his maga tooths. He doesn't have no maga teeth, and he has no wisdoms. I hate to admit that that was actually not a bad joke. Not a great one, but it wasn't or not a great one, not a bad one. It was like total mid, but good filler joke. So good for you. Like I said, like my chat said, man, see, I'm not taking any fucking credit that is not due. Massive swelling and hives. Yep. They injected me right in the mouth. Yep. It was not fun. It was not fun. I had to then have epinephrine. That also hurt like a motherfucker. Yeah, that sucked. That sucked hard. But, nah, what you gonna do? You know? That was a fun time to find out exactly what I can and cannot tolerate. The problem with wisdom teeth is because of advanced evolution. I get why MAGA people didn't have that problem. Ironic. Oh, by the way, Bandit, yeah, I need to totally make that. He has long, beautiful hair.
He had beautiful hair. It's
Guys, here, you know what? Fuck it. I gotta share this one with you because this is, like, the visual element to this is pretty fucking great. Thanks, Bandit. I needed this. Alright, let's see. He had long, beautiful hair. Watch mode. There we go. Hey, look at that, guys. We're in watch mode. We're watching stuff. Man claims face-to-face Bigfoot. There we go. These look exactly like the guys that you would have. Why do they always look like this? Why are these always the motherfuckers that see Bigfoot? They all look like this guy. All of them. God damn.
He had beautiful hair.
It is.
He had beautiful hair.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And he had beautiful hair. The fucking... But seriously, why do they all look like this? Also, really, there's a part of me that wants to cover this story. Fuck it. You know what? Let's do it.
Spotted Bigfoot in Cleveland County, and this isn't
In Cleveland County? Like Cleveland, Ohio?
the first time. The legend continues. One man in Kaiser says he encountered the mythic beast just last week.
You know,
Whoa, this was from 15 years ago, guys.
it has been years.
How in the hell did you pull this one up?
Deputies
Like,
in Cleveland
did you just remember this where you're just like, wait a minute, I have the clip for you?
County have heard stories like this, and New at 11 Ann Sheridan goes in search of the real Bigfoot story.
I tried to call him.
What
Tim
the
Peeler
fuck?
thought
I tried to call him.
he was calling coyotes.
Instead of them, him.
He got something
I
that
got coyotes instead.
frightened even the self-proclaimed mountain man.
I thought it was Bigfoot. I heard the ruffling in the bushes, and then I saw them. And they were looking like dogs, and then I realized those are yotes.
This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair.
Yes! The context makes it even better. And he had beautiful hair.
It scared me.
Sergeant Mark Self, as a Cleveland County deputy, didn't see the creature this time.
There was a 8 to 10 foot
This channel is ADHD visualized. Sure, thank you.
person.
But remembers the
Yes, it's an ADHD simulator.
stories of a Sasquatch when he was a kid.
Just hit the
Was killing some animals, breaking in chicken houses, killing chickens.
It's the same M.O. that Tim says he saw for himself. The Sasquatch going after his dog.
He has
I'll
long,
come at
beautiful
you
hair.
and rough talked him and run him off.
Got him to leave, called 911, then the creature came back.
And I said, get away from here. Get.
I said, get away from here. Get.
And he went right back out that path again.
Deputies filed a suspicious person report, and Tim is still recalling the details.
He looked like he had 6 fingers on each hand.
But even though sworn to serve and protect,
This is just totally blowing my mind that's even brought back up.
are left manning up, at least for the cameras.
Doesn't bother me now. I don't think there's anything to it.
In Cleveland County and Sheridan, News Channel 36.
By the way, the legend of the Sasquatch has been in Cleveland County since the 1970s. This time, the spotting came into 911 as a suspicious persons report.
What do you think?
Well, you know, this is the first time I've actually
I mean, I'm with her. It's like, what do you, I mean, come on.
heard the Bigfoot with blonde hair, but it's
What do you
been so
think?
sunny out, you know, and it could have bleached out the hair a bit. Who knows?
Yeah.
You could have bleached it.
Maybe he found a bottle of peroxide or something.
Possibly. Who knows? Yeah.
All right.
What? He found a bottle of peroxide.
We don't want.
Bro, what? Well, I'm glad to have that one in my watch list. Thank you for that. That was hilarious, man. That was prime. Thank you for that. All right, cool. Yeah, got that loaded. Find yourself someone that talks about you the way he talks about Bigfoot. I mean, dude, that's a clip right there. Bandit, you got it. Like, oh, man. Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to do this after the show. Yeah, I mean, I like clips like that. Those are great clips. That's hilarious. I don't even know what an HD is, but my doctor said I have 80 of them. That was one of those ones where it's just like, try not to laugh. It's like, meanwhile, in my head, I'm just like, he, that's funny, but I want to win. Hilarious. Very, very funny. Okay, hey, my cat is being cute. Here, check it out. Look at him. Look at him. He's so cute. Yeah. You're being adorable. Oh, big yawn. Big yawn from my buddy. Should rename the channel to 40-year-old cousin. Looks like you're avoiding discussing politics in favor of videos of hillbillies. I've also already done a 2-hour show today on another platform, so just so you know. If you were not able to join me on my other show called Propaganda on this space, consider checking it out, man. If you like the politics and seeing the politics, I think that you would like that channel and my my exclusive 2-hour show there. Stop trying to get the keyboard. Too wordy. That's fire to have old clip. I mean, yeah, dude. This is also why I was so mad that my freaking soundboard broke. Because I had just gotten it all set up. What were you chewing on? It's the old radio show I used to listen to that had all these strange news stories in the morning. Then they went to MAGA. Oh, yeah. Yeah, strange news is always great. Yeah, man. It was weird. I forgot what prompted it, but I found a old Opie and Anthony, like a whole list of old Opie and Anthony clips. There's some gold in there. There was some gold in them there hills. There was also a few things that were like, oh, Jesus. Like, wow. God, I forgot how just openly racist Anthony was. Holy crap. That guy. All right. What do we got? Leprechaun in Mobile, Alabama. Okay. Do you have a timestamp that I should be looking out for? Because I kind of like the way we did it with the last one, where we start with the noise first, or is there not a noise? Is this just like a clip that? All right, fuck it. Let's just go for it. Why is it there?
Well, just in time for St. Patrick's Day.
Here we go. Here we go. Guys, if you can't already guess, oh boy. That chicken is about to give up on life. Stop it if you... Stop it, you cheerful chicken... What? Whoa, what did I miss? It's so cute. Yeah, he is. Hi! He's staring at me. You guys didn't see. He's staring at me. All right. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, hold. Hold, please. All right, we will hold. We will go to the sound. All right, sound first, then boom. Yawn. Dude, chill out. I miss Patrice O'Neal. Dude, Patrice and Anthony their constant debates were so fucking funny. They were legendary. My favorite one was when Bill Burr was in studio. It was... I think Louis C.K. was there too. Yeah, pretty sure Louis C. Man, you want to talk about somebody getting uncanceled? Holy crap. Yeah, Louis C.K., man. He's making his comeback, apparently. All right, 22. All right, here we go. We're going to go to...
This wars off spells right here. This is a special leprechaun flute, which has been passed down from thousands of years ago from my great-great-grandfather, who was Irish.
No! Well, yeah, did you? Oh, wow. All right, so you guys heard that right here. I'm going to play it one more time because you guys, we're going to play a game.
This wars off spells right here. This is a special leprechaun flute, which has been passed down from thousands of years ago from my great-great-grandfather, who was Irish.
Okay. His great-great-grandfather is Irish. Oh, no, oh, yeah. No, I did this one on purpose. So we're going to start this story. We're going through it. When you get to that part of the clip, you're going to laugh your ass off. Oh, boy.
Well, just in time for St. Patrick's Day, crowds are coming by the dozens to get an up-close view at what some say is a piece of Irish folklore.
Some people in the Crichton area of Mobile say a leprechaun has taking up residence in their neighborhood.
A real-life leprechaun, guys. All right.
A leprechaun.
Okay. Okay. You got it, right?
15's Brian Johnson has more.
Okay.
Curiosity leads to large crowds in Mobile's Crichton community. Many of you bringing binoculars, camcorders, even camera phones to take pictures.
Oh my God. When was this filmed? Yo, 20 years ago. All right, that tracks.
To me, it
holy
look like
shit,
a
camera phones.
leprechaun to me. All I gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else in the leprechaun say yeah?
Who else in the leprechaun say yeah?
Eyewitnesses say
what?
The leprechaun only comes out at night. If you shine a light in its direction, it suddenly disappears. This amateur sketch resembles what many of you say the leprechaun looks like. Others find it hard to believe and have come up with their own theories and explanations for the image.
My theory is it's casting a shadow from the other limb.
Could be a crackhead that got hold to the wrong stuff.
Man, there's multiple ironically, there's multiple golden nuggets here. Hey, pot of gold leprechauns.
They told me to get up in a tree and play a leprechaun.
Stretch that one.
Don't get down to
all right, here we go.
Bottom of this. Yeah, still on there, guy. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, man.
This guy helping to direct traffic says he's prepared for his encounter with the leprechaun. He's suited up from head to toe.
This wars off spells right here. This is a special leprechaun flute.
That's a special leprechaun flute.
Been passed down from thousands of years ago from my great-great-grandfather, who was Irish. I'm just came to help out.
Others
what
just came to get lucky in hopes a pot of gold may be buried under this tree.
I'm gonna run a backhoe and uproot that tree. I want to know where the gold at. I want the gold. Give me the gold. I want the gold.
This is Brian Johnson, NBC 15 News.
People will do anything for a pot of gold. I mean, anything.
You know what I like? I like the amateur sketch of the leprechaun. It looks like somebody got a really good look at it and got that good drawing out there.
Who did that? I want to know who sketched that.
I don't know. Maybe Brian sketched it.
That was
doodling.
That was a good story.
What the fuck? A news story from 20 years ago. That got me. What the wow. Alrighty. Ooh.
The DOJ said it
missing Epstein files. Ooh, we could start with that. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. This is IRL trolling. I am extremely entertained. Thanks, Pep. Hey, yeah, you know what? That was a good way to start the whole watch portion of everything. Even though extremely cheerful is kind of a little bit of a sourpuss, you know, not exactly what I would call extremely cheerful, but he's being all not entertaining. I'm gonna hate watch because I don't know. I'm confused. I think that I want to hate this guy, but there's something about it that I also just I don't know. I can't leave yet. I'm not sure if it's because I want to troll the chat some more or if I want to troll the streamer. I don't know. What is my life? What am I doing? What is God? Who is God? What am I doing? Why is my life? Does my life have meaning? All of a sudden, he starts going into existential crisis mode. Liberal laughing at black people. Good look. Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. I'm laughing because that's what's funny. Not the fact that these motherfuckers, like, as a neighborhood, collectively were just like, there's a leprechaun! And then the flute guy, and then the pot of gold lady. And then my personal favorite was, could be a crackhead. It's just like, yeah, it's pretty funny. But, oh my God, I'm not even a liberal, man. But calm down. When you carry this amount of hate for people you don't even know, does it do anything to you? You want to know the secret to my skin looking so good? I don't carry this shit around with me. I don't hate you. I think you're a weirdo, and I think that, you know, most people who are MAGA are just kind of weird because they keep fighting for things that hurt them, but at the end of the day, I don't give a shit, dude. I don't think about any of you guys after, you know, like, after stream or any of that. Occasionally, if I, like, have that moment where it's just like, heh, I'd be lying if that wasn't a thing. They get to have a little goon and then a nap. Is that what they're doing? This is them gooning? Ew. I prefer... Ow. Ugh. I prefer that not be a thing. All right. Well, we got some Philly D filling us in. With some news about Donald Trump, you know, and some missing files, which, yay, we're going back to the Epstein files, folks.
The DOJ said it released everything on Epstein, but by their own numbers, they're millions short, and so now this new lawsuit could change everything. Meanwhile, the German chancellor just said that America's being humiliated by Iran, and J.D. Vance reportedly doesn't believe the Pentagon's own war numbers. And why what we're about to see in Nebraska on Friday is expected to result in 5 to 10 million Americans losing their health care. But first step today, we've got to talk about this. The more we learn about this would-be assassin from the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the weirder this story gets. Right, starting with the fact that people have been digging through 2 accounts on X and Blue Sky that appear to belong to the shooter, Cole Allen. Or with many of the details appearing to match up, and a senior DOJ official confirming to CNN that at the very least, the X account is definitely his. Now, for a while, the accounts mostly just posted about video games and other innocuous things, but they started getting heavily political around the 2024 election, with them reposting a call to nullify the results, posts comparing Trump to Hitler, and other posts speculating that the Butler assassination attempt was staged, which ends up feeling kind of like peak irony since you're seeing so many people now thinking that this attempt was staged as well. But also, in addition to that, you have the accounts posting a lot about Ukraine, expressing frustration that Trump betrayed an ally, ally. They also criticized what they called the dumbass war in Iran and Trump's aggressive immigration policy. Then things get a little more surprising, because you've got screenshots going around that appear to show them reposting criticisms of the far left and pro-Palestinian protesters by people like Noah Smith and Brianna Wu. Well, the source of those screenshots appear to be a Hassan Piker fan account.
Wait. Brianna Wu on the far left? Really?
It is basically
that's news to me.
Consistent with a New York Times report noting that Allen's apparent profiles tended to repost more moderate Democrats like Will Stancil.
They haven't adjusted that?
Even the anti-Trump Republican Bill Kristol. With all of this ending up being notable because when news of the shooting broke out, you had Hassan being singled out as a proponent of supposedly violent rhetoric. Or with the likes of Trump ally Laura Loomer and the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles pushing for him to be arrested, as well as some liberals condemning his past statements, to which Hassan responded.
This administration is a fascist administration. They make no distinction between your statements that are anti-Trump as well and my statements. If I'm going to the camps, you're going to be there by my side. I hope you understand that.
Wherever Allen fully landed his apparent social media posts, they got more suggestive over time. Or they start talking about gun ownership, saying stuff like best time to buy a gun was days ago, second best time is today. In May of 2025, they accused the government of treason and added that that's not fixable with laws. In January, they appear to have written, I'm getting the impression that a lot of American politicians and staffers think this is all a game. And adding not really looking forward to the this is not a game portion of history that is 99% likely to be coming.
All right, now this is the stuff that makes me immediately go like, all right, this might not be as
And then last month they wrote, more important question is when...
Is it kind of like 9/11 where they had intel on it, where it was just like, oh, we're going to let this happen because we can use this?
The between 0 and 5 inclusive adults in America realize that this is not tenable, and sitting around waiting for someone else to do something about it is not working. Can't think of the last time I saw anyone on/offline take responsibility for fixing the problem. But also now both X and Blue Sky have taken down those accounts, with the latter explaining that it prohibits posts that amplify misinformation or glorify violence or harm. Though those accounts are not the only thing people are trying to take down right now, right? Because connected to all this, you have the Trump administration trying to once again take down Jim.
If you have to self-diagnose you winning a like a joke off or any of that, I hate to break this to you, man. Like, it's kind of like that guy that was in chat here, like blah, ha 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 at his own jokes.
And that's because a couple of days before the shooting, you had Kimmel doing his own parody correspondence dinner on his show. Right, since Trump, he had a mentalist host the actual dinner instead of a comedian like they usually do, you had Kimmel deciding to roast the administration with his own jokes. But the Trump family, they did not like this one clip in particular.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
So even though that was filmed and released before the shooting,
5 days.
After the shooting, you had Melania Trump, who of course is the wife of the famous,
it was 5 days ago,
peaceful speaker Donald Trump, posting, Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to
yes, it was like well before
divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive.
Yeah, I win, I totally pwned you, cooked.
And deepens
it's
political sickness within America. People like Kimmel,
that's the right-wing debate bro shit,
shouldn't have the opportunity to enter
just debate bro shit in general. Let's be real.
Our homes each evening to spread hate.
That you gotta take off. You gotta go do some shit. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership...
We need to have the censorship.
...enable Kimmel's atrocious...
I don't like what the comedian has to say about me and my husband.
...just behavior at the expense of our community. With then Donald Trump himself joining in saying, wow, Jimmy Kimmel...
Can you... I don't know, guys. Stop making such ass clowns of yourself where it's blatant... It's a blatant violation of the Constitution. There's no way that they can actually achieve this.
It was in no way funny.
I'm telling you right now, and I appreciate that ABC, Disney, and Jimmy Kimmel are just like, bet, motherfucker, sue us. Challenge our license. Bet.
Tested.
Let's go.
By his terrible television.
Because that is a constitutional crisis, and if you start invoking those on the reg, guess what?
Ratings made a statement on his show that is
gonna have libertarians already hate this motherfucker because they hate the fact that this is one of his things, is that he constantly goes after the First Amendment.
Really shocking. I appreciate that so many people are incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence and normally would not be responsive to anything that he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Then the official White House account reposting that, and then Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt jumping in as well.
Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin
go on your fucking vacation already.
Is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many.
One of the benefits of her getting 12 weeks off is that we get 12 weeks off from her, but also a reminder that, yeah, we don't get that as citizens.
For example, ABC's late night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband?
Right, and then, in response to all of this,
where? Cry fucking harder. Where? You little fucking bitch-ass victims.
you had Kimmel going on
Oh my god, they were meanies. They were meanies.
TV.
They said things that invoked rhetoric that we don't like. Well, we're going to ignore the blatant fucking rhetoric that comes from our president.
saying this.
Obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular. And also,
Yeah,
I
weird how they're not vocal about that.
agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because
But now, with all this, you have Semiful reporting that Trump's Federal Communications Commission, right, the FCC, they're likely going to pursue
The thing is, there's nothing to fear
early
anymore.
review of Disney
The
ABC's
fucking-
broadcast.
Again, if it gets to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court's just like, yes, the First Amendment doesn't mean shit.
TV.
We're gonna allow the FCC to just willy-nilly take away fucking broadcasting licenses because of a comedian. It wasn't even a newscast. Like, you understand that the FCC is actually there, like, as an entity overall to kind of protect the public interest. Well, that means false information, right? Well, that's kind of ironic that CBS is now under that umbrella.
licenses. So technically, it's
almost
unclear
like they're kind of opening up a Pandora's box that once that is open, good luck, motherfuckers.
This is
like I said, constitutional crisis this one away.
directly connected to Kimmel's joke, or one of the two investigations already ongoing. Because there's
I'm
one
ready
looking
to
into
see
the
this.
company's diversity,
There's no
equity,
fear
and
here.
inclusion practices.
Hey, if they start going after that, that'll be an interesting time in America.
But now they're into Senate candidate James Tallarico's appearance on The View
Free
for
speech
allegedly
absolutist
violating
my
the Equal
ass.
Opportunity Rule. But really, either way, it wouldn't be the first time FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr's threatened to pull a license, nor would it be the first time that Kimmel's been censored. You know, with all that said, there was at least one thing that Kimmel did agree with Trump on.
I don't believe for one second that the reason he decided to build this ballroom is for security. But this was a pretty good argument for building. I might be pro-ballroom now, weirdly, after this. That way, if anything terrible ever happens, at least they can dance.
And actually, speaking of the ballroom, Republicans are not giving this up. They are grabbing onto it, and it is not a laughing matter to them. Or with, for example, Senator Lindsey Graham, who chairs the Budget Committee, announcing
we're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent.
That's our money.
To secure.
He said that his private investors were going to pay for this.
To build the.
So he knocked down the ballroom, and now he's just backing. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, so blatant lies.
Presidential.
Wait, what's going on here? Where's this special interest that I thought none of our money was going towards this?
I'm convinced if there had been a presidential ballroom adjacent to the White House,
that wouldn't have been finished, you motherfucker. What is wrong with you? Seriously, what is wrong with these fucking ghouls that this is, again, how obvious it is. This is why everybody's calling this a fucking fraud. It's because this is what they took from it?
The guy would never have gotten in. So, no, we're going to build this facility, and I would suggest to the next president, don't go to the Hilton.
Joining him, you just had this group of other lawmakers from Lauren Boebert and Rand Paul to Eric Schmidt and Tim Sheehy. And you had Sheehy saying it is an embarrassment to the strongest nation on earth.
It's not the Hilton's fault. It's Secret Service's fault. What are you talking about?
We cannot host.
They really think you're fucking retarded, guys. Like, that's you. And I'm talking to you, MAGA. They think you're retarded.
Gatherings in our nation's capital.
And they're betting on it, man.
Including ones attended
they're
by
betting on you coming in here and getting all pissy with me.
President.
And everybody else in my chat.
Without the threat of violence and
looking
attempted
at the
assassination.
actual facts
Then on
that
the other
these
side,
people are like they are playing you like fiddles.
You had people like AOC saying the real embarrassment here is the state of Trump's America.
Yeah, go investigate that fraud in Minnesota. Yeah, those Somali fraud.
I don't believe
You guys believe everything you're told too. It's pathetic.
that in an era where they are jacking up prices on the
I couldn't
American
imagine being that like intellectually like just shallow.
people, when they are gutting
kind of
everyone's
funny.
health care, when people cannot afford to pay their rent and their mortgages, that we should be choosing
there's
our
the Hakeem
precious
Jeffries
treasure,
focus
little
on
treasure that we
affordability.
have in this country, to build an ornate castle on a scale of which is quite unprecedented and unbelievable without any sort of accountability to those funds.
Right, and then, I have to say, well, this has understandably been dominating the headlines. Something we've got to talk about that Trump's been trying very hard to keep out of those is Jeffrey Epstein, especially because acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was just sued over what the suit calls a brazen, shocking, and ongoing violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And as far as specifics, you hear this lawsuit being filed by Katie Fang, who's a political commentator and a journalist who used to be a lawyer and used to host a show on MSNBC. And she now runs an independent show on YouTube focused on politics and legal analysis.
Good for her. She's a fucking, honestly, at this point, I just got to call it what it is. She's a fucking hero.
Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and what she calls the Epstein elite. And her argument's direct, right? The Epstein Files Transparency Act mandated a release of the files. And she says that the DOJ failed to meet that standard, omitting documents and improperly redacting what was actually released. And because she relied—
That's your new fucking thing, is that Epstein was a Democrat?
On those documents to do her job, the DOJ's non-compliance is actively harming her ability to report.
I rely on compliance with the law for me to do my job.
The cope is with Coop.
I rely on compliance with the law for me to be able to process, discern, research, and do further investigation, and to report to you.
Nice.
About what I have learned, discovered, read, seen, heard, you name it.
Finally, weaponizing
But when there is
that little bit
active
of the
concealment
law,
going on by way of violation of a federal statute, I cannot do my job as a journalist. And so I'm suing.
Now, the lawsuit names Todd Blanche as the sole defendant, though it notes that many of the allegations actually stem from when he was deputy AG under Pam Bondi. And the lawsuit calls out specific files that weren't released, including some that pertain to Trump. Specifically, it notes that in one document, a woman accused Trump of assaulting her when she was a minor. You had the FBI following through on this claim in 4 separate interviews. The DOJ apparently produced 15 documents related to this alleged victim for Ghislaine Maxwell's attorneys, but only 7 of those documents were produced under the Epstein Act. And according to the lawsuit, contemporary reporting suggests
almost
that
like they're burying stuff.
Held materials include 50,
like we've been saying,
3 pages.
I mean, the dude's literally about to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, but here you go. This guy's focused on Jeffrey Epstein voted Democrat.
Of interview documents and notes,
fucking idiots
that remain unproduced.
Whatever,
so 53
man.
pages of FBI interview
You're getting played by your own party.
Material related
like, seriously.
to an alleged underage victim and an accusation.
You're only trolling yourself there, Pally.
Against Trump, handed over to Ghislaine Maxwell's defense, but
like,
apparently
seriously.
not released to the public. I want to be very clear about what is being
for it. I love watching these motherfuckers like this deep into it too. He is cratering in popularity. He is cratering our stance in the world. He's cratering our economy. Nothing is good right now. But sure, Democrats
said, and what is not being said.
We'll focus on the Democrats and the meanie bobini left. And
the lawsuit is not claiming
we're the victims,
claiming that the underlying allegation has been proven. Rather, what the lawsuit,
like I said, dude, you get worked.
Is claiming is that the federal government appears to be withholding documents the law requires them to release, and that the documents being withheld happen to involve
working with your bung, and you were just like, yeah, you know what?
Precedent. So with that, Fang is asking the court
Jeff.
for a few specific
Use me as your puppet.
First, she wants a declaration that Blanche failed to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Second, she wants the court to force him to remove unlawful redactions, thoroughly explain why any remaining redactions are necessary, and produce unreleased or retracted materials. And third, and this is also the move with the most teeth, she wants the court to appoint a special master to oversee Blanche's compliance.
The special master would not be in the DOJ. This
too.
special master would not work for the victims and survivors. This special master would work pretty much for the American people.
Yeah.
Appointed by the court, the special master would say, I'm going to call the balls and strikes as I see fit. Special master can also lay the groundwork for showing the non-compliance, which then results in contempt, enforcement, you name it. But at least it gets us to accountability, people.
Right, so a special master is essentially a court-appointed independent overseer, someone outside.
Don't you want to see that as Republicans too, guys?
The DOJ, outside of the political chain of command, with the authority to look at what's being released. And
that's what we need to do. We just need to pivot like halfway through the show. It's like, all right, now's the Republican portion of the show.
Decide what is actually compliant with the law. It is a very important kind of mechanism that is very hard to ignore once it's in place. So then with all this, unsurprisingly, you had Representative Ro Khanna, who's been leading the congressional push on the Epstein files, praising the suit, calling it historic and adding, this is one of the biggest cover-ups in the history of our nation. There must not be 2 tiers of justice. Now, as far as Blanche, for his part, he's repeatedly defended the DOJ's handling of the files earlier this month on Fox News, for example. He said this.
We have released everything. So listen, we reviewed 6 million.
That's my hero, Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche. I didn't know his name until the Pam Bondi thing, man. He totally doesn't look like a nervous Nelly. He looks like he's got everything figured out. I I'm very excited to see what he does for Donald Trump and our country. He's doing the right thing by burying them Epstein files. You know what? We got to bury them Epstein files, folks. At this point, I think that we went a little too hard on them. I think that, you know what, maybe we were wrong about some QAnon. I think that we just need to go back and we need to reevaluate and we need to stand behind our president. I just got to say, man.
Pieces of paper. What we
Don't you think so?
released with anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a single piece of paper. Nothing that should be released.
Here's the obvious problem. Blanche himself said that the DOJ reviewed 6 million pages, and reports have repeatedly noted that only 3.5 million pages were actually released. That is a 2.5 million page gap, so either Blanche misspoke or the DOJ is, by his own numbers.
No one cares about the Democrats in the files, man. The thing is, you're the only one that's separating them. We're saying the same thing. All of us are saying the same thing. We want them all to get locked up. You're the only one that's constantly doing the, what about the Democrats in the files? With just being a disingenuous retard and being used and worked by the elite class. Good job, dude. Jerry, you are literally a mouthpiece for the abusers that are the Epstein class. Jerry, I love to see it. I'm so glad that, again, they have mouthpieces like you out there.
On a lot of paper. And also a big thing here is that this lawsuit is not
Do you own a MAGA hat? No.
only push for accountability that's happening right now.
Hence the taped on MAGA.
In fact, just this morning, you had the Washington Post reporting that the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO, and
I'm just as, you know what, that just kind of, it
Independent
works.
Congressional Watchdog,
you know?
They're going to review the DOJ's handling of the files. And that review came after a group of senators led by Jeff Merkley asked the office to look into what they
This is
call
the head
the
I can
results
afford
and
until I
failure
get my Doge check. I'm still waiting on it. I knows it's coming. But you know what? I got faith in my president.
Department to follow the law, respond to Congress, and protect
If I
victims.
move too
You had Berkeley
quickly,
announcing
then
today
this
that the
falls off.
GAO has officially opened the investigation, saying the Trump administration is cruelly denying equal justice under the law for all of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and adding this independent investigation is an important step in holding this administration accountable for siding with the rich and powerful to help cover up the abuse of our most vulnerable. And then on top of that, just last week, we had the DOJ's own Inspector General's office saying that it would audit the redactions process. So you now have 3 separate pressure points: a federal lawsuit, a GAO investigation, and a DOJ Inspector General audit, all aimed at the same thing, really.
The Inspector General audit was something that even the Trump administration was like, wait, they're doing what now?
Whether the law is actually being followed and whether the documents are actually
What
being
up, Hermit?
released. But still, there is this underlying question of, will any of it stick? For the Epstein story, it's not dominating the news cycle like it was a few months ago. You've got Iran, Israel, people getting fired, the attempted shooting, the Federal Reserve fight, the things just go on and on. Attention shifted. But all of these things are happening, they are real, and they're moving in parallel. So one of the questions, in addition to does the public have the attention span here, is whether any of them have enough teeth to actually force some sort of release. Right? Lawsuits, they can be slow. GAO investigations, they can produce reports that get filed and forgotten. Inspector General audits, they can recommend changes that never get implemented. But the combination of all this, along with other people making sure that there is still a spotlight here, it's the most concentrated accountability push on the Epstein files since the law was passed. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out. But one thing is clear, and that is that the people that are pushing for accountability, they're not backing down. And then there's more we've got to dive into in
China. The Chinese virus, the Kung flu.
Then diving right back into the news, Iran is in a state of collapse. The UAE is leaving OPEC. And actually, that first thing that I said might be total bullshit, because it's just something that you had Trump posting on social media today. Writing, Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse, and adding, they want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which
it's kind of funny because I like how the market didn't correct on this.
I believe they will be able to do.
That was kind of the warning shot to Trump, where it's like, yeah, it's only Tuesday, dude.
But Trump
wait till Friday.
Also has previously claimed that Iran has been defeated, that it's undergone regime change, and that this new regime has agreed to most or even all of his demands, which apparently none of that is true. And already, you had a spokesperson for Iran's defense ministry seemingly contradicting Trump's latest claim, instead saying the Trump administration must abandon its illegal and irrational demands, and adding, the United States is no longer in a position to dictate its policy to independent nations. At least as of recording, it's not clear whether the White House has responded to Iran's latest proposal, which would have both countries immediately lift their blockades in the Strait of Hormuz while postponing talks regarding Iran's nuclear program. But it is expected that the administration will decline, especially since Trump's repeatedly claimed that keeping Iran from ever having a nuclear weapon is one of, if not the primary objective of this war. Though also, according to the New York Times, Iran's proposal has apparently been subject to vigorous debate.
Yeah, it's called fair use
inside the administration, with some believing it'll only take another couple of months of the U.S.
Philly D is very cool with that
blockade to cause enough long-term damage to Iran's energy industry that the regime
who I can and cannot, thank you,
will want to make a deal. Though you then have others others noting that Iran's positions have only hardened as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has solidified its hold on power. And actually with that, the US has reportedly assessed that neither the Supreme Leader nor the IRGC have actually given the negotiating team permission to make concessions on the nuclear program. So that's led some in the Trump administration to believe that only resuming military action can get the regime to change its tune. And with this, you have Axios reporting that Trump himself is also torn
So it's another case of Trump saying one thing and the Iran just going, no.
in launching new military strikes or
God,
waiting to
it's
see
so
whether
simple.
his maximum pressure economic campaign ultimately pays off.
yeah.
Though there is a chance that he's leaning toward the military option, with him reportedly telling one advisor recently that all Iran's leaders understand is bombs. But even with that, it's not clear that starting the war back up is going to work either. And there, you have places like The Atlantic reporting that even Vice President J.D. Vance has repeatedly questioned the Pentagon's portrayal of the war in Iran. And that's reportedly including the accuracy of information that it's provided about the American military's remaining missile reserves and the Iranian military
There's something big going on behind the scenes at the White House.
remaining capability.
The fact that J.D. Vance is coming out and like making that public is kind of crazy.
Right, because Trump, he's echoed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth when claiming that American stockpiles are virtually
going
unlimited and
understated
that
in
the
the media
Iranian
right
military
now.
is wholly defeated. But those claims, they might not be supported by the actual facts. Where the Center for Strategic and International Studies, for example, they've estimated that the U.S. may have gone through more than half of its pre-war supply of 4 key munitions. With officials and outside advisors reportedly telling The Atlantic that the use of key weapons over the past couple of months, it's produced a serious shortage that erodes America's ability to fight future wars. And that's as intelligence assessments reportedly say that Iran retains 2/3 of its air force, the bulk of its missile launching capability, and most of its small, fast boats that can lay mines and harass traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. And then also, in the meantime, while we're going to have to wait to see if we're going back to an active military confrontation, the U.S. and Iran have actually clashed at the United Nations in New York. And the background there is that the UN's begun a review of the implementation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which it's done every 5 years since the treaty took effect in 1970. And under that deal, the 5 original nuclear powers, the U.S., China, Russia, the UK, and France, they agreed to negotiate toward eliminating their nuclear arsenals someday. But you've also had UN Secretary General and
Yeah, but it doesn't help when the other party doesn't hold up their end of the bargain. You know, there's that whole in a ceasefire and in an agreement, it requires both parties to kind of honor the agreement.
Antonio Guterres.
You can't have it just be one-sided where it's like, yeah, America agrees and does it. You know what? They're going to do whatever the fuck they want.
Noting that despite the
It's kind of what we've been doing.
stated aim of the treaty, the number of nuclear warheads around
Maybe
the
we
world is
shouldn't be
increasing
doing
for the first
that.
time in decades, and countries like
But
the U.S.
it
and
doesn't
Russia,
help
they've
that we
even
have a
considered
child-brained
resuming live
president
nuclear
that-
testing. And then also,
this is
notably,
what he
Israel,
knows.
along with India, Pakistan, and North Korea, they all possess or are believed to possess nuclear weapons despite not being part of the treaty. And so in the meantime, nations without nuclear weapons, including Iran, they're supposed to be able to develop nuclear energy for peaceful purposes in exchange for their promise to not develop weapons. And with that, Iran's argued that this gives them the right to enrich uranium, but the treaty also doesn't explicitly say that. The treaty does, however, require that Iran and other nations cooperate with the UN nuclear watchdog, but the regimes also refused to give the agency's inspectors access to its main nuclear sites since they were bombed by the US last June. So because of that, as well as Iran's broader history of compliance issues with the NPT, you've had the US taking issue with its selection as one of 34 vice presidents of this conference, or with the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation arguing that Iran has shown contempt for its commitments under the treaty and saying, rather than choosing to use this review conference to defend the integrity of the NPT and call Iran to account, we instead elect Iran a vice president, and saying it is beyond shameful and an embarrassment to the credibility of this conference. So on the other side, you had Iran's ambassador to the UN in Vienna blasting the allegations from the U.S. as baseless and politically motivated and opposing the election of the U.S. as a
That's
vice
a hair
president.
choice.
And there, noting that the U.S. is the only country to have used nuclear weapons in war and also accusing the U.S. of expanding its nuclear arsenal in violation of the treaty and obstructing progress toward a nuclear weapons-free Middle East by supporting Israel. And notably, besides Iran, the U.S. is now increasingly facing criticism from its allies, with maybe the biggest example of that coming in the form of recent comments from German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who said about the U.S. this week, an entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership, especially by the so-called Revolutionary Guards. So I hope that this ends as quickly as possible. The Iranians are clearly stronger than expected, and the Americans clearly have no truly convincing strategy in the
Almost like
negotiations.
this is exactly what happened in these other wars that we lost.
In the meantime,
Ooh.
you're seeing fallout continuing
But
to grow.
American
With, for example, the
exceptionalism has kind of
United
managed to
Arab
forget
Emirates
that.
announcing that it's no longer going to be a member of OPEC as of May 1st, with OPEC being the organization of the petroleum exporting countries, and its other members include major oil-producing nations like Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. Now, that said, this decision, it has been rumored as a possibility for a while now, partly because of tense relations with Saudi Arabia, but also because of the UAE's desire to produce and sell more oil without being limited by quotas. And the impact over the long term, it could be significant since it's one of the group's biggest producers and one of the few with the ability to quickly increase production. So you have experts saying that its withdrawal will make it more difficult for the organization to calibrate supply and stabilize prices. Though in the meantime, the Strait being locked down, it means this probably won't have an immediate effect on the market as continued uncertainties kept the price of a barrel well over $100. So you've got U.S. gas.
Yeah, but Can you imagine?
Prices.
Dude, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, so we open the strait and it's going to skyrocket the prices of oil.
Now hitting their highest level since the start of the war. And then connected to that, you have the climate
is so dumb.
group 350.org
God,
publishing an analysis that
the
it says
elites
shows
are just,
the fallout from the war may cost.
There is the deep state is this. This is the deep state, and they need to keep you thinking that it's like, no, it's a shadow cabal standing around a table, all making all these little puppet decisions. Whoa! It's not Trump. It's not the leaders that are doing everything as far as like selling all of our futures to the billionaire class, the Epstein elite. Like, what the hell?
The world more than $1 trillion. That's not even counting knock-on
This is
effects.
the stuff that gets me to go kind of like, all right.
Inflation,
is
higher
this
fertilizer
what we
and food
deserve it?
costs,
I don't
lower
know.
economic activity, and rising employment. And then, of course, on the flip side, oil companies have been making money hand over fist. You had BP reporting today that its profits for the first quarter of the year had more than doubled.
Good for them.
You had the head of 350 saying in a statement, over the next few days, oil majors will report astronomical first quarter profits, much of it earned on the back of a war.
Like I said, there is no God. These people live happy lives.
War that has already killed thousands and impoverished millions. Adding, even if the Strait of Hormuz
There's no
reopens
karma,
tomorrow,
there's
an
no
obscene
God.
amount of money will continue to flow to oil coffers at the expense of
worst
ordinary
people
people
on the
already
planet.
struggling to afford fuel, electricity, and food. And then also,
Are the
speaking of
only
food,
ones
kind of
okay
shifting
with
gears, but
everything
also
right
still
now.
connected to all this, you now have
So-
Ukraine's Zelensky accusing Israel of purchasing grain that was stolen from territory occupied by Russia, saying the Israeli authorities cannot be unaware of which ships are arriving at the country's ports and what cargo they are carrying. And Ukraine actually summoned Israel's ambassador in Kyiv and handed him what was described.
I will admit that, yes, Democrats just cry instead of doing
As a
anything.
note
Yeah, it sucks.
protest. You also had
Or you have them sitting on their hands going like, we're just waiting for MAGA to fuck up enough.
Israel's foreign minister claiming that Ukraine hadn't provided any evidence
I'm no Democrat lover, dude.
for its claims, and adding, Israel is a state that abides by the rule of law.
Extremely.
A statement that also comes as Israeli troops are occupying parts of southern Lebanon and destroying homes that they
critical of
describe
the
as infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah. And you had the Israeli military today ordering residents of another 16 towns and villages in southern Lebanon to evacuate immediately. But with that, you also had the foreign minister claiming Israel has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon and adding, our presence in the areas by our northern border serves one purpose, protecting our citizens. And with that, well, Hezbollah has kept up its drone and rocket attacks against Israeli troops in Lebanon and in northern Israel, killing several people. Israeli air defenses have been largely effective, and Lebanese citizens have been killed at a much higher rate.
Have you ever been on
With
a
Israel
protest? I have been to many protests.
reportedly killing dozens since the ceasefire began, and recently bringing the total death toll in Lebanon since March 2nd to 2,521, with that including women, children, journalists, and medical workers. And it's also as Israeli strikes have kept up in Gaza, with some of the latest reportedly killing 5, including a 9-year-old boy. So now the total direct death toll there has almost reached 73,000, according to Gaza's health ministry. And that's as many are struggling to survive, even to just get their most basic needs met. Or with Doctors Without Borders accusing Israel of using water as a weapon by destroying and obstructing civilian water infrastructure as part of a campaign of what they said was collective punishment against Palestinians. But the situation there, it's largely been overshadowed by the broader conflict between the U.S. and Iran. And then there's even more that we've got to...
That's what we'll call that. All righty. So, this is fun. I know that he's like, oh, get it? Get it? 2 kings. I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I'm just trolling the libs. Trolling the libs with the whole fact that we kind of separated from the monarchy, and now kind of reminding them that, hey, this is what kind of started our whole country. But this shit's wild. I still can't get over this. Like, this shit. This is what he did, man. You understand that this picture right here, for every American, should be like, this should send chills down your fucking spine. This is the shit. Like, this is the alternate universe where we never left. Like, at this point, what, is Trump just a governor at this point? Is that what it is? Like, he's just a governor of the colony? We just gonna ignore, like, on the 250th year, like, that's what's also fucking crazy to me. 250 years of America. This is what he decides is this is what he wants to do? Like, what the actual fuck, man? I'm gonna just say, like, if I am gonna have this American, like, rah rah patriotism thing, then I'm gonna sit here and go, deuces. No. You put the Redcoats on the fucking Whitehouse lawn? Do you understand how this is the antithesis of everything that fucking George Washington and the founding fathers were about? Cool. Like, honestly, this should fuck with every MAGA chode. But nah. Hey, troll libs. We're trolling the libs by shitting on American values. We're shitting on the libs by inviting the Redcoats onto the White House lawn. Do you understand that this is like just symbolically something that we have fucking like we outlawed this in what 1814? Like what is, and this is we're the party of Lincoln, we're the party of America. We love the founding fathers. We consider the founding fathers to be just like gods, but not like our God Donald Trump. He's our true one savior. Holy shit. Fucking lobsterbacks on my White House lawn. I'm genuinely like upset about this. Like, this is one of those rare times where it's just like, yeah, you know what? Liberal tears me this and that. This, are you American? Okay. All right, if you're MAGA, like I said, you can like wear your red hat all you want, but why are you doing this? Why are you simping for Donald Trump when he is literally doing a symbolic fucking like, I invited the king and I told him bring some redcoats, it'll really piss off the libs, without recognizing that this, like, again, on our 250th fucking anniversary, are we just going to let everybody be that stupid and that disingenuous in their belief of the, like, in MAGA somehow being like this freaking superior entity and just being like, yeah, you know what? It totally matters more than any of our history or, you know, all the stuff that I pretended to care about for the majority of my life. Yeah, fuck that. Like, dude. But okay. Listen, numbnuts. When it's the foundation of our fucking country and we're not even 300 years old, you might want to shut the fuck up. You don't care about shit. You want to, like, at that point, you do kind of fit every, like, critique we throw out there. Do you want just a fascist overthrow of our government? Do you not actually care? Do you not actually love this country and our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and everything that has come to that has brought us to this place? Do you not actually love this country? It's almost like you don't. It's almost like you actually hate this country. It's almost like you want to change this country into something that it's not to fit what you think it should be. But like I said, that's not loving the country. That's actually hating the country. That's being an enemy. I don't know, man, because it seems like you want to fucking like just be very okay again with the symbolic something that is symbolic in the way that would, like, when they say like our founding fathers are rolling over in their graves, this is the shit right here. You do understand that, like, the people that founded this country died to protect us from these asshats and the very idea of a monarchy. But okay, it's just another day. It's just another day. The problem with this is, if Biden did this, you would literally be saying the same shit. But you would also be doing it with Fox News and everybody behind you, and then it would turn into, well, the left doesn't love America. Look, they like the Redcoats. Meanwhile, I am intellectually consistent enough to be like, no, I'd be pissed off at whoever fucking did this. Because again, if we're going to look at the symbols, the White House doesn't matter. If that's your attitude, then the White House doesn't matter. None of it matters. The history of America does not matter. So, how's that loving America? Do you understand that that is kind of intellectually dishonest, and you wanted to debate this, but it seems like you can't. But whatever, man. Take this one in, because it's just another reminder that Trump doesn't give a shit, and he's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants to do. But an already unpopular president using this type of fucking symbolism, I'm pretty sure that, like, the average independent American ain't gonna be fucking cool with this. So just remember, that's not you. You do not represent your average American. Hell, you don't even know who your average American is, because you're definitely too steeped in your fucking side there. MAGA works off conservative postmodernism. Yep. King George is smiling. Yep. They're fun. All right. This is actually kind of crazy. This is where I'm going to have a little critique of the Democrats because I think that this is fucked up. House Democrats urge Trump to keep U.S. ban on Chinese cars. I actually want him to lift this because there's a bunch of like Chinese electric cars that I'm interested in. I would love to get one of those electric trucks. Fuck. Especially if they're as affordable as they are in China. Whew. Sign me up. On Tuesday, more than 70 House Democrats led by Representatives Debbie Dingell and Ro Khanna, surprise, urged Donald Trump to maintain the ban on Chinese automakers building and selling vehicles in the United States. Yeah, totally. It has nothing to do with the auto lobby. Everybody, like, does anybody have that whole like tracker for who pays who? If you, Sylvie, you actually might know what I'm talking about. Yeah, like Ro Khanna, who pays his bills? I'm gonna guess that's the auto lobby. The Biden administration imposed sweeping regulations in January 2025, effectively banning Chinese passenger vehicles, citing national security concerns linked to the ability of these vehicles to collect sensitive data on American owners. At this point, okay, dude, our own government is like collecting our information and selling it to Palantir willy-nilly. You think that all of a sudden I'm supposed to feign like, oh my god, they made sensitive data about where I go. You know, in their letter, this kind of sounds like they don't want it because they know that like the Chinese cars will be popular, and then they'll have to drive one, and then it might like spy on them. Oh no. How about you guys don't get them? How about if you work in the government, no Chinese cars for you? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm done. It's fucking America. America doesn't make anything good. Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't the America that I grew up with. The hell, the boomers that have like this shit where you're just like, oh yeah, everything made in America, great. Biden administration imposed sweeping regulations. We get it. In their letter, Democrats argue that we must not cede the American auto industry to strategic competitors intent on global dominance. Like there's nothing separating this rhetoric from MAGA or like the right. Are you kidding me? Trump stated in January he was open to Chinese automakers building plants in the United States, though the White House this month denied any intention to compromise national security for an industrial investment. Earlier this month, that means that I think they already sold them. Gonna be real. Earlier this month, 3 Democratic senators urged similar action ahead of the planned summit with Xi Jinping, while Republican Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio has proposed legislation to seal off the market entirely. This is a rare L. Rare L. All right. That's too generous. This is just another L. Well, all right, there we go. This is just another L from the Democrats. So, yeah, Mitch just saw it randomly, but didn't watch it. Solution to the Chinese EV issue: American car companies make better fucking cars. Yeah, that'd be nice. Pep, the tool is integrity index. Integrity index. Here. Just in case. I do this off screen. Row. Why isn't Ro Khanna on this? There's my name. Yeah, I got it. Row. Oh, it's because net assets raised $10 million. Doesn't say net assets. Right there. Oh, really? Hack types, $4,000. That's it. $100,000 from the crypto and AI industry. That makes sense. It doesn't say. Okay, if there's no packs, then. Okay. There's also mainstream tools like Open Secrets that track campaign finances. USAIQ is as a collective never reached room temperature. You know, as an American, I'll allow that criticism. We're not exactly, no. No, because collectively, like we're too busy fighting each other. There's only a very, very like small percentage of Americans that are just like, yeah, like me personally, I would do away with fighting MAGA on a whole bunch of shit. Of course, like I'm not going to compromise my integrity and like my morals or any of that shit. But I'm just saying, like, I would be open to just being like, hey, can we figure out like some of this affordability shit? Can we figure out taxing and all this where it realistically does not ever it doesn't fall on us normies? We do, like, there are things that you can sell to these people and ways to do this that we are never going to even get to discuss, and that's part of the plan here. Like, and I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it really is. The plan is to just keep us fighting each other. Appeals court rejects Trump administration's mandatory ICE detention policy. On Tuesday, New York-based Second Court of Appeals rejected Trump administration's policy of mandatory detention for long-term immigrants, affecting Connecticut, New York, and Vermont. All right, so here's the Comey thing. We'll cover this, but I also have to.
We still don't know the charges, but we do know what this is related to. Again, remember the first round, the first indictment was about him lying to Congress and these leaks to the press. That has nothing to do with this indictment. We are told that this has to do with the case that you heard Caitlin Polans talking about earlier, this investigation from Secret Service into Comey's social media post that he posted a picture on the beach of seashells that said 8647. Then he deleted that post, but at the time Republicans said that he was trying to incite violence against President Trump using that kind of social media post there. Now, I will tell you that the source that I spoke to directly correlated this to what happened on Saturday night, saying we've already seen all of this incitement of violence. We just saw it again on Saturday night. Not that these two things were directly related, but referencing the event on Saturday night while talking about this indictment in particular and the case around this social media post. It will be interesting to hear what we hear from the Justice Department on this, if there is any kind of actual correlation talking about this incitement of violence. But it also comes at a point where we are hearing from this White House nonstop saying that this is all about political rhetoric, that the reason that there have been so many assassination attempts have been because of rhetoric against President Trump. Obviously, we know that rhetoric on both sides of the aisle has been increasingly violent in this political environment that we are currently in. But that is what we know so far about the current indictment against James Comey, that this is about that social media post, which at the time the Secret Service said that they were going to investigate.
Kristen, thank you so much for that reporting.
So another sham investigation that's going to get laughed out of court.
Caitlin Polans is with us now. So Caitlin, the sourcing indicates that this is over that 8647 post that James Comey published online now years ago. There's
I don't think that you hear First Amendment from these guys.
no indication, there's no evidence at this point that we're aware of that's in the public that that post had anything to do with what happened on Saturday night, correct?
Correct. Boris, that post was from May of 2025, so several months ago, almost a year ago. And at the time, what happened, I was just going back to remember exactly how this went down. Comey posted it. 8647 people who were Trump allies and Republicans responded to it, initially believing that it was a call to potentially assassinate the president. 86 is what is commonly used in restaurant speak to say when something is out or no more. And 47 would be the 47th president's. The seashell post back in May of 2025, James Comey, after this was posted, after there was blowback from Republicans and people who were allied with Donald Trump, he took the post down and he said publicly, I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. But the Department of Homeland Security Secretary at the time, Kristi Noem, she said that she did want to have Comey investigated for the assassination, for calling for an assassination of Donald Trump, and that Kash Patel, the FBI director.
This motherfucker All right.
Was also standing by to work on that investigation.
Only his idiots are the ones that are going to like get behind they're weaponizing the courts. They're weaponizing the courts. They're not going after these dangerous people.
Spoke to Comey. It didn't result in anything at that, but as Kristen noted, we are in a different moment, and this has been a moment where the Justice Department and Donald Trump have wanted to see James Comey investigated, prosecuted, indicted for multiple different inquiries. We know that there have been multiple inquiries around Comey, his work as the FBI director, potentially other things that had happened after he was the FBI director, the perjury case that he previously...
in normie land, everybody that's worked with James Comey has actually said he's like one of the most like upright, upstanding fucking directors they ever had. The motherfucker literally was pivotal in the Hillary Clinton trial.
Faced in the
in making it like a bigger deal than it was. Like he was the one that was just like, yeah, you know what? We need to investigate her email.
Eastern District of Virginia.
Thus helping Trump fucking win the presidency. But yeah, you know what?
That evidence was very much.
I can't have anybody critical of me. I can't hear the meanie bobini things. I'm getting too frustrated. Everybody needs to love me. Everybody needs to love me. If they don't love me, then I'm coming after them. They're my enemies.
Locked down by a judge after the dismissal of that case. We are still waiting to hear exactly what else is going on.
Yeah, it's such TDS when this motherfucker is literally going after anybody critical of him.
On here,
it's not odd at all that a person on this planet would just have that much of a fucking obsession. It's not like North Korea or anything. We're being hyperbolic.
To the clerk's office in North Carolina, in the federal court that would be covering the beaches there, which is very possibly where this would have been, where he would have taken that photo. They have nothing yet that they knew of, and I'm looking at the court records, and there's nothing online at this time. So we're waiting more from either the court or the Justice Department or from Comey himself to get a response.
Well, considering that they already tried to send this to a grand jury, the grand jury laughed at them. That was because a grand jury will indict a fucking ham sandwich. So
right now, still a lot of questions.
You're gonna have a hell of a uphill battle with this one, because again, not only just the First Amendment, the obvious First Amendment implications here, where it's just like, wait a minute. So you're saying that we can't send out tweets, especially ambiguous ones too, because this one in any fucking court of law would just be like,
this indictment, it clearly is something much different than what Donald Trump has been so angry about over all these years, the Russia investigation that James Comey oversaw in 2016. Instead, it's about a social media post that James Comey took down and said he intended no harm with from May of 2025.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, a curveball there. Caitlin Polans, thank you so much. Or thanks to Kristen Holmes at the White House as well.
It's so fucked up that they can smile at shit like this.
Let's bring in national security attorney
and like just normalize it too.
Bradley Moss. Bradley, thanks for being with us. What is your reaction to this news? James Comey indicted for a second time.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, Donald. Eventually you'll get him. Look, we're waiting to hear, as Caitlin just noted, where this was even brought and what the charges are. Two of the likely angles that she mentioned there, if they were to try that again, whether it's the perjury issue that was tried in the Eastern District of Virginia, or if it's that photo with the 8647, if they try to bring up some kind of threat against the president, prosecution along those lines. Those would be a joke. They're, the pretrial motions write themselves. A third-year law student can get those.
I was about to say third year.
Tossed,
Dude, I'm not even a fucking law student.
Alone.
I watch YouTube. I watch law YouTube.
The top team he'll have defending him.
Fuck. Sovereign citizens. A sovereign citizen would even look at this and just be like,
Don't know. And what would be interesting to see is this the first shot coming out of South Florida, where we know there's this ongoing attempt by Trump allies in the Justice Department to try to bring some sort of grand conspiracy charge dating all the way back to 2016 and Crossfire Hurricane and the intelligence community assessment of 2017. They are finally trying to bring that case. It'll be fascinating to see if they are. It's riddled with legal problems. waiting to see what the indictment shows, but I am
Love
not
that they
by
keep saying 86, 47.
impressed
Yeah,
by
it's
this
almost like
maneuver.
that would have to be censored
I also wonder
if there's anything
about recent changes at the
merit here.
DOJ, and specifically I'm talking about
PEP law is a perfectly legitimate enterprise.
former Attorney General Pam Bondi's exit. President Trump on social media posted about his frustrations over her not pursuing prosecutions against some of his political rivals, Comey among them, as well as Letitia James, James Brennan, etc. Does it say something about how the new acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, President Trump's former personal attorney, might approach these cases?
Say hi to everybody.
Yeah, it's certainly something we're going to learn about in the pretrial motions, no doubt, in some form of discovery. Is were there declination memos? Did this already try to get brought up? And Pam Bondi, of all people, who was by no means weak-willed when it came to trying to bring prosecutions in support of Donald Trump's vendetta, did she turn these down? And yet Todd Blanche and now Joe DiGenova as well, who was brought in as a counselor to DOJ out in Florida, are they now trying to bring this over the objections of career prosecutors who previously rejected this? It's going to look terrible for the Justice Department and its reputation, no doubt, when this all gets fleshed out in some form of criminal discovery, and if this ever gets to trial, which I don't expect it will. But Donald Trump doesn't care about that. What he wants is what he's getting right this moment, which is the headline, James Comey indicted. He wants the spectacle. He doesn't care about what comes out in the
Yes,
end.
and it's almost like a remove means you can remove the president from office.
Gets prosecuted and convicted.
Yeah,
That's just a bonus for Donald Trump. He wants these chyrons right now.
And no doubt, whether there's a case, whether he winds up getting prosecuted, however the case gets adjudicated, it is expensive to mount a defense. And there's no doubt that Comey wasn't looking forward to headlines like this. So it is interesting that you raised that point. Bradley Moss, thanks so much for the perspective.
Yeah, but he can countersue for a whole bunch of shit. At this point, I think his lawyers are even ready for this. All right. GOP divided by DHL's funding bill. That's odd.
Also on the Hill today, the fight to fund DHS is erupting once again. Saturday's attack at the White House Correspondents' Dinner reignited calls to pass the stalled bill. It's all the more urgent because funding from Trump's executive order, which is paying the salaries of many DHS workers right now, could soon run out. The White House is now calling it a national emergency and putting the blame
I covered all that yesterday.
on Democrats. But it's
old news, dude.
actually Republicans who are divided.
I do a daily show here, man. So you're talking about old news. You want to catch that? Go check my VOD from yesterday.
Because the Senate passed bill does not include money for ICE and Border
It's
Patrol.
a 7-hour show.
It has some problematic language because it was haphazardly drafted, and so we've stated our objections about that very clearly.
So you will never put that on the floor?
We have a modified version that I think is going to be much better for both chambers.
I think we did everything we can to ensure that everything was appropriately funded.
Senator, the shooting on Saturday, how do you think that impacts the Homeland Security funding debate and the reconciliation debate for Congress?
I think it intensifies the need to take action.
Thanks for the $2.
Joining us now, Democratic Congressman of Pennsylvania, Brendan Boyle. He is ranking member of the House Budget Committee. It's good to see you, Congressman. Do you have any real sense yet of what Speaker Johnson's modified version of a DHS funding bill looks like?
No, I don't. That's actually news to me. You know, 25 days ago, the Senate unanimously passed, and think about that, unanimously, from the most conservative Republican to the most progressive Democrat and everywhere in between, they passed a bill that fully funds DHS with the exception of the two controversial agencies, ICE and CBP. Mike Johnson publicly committed
Thank you for the $2.
to bringing it up for a vote, and the president endorsed it. And yet, here we are 3.5 weeks later, and that hasn't happened, and DHS is still not funded. So it is bizarre to me because if Mike Johnson were to put such a bill on the floor that the Senate passed, it would pass the House with both Democratic and Republican support and pass by overwhelming margin. So I really don't know what the Speaker is doing, and people I talk to on both sides can't understand the strategy here at all.
Feels like we've been
It's almost
talking forever like the clock is ticking. So here we are again. DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin says,
what's the angle here? So there's a deal, right? But this is not like for Homeland Security. There's something else here. Someone's getting paid.
Out of money for paychecks the first week of
or not. Well, someone's not getting paid so somebody gets paid.
May.
Like way more money that they probably don't even need.
Add to that, DHS says more than 1,100 TSA officers have left the agency during this shutdown. I know you followed that story. Most of them said, listen, we need a job that is dependable, and they were sick of working and not being paid. Could this be a pressure point that actually works toward finding a solution? What do you think?
Well, I hope so. I mean, even as you were recounting that, I thought, here we go again. As Yogi Berra once said, it's deja vu all over again. Obviously, the quickest way to resolve this is simply for Mike Johnson to allow the House to vote on the bill that passed the Senate unanimously. We'd be able to get this done and to the president's desk literally within 24 hours. I just can't understand why he won't do it.
As Congress grapples with how to fund DHS, some of your Republican colleagues are now pitching legislation to provide $400 million to build Trump's White House ballroom. Trump had said it wouldn't cost anything. He has not signed on to that proposal. What do you make of that idea that there should be a bill saying, here's $400 million, build your ballroom?
Well, first, it's fairly obscene after the horrific attempted shooting of this weekend to then grab on to security as the underlying justification for building a White House ballroom. Keep in mind, when the president announced his ballroom project, at no point ever in any of his statements did he cite security as the reason why he was doing this. We all know it's a big vanity project. The same way he's building an entire arch across Arlington Bridge right in front of Arlington National Cemetery. The same way he illegally etched his own name on to the Kennedy Center, the living memorial to our last assassinated president, great John F. Kennedy. That's all this is. One final point on this. Let's suppose the Republicans succeeded and did include $400 million for Trump's big, beautiful ballroom. What exactly would that mean? Because corporations have already privately financed this and donated $400 million. So would that mean U.S. taxpayers are turning around and sending checks to some of the wealthiest and most successful entities in America? Truly, truly obscene.
Lindsey Graham suggests it should not be used, those donations should be used for things like China.
I'm sorry. It's hard to take that seriously.
Lindsey
Graham also...
What the fuck, guys? Like, seriously, how are you and MAGA, like, listening to this and you're just like, yeah, find China. We need to pay for the China.
Said
the fine fucking, if you don't even know what China is because none of you actually have culture, the fucking, the expensive plates.
Yesterday that 90%
China
of the American people want the
I call it American plates.
ballroom.
I can't call it China.
I don't think he's very good at reading poll numbers. I can tell you 90% of the American people want lower costs. 90% of the American people want gas prices back below $3 a gallon where they were before Trump's ridiculous war in Iran. People want cheaper health care, lower food prices, etc. They certainly don't want hundreds of millions of dollars of their taxpayer money going to an unnecessary...
The news is... well, okay, so here's the thing. I kind of thought about this. I have high expectations of them because I have conflated news with commentary. So I'm kind of walked this back. Like, yes, it's disturbing that they're doing this with straight faces, but that's how it always kind of has been done from the military. Like, everybody talks about Walter Cronkite, which overrated. He was a mouthpiece for the fucking, the elites. Let's be real here. He was just good at it. And this idea that, oh, never in the history of the world did only 5 corporations own everything. It's like, especially when it comes to broadcasting, it's like, what? They were called the Big Three for a reason, but okay.
Necessary vanity project in a ballroom.
Congressman Brendan Boyle, appreciate you coming on the program. Thank you.
Dang, did all the right-wing chats boot your ass on site. So you're trolling the left. Oh man.
Today, more potential warning signs for
Hey,
Republicans in the
Stephanie.
midterms. A new poll from the Cook Political Report finds that Democrats are currently leading battleground districts by 6 points on a generic congressional ballot. And, quote, if that advantage were to hold come November, any district Trump carried by
he's
10
making
points or
biscuits.
less could
He
be in
makes them
significant danger of flipping into Democratic hands. Joining me now to discuss former Democratic Senator Doug Jones,
heard
who's
that
currently
sounds
running for
weird.
governor of Alabama, and Reed Galen, who worked on a number of GOP campaigns. He is now president of JoinTheUnion.us and host of the Homefront podcast. Doug, this survey was done earlier this
Homefront.
month in 36 seats that are most likely going to decide
Kid, he
control
took
of
the
the
spot.
House.
Yes, he did.
We know
he's
polls
making
are just
biscuits. Look at him. He's making them. He's
shots
doing
at
the
a certain
biscuits.
point in time. We know how wrong they often are. But that being said, what did you take away from these findings?
Well, I think it's getting worse for Republicans right now. They seem to be on a downhill slide, and that was a month ago. I would imagine that right now it's even worse with everything going on. I think Democrats are seeing the benefit of independents moving their way. What I call, and I probably Reed does as well, the double haters, those that do not like either Republicans or Democrats, seem to be moving toward the Democratic Party and the Democratic candidates. I think that this can change on a dime in today's world.
I think so
right
too.
now,
I think that that's one thing that the every time I see his smug face, every time Hakeem Jeffries comes out, and he's just like, yeah, we're just waiting for them. We're waiting to get the midterms because they're going to fall flat on their face. We're up with this demographic, blah, 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 blah.
now you got to figure that the Republicans are really scrambling to try to figure out how to maintain control, not just of the House, but of the Senate as well.
Okay, double haters are one thing, but Reed, the polls also show that Republicans are rapidly losing support among independents. And
The
in
independent
general,
vote is
voters are not
shifting.
buying
They
this
are
blame
losing
Biden
them in
argument when it
record
comes to the
numbers.
economy. So where does this leave the GOP? Does the party have anything to run on?
Well, I mean, they've always had trouble with Donald Trump being in office, but not on the ballot. We saw this in 2018, which is he is an albatross around their numbers. Of course, his support is through the toilet right now. So he's in the low 30s, which means really the only people who are going to say yes, that they support him in a survey are those people who are the last of the last bastions of the MAGA, the Mandarins. And so what you have is not just the double haters, as the senator mentioned, but also what you have are independents, as you noted, but also Republicans who maybe they are the folks who didn't like Trump at first, but they're Republicans, they got in line. 10 years on, they're a little sick of it. But I would also not ignore a lot of his dyed-in-the-wool voters, or those who have been, the guys who, are now paying $5 a gallon for diesel, right? Farmers and ranchers who are trying to figure out how to do all these things. When the costs go up, the price per pound is going down, but there's nothing they can do about it. And then you talk about small businesses, $180 billion in tariffs. So this is just one bad policy thing after another out of the Republicans. It's very difficult to run on, I think, between now and November.
Okay, but Democrats are not sitting pretty, and I'm going to ask both of you this question, but I like Doug more, so he gets more time. He gets to go second, okay? Because there's key context here in it. I want to have the quote right, where it says, voters don't like Democrats either. Democrats in Congress are actually more underwater than their Republican counterparts, and 1 in 5 Democrats think their own party is out of touch. Democrats are once again counting on the anti-Trump intensity to power their ballot box success, which means they may have already hit their ceiling of support. What do you think this means going forward, Reed? I mean,
I like how
and
she
here's
does
the
the
thing.
thing where it's
If
like,
Democrats think, if they know
ain't
they're
great.
out of touch, here's the thing. Get in touch, boys and girls. It's in your hands.
Well, look, I mean, I think that getting in touch is difficult for them and going to be very difficult for them in the next 6 months. What I have observed, Stephanie.
But why? Tell me why.
Because they are very comfortable playing what I would call the James Carville play possum strategy, which is Republicans are going to be so unpopular that we don't really have to say much or believe in much. And so what we're going to do is first do no harm. And that, frankly, in my time fighting
farm
alongside Democrats,
foreclosures are up
usually no offense to the senator,
57%
their
this
preferred
year.
choice because they don't want
Mostly
to
in
do
the
anything
Midwest.
that might actually upset someone or frankly enthuse someone. So will they take the House?
Damn,
I think
she's
there's
on
a good
fire.
chance.
Stephanie
Could they
rules.
take 30 seats? They probably could. But my guess is that would have to be something that
there?
involved a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of out-of-the-box thinking, and a lot of folks who frankly aren't running the show right now.
All right, so this one's weird. Vance is questioning whether the Pentagon is giving Trump the full picture.
Let's bring in MS Now senior national security reporter David Rode, longtime Pentagon reporter Barbara Starr, author of Barbara Starr
Talking
Reports on
Heads.
Substack, and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Ben
God, I hate
Hodges.
corporate Dems. Yeah, it sucks.
Guys, I have to warn you, we may have to interrupt at some point because of the King's arrival, but let's try to get in as much as we can. And David, first, I want to start with you. What more can you tell us about
I'm
this
so
move
sick
by
of
the
the
UAE?
fucking British monarchy.
It's part of, I think, their frustration with the war, that they felt that not enough has been done by the U.S. and other Arab allies. So it's another blow to OPEC, which was the dominant trader, in the world in terms of oil, but it'll weaken OPEC. And it's a sign, I think, of the stakes, again, of resolving this conflict as soon as possible with Iran.
And we see the
King
oil
Charles
prices
was
continue
here
to go
today.
up this morning already. David, what else can you tell us about what we're hearing was a meeting with the president, his national security team, over this proposal that Iran has offered?
So just a few minutes ago, the president posted on Truth Social. Again, it wasn't anything startling, but he basically said Iran is again like begging for us for a deal. He said that Iran is like on the verge of collapse. Apparently, he's talking about economically. But I've talked to analysts about this, and they feel there's a danger that the administration is relying too much on a belief that Iran is collapsing economically and how much pain they can endure. There was
it's almost like he's getting bad information. It's as simple as this. They're telling him this because they're also afraid to give him bad news. So it's it's an Ouroboros.
Number that the president said over the weekend that the Iranian oil system.
Maybe the Dems do have. Maybe they got something there as far as like the
oil will sort of collapse and even be damaged within 3 days. That's
Seems
not
they got it
accurate,
pointed
according
right
to
there.
oil experts.
Barbara, with President Trump reportedly not happy with
Marxist.
Iran's latest offer and no
Howdy.
direct in-person meetings planned,
How
how do
you
you
doing?
view the
Welcome to the
state of
show.
talks right now?
Well, it seems like they're going nowhere unless somebody decides to get off dead center here. The president very ambivalent, publicly at least, about Iran's latest offer. Iran still wanting to set aside for the future any discussion of its nuclear program. And remember, that presumably was the reason that President Trump started the war. He said he did not want Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon.
Liberal or socialist?
And all
Socialist.
of the military campaign so far
Democrats.
has not gone very
If I
far
have to get
towards preventing that. It's been a conventional bombing campaign to take out infrastructure and leadership. So right now it seems difficult to see how you get all of this moving again.
Barbara, I want to play what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said yesterday when asked about Iran's proposal to open the Strait of Hormuz but postpone the talks on its nuclear program. Listen.
If what they mean by opening the straits is, yes, the straits are opened as long as you coordinate with Iran, get our permission, or we'll blow you up, and you pay us, that's not opening the straits. Those are international waterways. They cannot normalize, nor can we tolerate them trying to normalize a system in which the Iranians decide who gets to use an international waterway and how much you have to pay them to use it.
Here's the thing. Now that Iran has discovered this tactic, how does the U.S. now contend with this newfound leverage Iran has? Can't they always have it as an option to close the strait, Barbara?
Well, it appears so, and it appears that they feel quite emboldened by the war that President Trump began. And remember, the U.S. Navy now essentially says it's conducting a global blockade. No shipping tied to Iran moving anywhere. They are turning ships back and seizing ships with the use of the U.S. military. The general knows more about this than anybody else. But if you're going to devote military assets to that, that's a long-term proposition, very labor-intensive, very expensive, and perhaps far from foolproof.
In general, The Atlantic has some reporting today on the vice president's concerns about what we're hearing from the Pentagon. Writing in closed-door meetings, J.D. Vance has reportedly questioned the Defense Department's depiction of the war in Iran and whether the Pentagon has understated what appears to be the drastic depletion of U.S. missile stockpiles. Two senior administration officials told us that the vice president has queried the accuracy of the information the Pentagon has provided about the war. He has also expressed his concerns about the availability of certain missile systems in discussions with President Trump. Several people familiar with the situation told us. That's according to The Atlantic. General, how does this disconnect happen?
Well, I think that the credibility of the Secretary of Defense has been in question for quite some time. The lack of transparency there and the Rambo sort of speaking style that is focused on lethality all the time versus the strategic effects that our Department of Defense needs to be achieving. So I'm not surprised that the Vice President would begin to question what comes out of there. It seems to me that the administration has not gotten it right yet on understanding what's actually going on inside the heads of our opponents. There's no doubt that Central Command, the Navy, the Air Force, and our intelligence community, they've been able to pinpoint things and specific targets, but the harder challenge is understanding what is your enemy thinking? What are they planning to do? And it seems like we've been wrong from the very beginning on this.
And we see the receiving line there at the White House. That includes the Secretary of Defense as members of the British royal delegation are arriving. Still haven't laid eyes on the King or the Queen. But, General, if the Vice President can't trust the information coming from the Secretary of Defense and the Pentagon, how is anyone else supposed to trust it? What are the implications of that trust gap?
Well, trust is one of the most important elements of our national power inside the military profession, between our intelligence professionals. You depend on each other, and this trust is something that has to be protected. Instead, the Secretary has chosen to go after all of our allies. He has undermined the chain of command, firing senior officers without any explanation or cause. And these are the kind of things that erode trust, because people begin to assume that, you know, if your loyalty is not to him or directly to the president versus the Constitution, then there's a corrosive effect on how we deal with each other. And I think if the vice president is concerned about the trust, or if he cannot trust the Secretary of Defense, then I think they need to take a real hard look at who is the Secretary of Defense and what's going on there.
All right. Well, that tells me that there's more internal strife than we thought. Also, I do still think that Kash Patel is on the chopping block. Also, I think, oh, wait. Where is this? Hold on. I had a video that I wanted to watch. I just realized that's probably buried in here because I watched it off. I watched like a very small portion of it off stream. There it is.
Well,
okay, so it was I've Had It lady with Jim Acosta. Not a big fan of Jim Acosta. Honestly, I've had it. I'm getting to that point with it where I enjoy their politics, I guess, but there's certain parts of the podcast that I'm just kind of over. But they discuss Kash Patel in like the cheating scandal.
Joining me today to discuss all of the White House correspondent ordeal debacle
speed this one
is
up,
my friend Jim Acosta, host of the Jim Acosta Show. Jim, so you were there. Were you in the ballroom at the?
I was actually not at the dinner. So I didn't go because I said, you know, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be a part of anything where Trump was going to speak and trash the free press.
He's one of those guys that once he left CNN, if I saw him in the street, I would have no idea that's Jim Acosta.
Everything. So I thought about getting a table for me and my guys, and we just said, no, let's not do it this year. Let's do it another year.
Or something?
So I was at the Substack party where, you know, there was other stuff going on. But, you know, I mean, we can talk about the dinner itself. But to me, like, you know, this is yet another reason why this event should be scrapped in its current form. It should not continue like this.
Well, let's get on to some pressing matters. Number one, I like to browbeat Kash Patel, obviously, because he's such an easy target. So here is right after the shooting. And here is some video of Cash Money working as director of the FBI. Let's play this clip. So there he is, looking around, dazed, confused, just
it's like James Bond.
Yeah, that's
It's
also part of it.
007 right there.
I did realize that. Yeah, you're usually up to date on the topic by the time they actually get to it.
There he is.
Exactly.
Vodka martini, shaken, not stirred, and definitely shaken.
And then here's this bit from the New York Times regarding Kash Patel that I thought was just fantastic. Pop this up.
Yeah.
Patel was seen being ushered out of the Hilton through the lobby
This
at
is funny.
10:02 p.m., about 90 minutes after shots were fired. The Washington Post reported his girlfriend, who was also invited by the mail, was hiding in a room holding hands with another man, but later left with Patel, the New York Times reported. And I don't know if you remember this tweet that Kash put out a few months ago, that his girlfriend was a country music sensation and she had done more for this country in 10 lifetimes than anybody else. So I can only imagine how badly Kash is reeling from this reveal that Alexis is holding hands with somebody in a closet somewhere.
Yeah. That one is strange. I mean, there's a lot of strange stuff going on that night.
Let's be real. That is a little sus.
There was Stephen Miller apparently hiding behind Katie Miller.
Good evening. Yeah,
they
right.
rushed out J.D. Vance before they rushed out Trump. I mean, this whole thing was a shit show. And, the only folks who came out, smelling like a rose, it seems to me, were the folks in the press. I thought, despite the fact that I didn't want to go to the event and I thought, it wasn't right that people in the press were having this event with Trump, I thought Weijia Jiang, the head of the Correspondents Association, handled it well. But I mean, this was a shit show from top to bottom. I mean, first of all, why is it that the president, the vice president, and the Speaker of the House, the line of succession is right there. They're all in one ballroom that is not being guarded that well. Like, you're just in a hotel where people can just check in, and apparently the shooter was able to check in without any kind of security. I mean, the whole thing is nuts. And I've been saying this since last year.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry you're getting bored now.
This event just needs to be rethought. Like, this idea that the press.
Well, Jim, it's going to be in the new ballroom now.
Yeah.
Whatever, man.
It's going to be in the new $400 million ballroom. He's already rethought it. Did you see in the manifesto of the shooter that he said his targets were Trump and some people in the administration, but not, and he referred to him as Mr. Patel.
Extremely cheerful.
I haven't. I don't know. But I mean, Kash Patel, we were going into this weekend, we were hearing that he might be fired. So it's either he's going to be next or Pete Hegseth is going to be next. This is not a good week for Kash Patel or anybody in law enforcement. I mean, the Secret Service has let this happen again. Where somebody was able to,
realistically,
pull this off.
At some point, the Democrats, if the Democrats were worth a damn, they would have brought up no, this was a blatant failure of your Secret Service, and we really need to reevaluate this.
You
want to talk about security? Okay, let's talk about your security then.
There is no,
why so many failures?
He's going to continue to, and people were saying, in the press, oh, look how conciliatory he was being after this was over, and all. And I'm like, and then it was like 24 hours later, he's already shitting on the press again with Norah O'Donnell, 60 Minutes.
Well, and here's my thing. If the press has to point out, look at the big boy who's acting like a big boy for 30 minutes. This is just such a low bar. And I think that the fact that the whole normalization of it, of everybody sitting there, because I was kind of watching it. And I just feel like Stephen Miller sitting in Kash Patel and all of these people who are dismantling democracy sitting there, and everybody's playing patty cake, like, oh, this is normal, and we're working with the president on this. When a lot of people, yourself included, you get really serious threats when the president goes after you or those in his administration go after you. And this is not a guy that likes the First Amendment.
That's true.
And this is not a guy who likes the opposing political party he calls vermin. So all of the optics of that really bothered me. But Jimmy Kimmel,
apparently he was going to come in and trash the press. Apparently he was going to give this revenge speech. Caroline Leavitt, apparently she was on Fox beforehand saying shots are going to be fired tonight. Have you seen that video of her saying that?
Stop with that shit. That's lame as shit.
Caroline told the truth.
Oh my God, because that's not a term of phrase at all. Shut up.
To me,
oh my God, Valhalla jumped on that one too. I was just like, dude,
to the side.
Like, even if you believe this was staged, like, what the fuck? Now you're just chasing shit.
Trump
like,
trashing
stop.
the press and so on. They also had the Ellison table at CBS with Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth, and Brendan Carr was in the audience, the FCC henchman. And
there is not a bottle of vodka big enough.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving.
That's why I was like, forget it. I'm out of here. I'm not doing this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay.
You know what's funny? I actually say that with more gusto than he did, because he did, even he was just like, oh no, this is embarrassing.
So Jimmy Kimmel filmed a skit parodying the White House Correspondents' Dinner last week, 2 days before the dinner. And here was the clip. Play the clip.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania. So beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Okay, and now Melania is having a post-mortem stage 5 meltdown because these people are only good at being victims.
That was
and
soulful.
Melania is calling for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired. Pop this up. First Lady Melania Trump. Kimmel's
Hey,
hateful
reference
and
frame.
violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. So he goes on and on. She goes on and on. And
She
this is
tried
just
to do
number
it.
one.
Hey,
Nobody thinks for a second, Melania, that you give a shit about Trump and his well-being. I mean, that's just
who make fun of me and my family. She make me and Donald little less protected with his words.
before we even get to the fact that she's worried about Jimmy Kimmel. So what do you think about this? I think that we've learned from scholars that fascists and authoritarians go after comedians first because they can't handle it.
Yeah,
that's right.
No,
they
it's
can't handle
always
it. I mean,
been
that's
like
what
this.
Putin did.
It goes back to Lenny
show
Bruce, for fuck's
in
sake.
Russia
Right.
shortly after he came in. No, and then also, Melania is talking about Jimmy Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric. Has she, not that they're in
Read
the same
her
bed anymore,
husband's
but has she
tweets? Yeah,
turned to
that's
her
exactly
husband
what
and
everybody
said,
was saying about it.
maybe
We're
knock
just
it
like,
off.
bro,
Maybe don't tweet out. They're going to
read
wipe
the
out
room or
civilization
his tweets.
and go off on the press in terms like he does on a daily basis.
Can't even say
This
that
is the problem that we have right now in Washington, Jen, and it is that it's rules for thee and not for me. And on Saturday night, there were all these tweets from administration people and MAGA people. Maybe it's time for the left to tone down their rhetoric. Really? Are you serious?
That was kind of funny.
Give me a fucking break. And these guys
then leave.
This is the game.
You can go now.
That they played.
I don't give a shit about your boredom. I don't give it. You are not valuetained. Somebody said it in
for the
chat.
last 10 years, and it works with their base. Somehow they rally around.
By extremely cheerful.
Monster, who
I'm sorry that I'm not entertaining
if this thing had not gone down the way it did Saturday night, was going to spend an hour to an hour and a half trashing the free press in this country. And then what were the members of the press supposed to do? Just sit there and take it, and you're going to have these cutaways of different anchors like laughing along or clinking champagne glasses. This is why the public has had enough with this stuff, and they're watching folks like you and me. They've turned it off. They want independent media because they think this whole thing is a joke. And I find it also to be ironic, Jen, that nobody believes that this was, an actual assassination attempt.
Good to see you. I hope you're having a good trip.
Now who think it's a conspiracy and there was something going on in the setup. And this is the environment that Donald Trump has created.
Yeah, he's the conspiracy theory president.
Exactly. And so
totally. But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
if somebody hooked me
God
up
forbid it be
to
about
True
him.
Serum and a polygraph and said, "Do you think Trump and his administration would do something like this?" I go, "Yeah, I could totally see them cooking this up."
Yeah.
But I am not a conspiracy theorist by nature. I think extraordinary claims require.
No. My new theory is that this is very much like the Pearl Harbor thing and the whole 9/11 thing, where our intelligence knew about this. And they planned for it. So like this guy, I'm pretty sure that he was you want to talk about a patsy? This was one of those situations that he did not know he was a patsy. He probably had the online trail. I think they tracked him again with his even coming from train. I'm pretty sure they were tracking him. Because that information came out really fast, by the way.
Extraordinary evidence. But do I think that Trump is surrounded, that he's so...
So I think they let it happen. That's why, again, everybody's just like, what the hell? Why do they have the worst security here?
Depraved. And he's surrounded by incompetent morons that they could cook up
That
one
makes
night
sense.
and go, you know what? We really need this ballroom. Let's run back Butler. If Butler was staged, which I don't know, but
I don't think that was staged. I don't think this was staged.
I kind of do.
And I also
think Butler was.
But here's the thing: these guys are so incompetent. They put war plans on a signal chat. You know what I mean? These guys. They're not sending their best, as Trump once said.
Staged.
And
everybody thinks staged means that it's they hired this actor and all this stuff instead of just looking at the intelligence aspect of it, where it's just okay. So again, somebody going off online. Kind of got he's a troubled person. They're going to surveil this person.
These guys could fuck up a one-car funeral.
You're going to see,
funeral. And so I just
I don't know. Do you think that in a few years that we get a bunch of whistleblowers coming out and just being I was part of the team that was surveilling him, blah blah blah.
How could they possibly pull off an assassination plot?
Illusion. Dude, this is
you're probably
how is it delusion to kind of set the stage for something that is legitimately what they've done in intel. This is going back to World War II,
right?
FDR knew that FDR knew that Japan, Jesus Christ, was going to attack Pearl Harbor, and again, that was their pretext to go to war. So it is kind of just okay, they let that happen. Same with 9/11. We knew, before it happened, we knew that there was something going on with this, and I think they let it happen.
You know what I mean? Like,
allegedly.
I just have
don't
such
see it.
little faith in anything they do, anything they say. But the larger narrative, whether it's staged or not staged, is that we're living in an era where I think it went on for 2 weeks that people thought that
I mean, it doesn't help that everything afterwards isn't talking about any gun reform, which, I mean, come on, let's be real. But seriously, like, nobody was like worried. Like, there wasn't a sense of like dread at all. Like, that press conference, that they should have never given that press conference, by the way, because that just fueled all the speculation that it was completely staged. Because everybody was like chumming it up, fucking, it's just adrenaline. It's just the adrenaline rush. We're just so happy to be alive.
Benjamin Netanyahu was dead.
That's why then everybody focused on the same talking point, the ballroom.
And that
not a single no strays, just focus on the ballroom.
Israel was AI.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And basically with Trump, we have this weekend at Bernie's president where they're propping up whatever they're injecting into his hands to keep him alive, and they're propping him up all over Washington,
My dad
D.C.
thinks they were surveilling him.
There's
no way he could walk
faith
around.
in
And that's the thing. He also was staying at the hotel.
the decency.
The fact that they didn't lock down the hotel, like, is insane. Like, the fact is, this is a event where the vice president and the president were in the same room together, which, from my understanding, that's not supposed to happen a lot. And then on top of it, you had the third in command, Mike Johnson, there, which, again, not supposed to do. You know, there's this whole like, yeah, you know, we're supposed to keep these people kind of out of the, you know, the same place just in case, you know, because we do need somebody to run this country.
Or integrity of any of these institutions.
Yeah, Netanyahu.
Government trust is completely eroded.
Apparently, that's who's going to fucking take over, I guess.
But I want to move
That's
on.
probably why they, you know, the plan was they were.
I'm just asking questions. I'm not even pretending that it was staged.
Only gonna have
I'm literally saying, like, oh, shit.
Come in, give a speech. He was going to go off on the press and then get the hell out of there. In part because
I extremely
can't take it. He can't take a joke. That he was not going to be able to take it if somebody were to make fun of him. But the other thing is they didn't want him napping in front of the press. Can you imagine? If
that was kind of funny.
Like five times.
Like that press, that White House where he's totally REM. I think it was Friday or Thursday.
Yeah. Dude, he was
out.
Some former colleagues
he
of
was
yours
out.
wrote books about Joe Biden. And you
When
know
he
what?
did this
You're
one-
president. You're worthy of all the criticism in the world. You have to be a big boy, and you're running for the big boy seat, and people are going to write books, call you incompetent.
So
That's
many
part
pictures
of it. So
of him
Joe
falling
Biden
asleep
put
now.
himself
It's
in that
kinda funny.
situation.
Right.
But I just don't see the same standard when it comes to MAGA. That image of him standing there, sitting there, and he's completely asleep.
Almost
I mean,
drooling. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell he's like a stroke victim. You can tell he's got like this. I'm no physician, but I mean, I asked ChatGPT and put a picture in it. It looked like
Grandpa needs a cookie and a Diet Coke. Stat.
exactly.
It's not an excuse. It's laying out the scene.
Okay.
Ask some questions. I thought you guys asked questions.
So when I woke up Sunday morning, there were two big stories on my social media feeds. Number one, of course, was this quote unquote staged or not staged and or shooting in Washington. The other one was somebody wanted to whoop Jim Acosta's ass at the Hampton Inn in Washington, D.C. And I was just like, tap the vein. This shit is so good. So pop this up. So here's Michael Tracy, and he says, still have no idea whatever went on with Trump tonight. Just know Jim Acosta threw a fucking hissy fit. Pussy. Jim, meet me
What a weird way to go through life, asking people how they pee.
in front of the
That's odd.
Hampton Inn, 901
I don't know. Do you stand or sit when you wipe?
6th Street. And so I'm like, oh my God, dang. And then he goes on to pop this up. Pop up the
Real
next one, Kylie.
question.
Jim, I'm literally waiting for you right now, you piece of shit.
I stand while I piss on my puss to assert dominance.
Oh my God. I saw all of this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell us what happened. What's going on? Why does this guy want to whoop
Wasn't
your
expecting that answer, Ravi.
ass? Why is he calling you a pussy?
First of all, Jen, you got to stop missing the Substack party. Like, you got to show up for these things. You know,
I know.
I need eyewitnesses. No. So I'll tell you what happened. So we're at the Substack party. The whole shooting thing, of course, went down. So, you know, me and my team, we went off to like a quiet corner. We were doing a Substack. I interviewed Norm Eisen and asked him what happened. And he was there in the room. And we're coming back into the main area. And I see this.
It's gross
this
how he's
dipshit,
just
this
like,
guy,
yeah, the
Michael,
real heroes.
Apparently, he's like this goofy guy that trolls people up on Capitol Hill. And lately, what he's been doing is trolling Epstein survivors and reporters who work on the Epstein story. I don't know if you know about this. And one of the reporters that he, I guess, doesn't like is this lovely person, Julie K. Brown, investigative journalist for the Miami Herald. She's a badass. She basically broke the Epstein story. So I'm finished with the Substack thing. I walk into the main room of the party, or one of the main rooms of the party, and this Michael guy is almost literally on top of Julie K. Brown.
Might be hard for her.
He is bullying her. He is harassing her. He's chasing her around, yelling in her face, will not let her get away. And I basically saw this happening, and I got up in his face and I said, "Hey man, leave her alone. Enough. Get out of here." And he's like, fuck you, Jim Acosta, fuck you. And I said back to him, fuck me, fuck you. I said, why don't we step outside and deal with this? And he's like, okay, fine, all right, fine. In the meantime, I walk Julie out of the area, and I tell this guy from Substack and the security people, like, this guy's out of control. You got to get him out of here. This is nuts. He won't leave her alone. And so finally they stepped in and escorted him out of the party. And I had to I pulled Julie aside to kind of calm her down.
Aww.
And she was so upset. She's this very small person.
She's so sweet.
And she's so sweet. And, first of all, my attitude is like, dude, pick on somebody your own size. Don't be such a bully. Don't be such an asshole. And I guess earlier in the day, he went to a vigil for Virginia Giuffre and was trolling them.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you guys have. He was trolling them.
But he also left a sticker on his pants. With the size. Tara
it.
Palmieri posed first. I went to Virginia for A's Memorial today, and who was there was M. Tracy,
That's actually so much worse
who has
than
made
anything he
defaming
could have
Gouffre
said.
a full-time job. And then Derek guy, he's the guy who's always commenting. He's really cool.
He's a
the Twitter
loser.
account. Yeah, fashion account. He says someone needs to remove the size tag on M. Tracy's pleated chino. So what's the background on this Michael Tracy? Is he just a big MAGA nut?
So I think he might be. Apparently, there was some situation that happened. There was a story in 2017 where he was in the middle of it, where he had gone up to Maxine Waters, the congresswoman.
Oh, yeah.
And he was spewing these pro-Russian talking points to her. And she called him out and walked away. And it's hilarious video. And my friend Tommy Christopher over at Media sent it to me, and I was looking at it yesterday. And I guess at the time, Michael Tracy accused Maxine Waters of kicking his ass or something, roughing him up. And all she does is walk away from him. So this guy is just full of shit. And so apparently he has this thing now for the Epstein survivors. There was the big press conference. Remember when they gave this big press conference up on Capitol Hill?
Yeah.
He was there trolling them during that press conference.
Yeah, what happened to his pants where he needed to buy them?
And then,
I mean, dude, that seems like a emergency pants stop.
And afterwards,
as someone who has made an emergency pants stop.
So when I saw him Saturday night, I was like, oh my God, it's this guy that trolls the Epstein survivors. And what kind of scumbag can you be when you are trolling survivors of sexual assault and sexual abuse and pedophilia? Well, yeah.
The Trump supporter. I mean, it's just a basic run-of-the-mill Trump supporter. He's
a troll. He's a nasty, disgusting troll who doesn't pull the stickers off his pants when he picks them up. And then to challenge me to a fight outside the Hampton Inn. Of course, I didn't show up. I didn't see the tweet until the next day, and I'm thinking to myself, "How pathetic can you get? A rumble outside the Hampton Inn?
The Hampton Inn. It was so unhinged.
Not available. Give me a break.
It's so unhinged. But
I did tweet at him. I said, "Did you at least get the free breakfast? Because the waffles are breathtaking. And I hope he got some waffles out of it at least."
I love that you took up for Julie, and she's been on our podcast a couple of times, and she's like she is an incredible journalist who has advocated for these survivors and shining a light on these wrongs that happen to these little girls. And so Julie Brown posted thanking you. Pop this up, Kylie. She says, Acosta was a true gentleman who came to my aid last night after Tracy began screaming and blocking me from trying to leave the event. Acosta and several other men had to stand in his way to stop him from following me. So this is just insane. But I have to say that to me, he is like the quintessential Trump supporter. That is the comment section. That's the delusion of these people. So good on you for standing up for Julie. And
we got to stand up to the bullies these days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all about standing up to the bullies. And I told,
yeah, but they're not even
the
good
New York
at
Post this. I don't know if they'll print it. Who knows? It's Murdoch.
The thing about
people,
standing up to bullies is recognizing that they're losers.
Whatever. But I'll say this to you: he should pick on somebody his own size. And if he wants to pick on somebody, he can pick on me. But don't pick on Julie K. Brown. If it hadn't been for her, we wouldn't know about this Epstein scandal.
How very,
she's the one who blew the lid off of it, and she deserves all the awards that she's received and then some. And I just, to me, I think you're absolutely right. He is the epitome of the Trump MAGA supporter these days. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. And he was squealing like a little baby all weekend long about this. And, all I have to say is, hey, pal, you want to pick on somebody, pick on.
That's why you got people in here just being like, 86-47.
Yeah. And, I'll just say this, at least there's not that, in my mind, there's not a big difference between this guy who wants to whip your ass.
This is the same crowd that literally made the code for Let's Go Brandon.
Outside of the Hampton Inn and little Moses Mike Johnson. Little Moses Mike Johnson is just more polite about it. And he is truly too big of a pussy. But both of these men cover for pedophilia and take the side of child rapists. And I say it over and over and over, Jim. MAGA is the anti-family death cult. that they are anti-family, they are anti-children, and all of their policies lead to death. And it's just
and you
disgusting.
saw Trump on 60 Minutes saying, "I'm not a pedophile." You know, when
Some
you got to
weird
say
shit. Yeah.
when you got to say it,
gotta
that ain't
try
good.
it. Yeah, try hard.
That's the
Yeah, and the way
president.
he said it, I'm not a rapist. The way he said it, it was just something made my stomach like, oh my God. And
Exactly.
and that's when I went back. I'm with you. And I went back to, and no, I mean, whatever, if people have to do what they want to do, but going and sitting down and playing patty cake with him, like we still have, you know, like they're not trying to dismantle the First Amendment. And then Melania's trying to get Jimmy Kimmel fired today because these people are so thin skinned. They're just constant victims. But Jim, I can't thank you enough for joining me. Do you have any last closing thoughts on the White House correspondence?
I'm with you 1,000% on all of this MAGA stuff, and you know, to me, one of the biggest stories of this second term, which has been a dumpster fire for Donald Trump, has been the cover up of the Epstein files and the cover up of this pedophile ring,
it's
which
all getting worse.
has been orchestrated by the president and his people like
I had
Pam
a
Bondi.
feeling that it was going to make a comeback, but I didn't see a journalist making the big move.
I mean, they really should be ashamed of themselves. But at the same time, you know, going back to what took place over the weekend,
the fact that she's not even really a journalist, like technically she's a political commentator.
You know,
that's how she's
talking about
registered.
Butler
So.
earlier, you know, there were all these MAGA Christian conservatives, which I still can't figure out for the life of me why they back him, but they think he was saved by God, you know, during these assassination attempts. My response to that is maybe not for the reason you think. Maybe not for the reason you think.
I like
maybe
how that's where you go. Oh no, the crazy leftists don't want to spend Thanksgiving with me, Janet. No, you just told on yourself. You spent Thanksgiving alone because no one in your family loves you.
For us all to
because you chose Orange Man over your family. Good job, Janet.
Figure out what a fraud he is and what a fraud some of his people are.
Keep being the meme that keeps on giving.
And just like this Michael Tracy guy, what a fraud, what a phony. And
what a weirdo. Like out of all the positions,
I'm glad you said that. He is a fucking weirdo.
It's just
Michael Tracy really is just a weird
thing
dude.
about triple Trumpers. And Hillary was right when she said basket of deplorables, and they freaked out because they're such victims. And Joe Biden called them trash, and then they all started wearing trash bags saying, "Yeah, we are trash."
Yeah.
And he was right. And it just, there is that 30%, 32% that still have his support. They will never ever.
I don't care what you are. You're unloved.
Or believe that he's
you're lonely, you're miserable.
Oh man,
that's why you're here.
I agree with you.
Down on this, and it's just they're cooked.
But every day they give us fresh.
Yes, you're trolling us. You're really trolling us with each comment. It's another just like.
I think that they are, and maybe it's penetrating.
In my eyes,
I mean, you know, with
like,
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, and maybe they're just doing it because they're grifters and they're laughing all the way to the
had
bank.
a secure
But some of these
person.
Some of these folks are starting to figure it out
come in
little
here
by
and just
little.
be like,
you know,
I'm
it's
so
like It's a Wonderful Life.
Well, it only took 11 years.
It's like when a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. You know,
every time,
like every day a bell rings, and somebody goes, "Oh yeah, maybe he is a phony. Maybe he is a fraud," and that means that our work continues, Jen.
That's right. Jim, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to be on your stream later. Go follow my friend Jim Acosta on Substack, on Instagram, you're not on Twitter, are you? Oh, you are on Twitter, because that's that guy who's going to kick your ass at Acosta.
Yeah, he was going to kick my ass on Twitter.
Go follow at Acosta, defender of journalists, and I will see you later, Jim.
Sounds good. All right, great to see you, Jen.
I haven't actually seen Jesus. Dude, what the fuck? Kyle. Okay, now that I see the angle of the hair, I'm going to try not to be, I don't want to be mean, don't want to be mean,
all right, guys.
Don't want to be mean. But holy crap there, Kyle. All right, Trump just free speech in broad daylight, nobody cares.
So this has been a long time coming, but we finally reached the climax here. It appears.
Let's see. Is this alarmism or what?
Like the Trump regime has officially murdered free speech in broad daylight, and they did it for Israel. Wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. So take a look at this.
Story, yeah.
Under Trump guidelines,
this is
immigration officers could deny someone a green card for a social media post that says "Stop Israeli terror in Palestine," or for participating in campus protests, according to exclusive documents reviewed by the New York Times. So, in other words, we are now
guess whose neighbor just
revoking your constitutional rights. If you are an immigrant, even a legal immigrant, if you have a green card, we simply will not accept you having the quote-unquote wrong opinions from our perspective. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Thank you.
And by the way, this is one very small step removed from I don't like your take on the minimum wage, or I don't like your take on the war, or I don't like your take on fill in the blank with whatever political issue. I don't like your take on MAGA. I don't like your take on Trump. You are not welcome in this country. So apparently they only want people in this country who are sycophantic little weasels who will,
I said about the tango
felch
earlier?
Trump in public. Those are the only ones they want in this country. So let's go through some of it here. So New York Times article, the title is, Under Trump, green card seekers face new scrutiny for views on Israel. In guidance to immigration officers, the administration describes participating in pro-Palestinian protests and criticizing Israel as overwhelmingly negative factors. Now, again, I want to reiterate, this is not something that a free country should ever take into consideration.
No.
You have an opinion I don't like, therefore we're not going to allow you in the country. Doesn't matter.
No, but you know what?
If you bust your ass, if you work hard, if you're
the
a family
fact that we also have we have the laws on the books now where we can't boycott Israel.
person, if all the criteria are met.
We never got to the crux of that where it's like, what the hell?
I don't like your opinion on this thing, so you're done. By the way, so in theory, at this moment, you could criticize America and get a green card, but don't criticize Israel because that's somehow even worse. For decades, immigrants who have followed the rules and have not broken the law have had hopes of earning a green card, a document that allows them to live legally in the United States and gain a pathway to citizenship. But under new guidance issued by the Trump administration, immigrants can now be denied a green card for expressing political...
Free speech act. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. No, our amendments, dude, our Constitution is for everybody.
Opinions.
You're wrong about that.
Such as participating in pro-Palestinian campus protests, posting criticism of Israel on social media, and
even when this country was established, they weren't so short-sighted to be like, yeah, we can't have people coming here and having rights.
Creating the American flag. Are you kidding me? According to the Internal Department of Homeland Security training materials reviewed by the New York Times.
Okay.
So what I want to point out here real quick, people wonder why, oh, wow, there's not really massive protests against the Iran war on college campuses.
I'm waiting
I
for
wonder why
Starving Waters to say something about Starving Waters because it's definitely... Sure, Janet and Starving Waters are the same account, just switching between.
That is. Well, here's your answer right here. That, we now live under the Palantir surveillance state.
Definitely
and they decided to absolutely crush dissent and have legal consequences for people who are protesting, and so they've disincentivized anybody from going out there and telling the truth, or they might have any future career prospects absolutely ruined. I should also be clear that burning an American flag is literally a protected constitutional right. We had a case on this in the 1980s. Even the conservative justices, even Antonin Scalia, said, look, I might not like it, but it's 100% protected speech. And now they're saying, we don't believe in that. We don't believe in freedom. We don't believe in liberty. We don't believe in Enlightenment values and those so-called Western values that we always suck ourselves off for that are supposed to be so special. We don't actually believe in that. We believe in primitive, savage, barbaric bullshit where if I don't like you, I don't like what you have to say, I get to ruin your life. They say the documents, which have not previously been reported, show how expansively the Trump administration is carrying out a directive from last August to vet green card applicants for anti-American and anti-Semitic views. Now, let's remember, guys, they consider anti-Semitic being against the Israeli genocide. They consider that anti-Semitic. If you compare Israel to the Nazis, which is correct to do, they say that's anti-Semitic. And apparently I was wrong. I said, you're allowed to criticize America, but you're not allowed to criticize Israel. Apparently they're saying, if you're even anti-American, we're not allowing you in. Guys, this stinks to the high heavens of NSPM 7. And as you all know, this is basically the whole of government mindset approach change where they said instead of going after terrorism, like back in the day, it was like, oh, we got to defeat communism. Then it became, we got to do the war on terror and go after Islamic radicalism, right? Well, now they decided just dissent. Leftism, liberalism, any sort of dissent against MAGA. And so if they consider it anti-American, an opinion you have, which literally is just like criticizing the right-wing government, well, they say that's completely and utterly unacceptable. All right, they continue. The administration includes criticism of Israel as a potentially disqualifying factor, with the training materials citing as an example of questionable speech a social media post that declares "Stop Israeli Terror in Palestine" and shows the Israeli flag crossed out. That is so insane that they think this is unacceptable. This is literally the only morally correct position. Stop Israeli terror in Palestine is just like the only morally correct thing you can say about that. Crossing out the Israeli flag is the only morally correct thing you can do. Or burn it. There's the only two morally correct things you could do. Jesus. And they're pretending like this is so egregious that you shouldn't be allowed in the country for it. No, if anything, I wouldn't allow the other people in the country, the people who are waving the fucking Israeli flag as they're, years deep into their fucking genocide. The people who support Israeli terror. They're the ones who you should be looking at twice. That's like actually welcoming into your country like card-carrying fucking Nazis. They say the materials were distributed last month to immigration officers at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security and handles applications for green cards and other forms of legal status. They reflect how USCI...
LT, that's not my rule.
IS, long considered the gateway agency for legal migration,
It's the no spam
has
rule, man.
rapidly
Come on.
transformed under President Trump into another cog in his administration's deportation machine. The agency has worked to strip naturalized Americans of their citizenship and has hired armed federal agents to investigate immigration crimes. They've also, by the way, they deported and kicked people out of the country for making a joke about Charlie Kirk. I'm not kidding. So they are the
So my
biggest
cat is mad that the dog took the
little
bet,
fucking
just so you
cancel
guys
culture
know.
snowflake bitches. But the crime in this scenario is being right about stuff. If you're correct about stuff, they will try to ruin your life and kick you out. The administration is also granting permanent legal residency to far fewer applicants. Green card approvals have fallen by more than half in recent months, according to a Times
Janet. Oh, she just. Oh, this is gonna be organic.
analysis of agency data. Remember that person who spoke to Congress and
Wow.
said, "There's this
LT, stop.
this whole scam going on right
The fuck, man.
now in the government where people who went through the proper process and paid their like processing fee, they're just not."
Dude, that wasn't even like. Oh
they're
my
just
God.
not being approved. Like nobody's even looking. Nobody's even processing their claims. And so the government is basically stealing like billions of dollars from legal immigrants and doing nothing with
LT, I do have the ability to contact you via Discord. So like if you got to run these by me
with it.
At this point.
And the guy who was testifying to this had even
'Cause
a
this one
Republican
was about to be organically funny.
congressman,
But now that it's on
Kennedy,
the
was
chat,
looking at him
it's
going,
gonna
"Are you
loss on
serious now,
people,
son?
whatever.
Why is this happening?" And it's like, well, this is their fucking policy. Their policy is fuck not only undocumented immigrants, their
First time
policy
I've
is
seen
fuck
you in here in
documented
a
immigrants.
while, but you're going
Fuck
ham again.
upstanding citizen. They don't fuck you if you disagree with them. How have you not understood this?
You're gonna stifle. Honestly, dude, if you're gonna stifle this again,
Do you not get
I
this
can't
yet?
have- I
Quote,
can't
"There's
have
no
that.
room in America for aliens who
My
espouse
your rules are not my rules.
anti-American ideologies
Oh, like honestly, I have given you the fucking groundwork, and I'm not going to cover it
to
again.
support terrorist organizations." Joseph Edlow, the agency's director, told Congress in
We
February.
get idiots like this.
That's good to know, bro. So now we know we're not allowing anybody who's pro-IDF into the country. Certainly nobody who's in the IDF, but anybody who says positive things about the IDF, we're not allowing them in the country, right? Because they're the #1 terrorist organization on the planet. They say critics of Mr. Trump's approach say the administration is seeking to restrict legitimate political speech and has conflated opposition to Israeli government
Took a
policies with
sabbatical.
anti-Semitism. That is
welcome back, dude.
literally
It's good to have
exactly
you
what's
here.
going on here. Basing green card decisions on ideological screenings is fundamentally un-American and should have no place in a country built
I appreciate it. Just if you need, like, do you need me to remind you of the rules?
on the promise of free
'Cause
expression,
I got
said
my own
Amanda
rules
Barron,
in it.
a senior agency official under President Joseph
Remember
R.
the three
Biden.
strike one,
Administration
I
officials said they were
appreciate that,
defending American
but-
values. "If you hate America, you have no business demanding to live in America," said Zach Collar, a spokesman for USCIS. Now, here's why this is complete and utter horseshit. I don't think there's anybody who's more critical of this country than I am.
Can't mod this like I'm a fucking bigger channel. That's honestly the bigger thing here, man. Like I'm a up and coming YouTuber. Some of this shit needs to fly.
And the reason why I'm so critical of this country is because I love this country and I want this country to be better. This country's all I've ever known, right? Born and raised. I mean,
Coming up next, the up and coming podcaster PepTalks.
I've only been out of the country like once. So I'm not, I mean, I'm well traveled kind of within the U.S., but outside the U.S., I'm not well traveled at all. And, that's where the criticism comes from. One of the founding fathers said dissent is the highest form of patriotism. And
you
so
must have gotten to that one before I could even see it.
for people to,
All right, well,
to criticize
good
the
on you.
country, it's like, hey, I want you to do better. I want you to be better. I want to fix this thing, right? Like if you punish your child because they do something fucked up, is that you hate your child?
Constitution.
No, you love your child and you're trying to get them back on the right path.
No, thank you, Sylvie.
But
I
they
appreciate that.
tarnish
I missed
everything.
that.
They flip and reverse everything. Because in reality, they're the fucking demons who hate this country because they want to drag this country to hell. They want this country to be like fucking Nazi Gestapo freaks. Okay? They want it to be an authoritarian hellhole. They want no more free speech. They want no rights for you. Okay? Abigail Jackson, a White House spokeswoman, said the administration's
wrong.
policies had nothing to do with free speech and were meant to protect American institutions, the safety of citizens, national security, and freedoms of the United States. The administration has moved aggressively against immigrants for expressing political views that officials have deemed anti-American, making ideology a central part of its immigration vetting process. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has
It's so
revoked
weird how like in some of this in some of these pages you cannot like really see conflict or like you cannot tell the difference between like U.S. policy and Israeli policy as far as like they're Americans then, right? Like somebody said it earlier, like 51st state is Israel, right? Or are we just they're the main state and we're the like is it realistically that have been using the whole idea that Netanyahu's playing Trump like a fiddle, but I didn't think it was this bad. I didn't think it was actually like they think they're in control.
He's a pro-Palestinian student activist, including one who wrote a column criticizing her university's response to pro-Palestinian demands. That's Rumesa Oz.
Janet, what's that say about you? You are here like trying to troll a chat of under 30 viewers. What's that say about you and how you spend your time?
Jerk, by the way. The Department of Homeland
I think that you're kind of like now. Are you starting to figure out that you're a fucking loser?
Security has
or are you like? Is this like the big troll?
Proposed reviewing the social media histories of tourists seeking to visit
the lack of self-awareness is kind of funny from some of them because they just like if they keep going, they just troll themselves.
Think about how crazy that fucking sentence is right there. Even if you just want to come here to visit this country, God forbid you've criticized Israel online. Well, we don't want you in this country anymore. It is a joke that we ever sucked ourselves off as the land of the free, right? It's a sick joke that we ever pretended like we were.
Even a minute, 60 seconds, if you had self-respect and it, like you actually didn't care.
All about free speech.
But here you are, triggered. You got to prove that, these lefties. But you're the triggered one. You're the one that's like so upset that your president's getting made fun of.
This is so
these anti-Americans. Whoa.
Far from it that it's a
hot dogs, boy. Chill.
Pushing like some of the.
Welcome to the show. I appreciate you, man. Just why? Like I noticed that like you've been here a few times. Like you can post it once unless your phone's doing
worst
it.
in the world. You're gonna vet people who want to take like a fucking vacation to Las Vegas. Hey, I'm traveling from Canada. I'm going to go do some slot machines. The fuck you are, bitch. I see you said something mean about Benjamin Netanyahu in 2017. You got to leave. Immigration officers have significant discretion in deciding whether to grant foreigners long-term permanent residence. By the way, I think there's going to be lawsuits over this, and I think these people are going to lose. They have long considered a variety of factors, include criminal records, national security threats, family ties to the United States, and employment histories. Yeah, all of those things are fair game. It's fair game to use criminal record to determine whether or not you want to let somebody in. It's
okay. So you're
fair game.
Whatever.
To determine, a job history, family in the U.S. That's all fair game. It is not fair game to micromanage political opinions. It's just not. All right, this goes on. You guys get the gist of it here. But, this is crazy. This is so crazy. We've now created a system where the so-called immigration officials, the immigration enforcement agencies, are the criminals. They are the criminals. I mean, how many times have we gone through what ICE has done? I mean, it is, if an alien landed today.
What did I join to?
And you just, in a dry, factual way.
More chat drama than I'm used to.
Described what ICE has been up to in this second Trump regime here. The alien would look at you like you have 12 heads.
I started
and the alien would say
totally different headspace, and now I'm feeling good. I got some energy, and then
why haven't you fixed this? Like, this is crazy because we're talking about an agency that does mass kidnappings and abductions and human trafficking.
Regardless,
no due process. There's over 4,000 people that are still missing in this country because of ICE. 40 at least that have died in ICE custody. There's a lawsuit because ICE was doing slavery at their detention camps. Okay, literal criminals are joining ICE. They're assaulting senior citizens and tear gassing babies and shooting priests in the face with pepper balls and tear gassing cops and deporting people for having cologne. I mean, it's the most insane things you've ever heard. Raiding fucking schools and meatpacking facilities and Home Depot parking lots, and they lynched a guy. I mean, it's insane. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about a bullshit pseudo-legal infrastructure that is justifying and rationalizing all sorts of crimes against innocent immigrants. That's what this is. And this is no different. This is no different.
I mean, I think it is weird that they're using like anti-BDS laws or like rules with immigrants now.
As authoritarian as it gets when you micromanage political opinions.
And then again, we have laws on the books that we're just still ignoring, that it's like, no, like those should be brought to the Supreme Court.
And
I'm sorry, man.
Consider criticism of Israel.
If we can light our own flag on fire and then not criticize Israel, I don't think so.
Or the U.S. to be beyond the pale. I don't
think so. Like, that's insane.
I don't know how many other ways I could say it. They're the criminals. These people need to be dismantled. All the ICE Gestapo thugs need to be locked the fuck up. That's a fact. But all these people...
Dude, this is where me and Kyle, like, he's... Okay. Cool. Cool. Is it ever going to happen? No. So he's just going to sit there saying what we need to happen and just like, okay, so is he creating fantasy parallel universe as he talks? Is that how that works? So we all can visit it eventually. So there's a new guy on Ring of Fire. I thought that Ring of Fire was just like, not a thing anymore. But I kind of wish that this story was released on 420 because that would have been more fun. But Trump did reclassify weed. But like I was saying, there was a catch.
We don't deny the.
And that's not the video.
Puff, puff tax, my friends.
Puff, puff
It
tax.
is 2026, and the federal government of the United States of America has formally
Get it? Puff, puff
officially
tax.
admitted that marijuana has medical
Why not?
value.
No, don't use your class.
Because acting Attorney General Todd Blanche signed the order moving FDA-approved marijuana products and state-licensed medical marijuana from
Who is this
Schedule
guy?
1, which is where things like fentanyl, street
never seen
fentanyl,
this
and
dude in my
heroin
life.
live, to Schedule 3, which is more where, like, codeine lives. Is this progress? Absolutely. Is it a big deal? 100%.
Yeah.
Is it a massive tax break to the mega growers? You betcha.
Yeah.
Is Donald Trump doing this because he suddenly evolved into a caring, evidence-based progressive?
No.
Absolutely not. So let me tell you what is actually
I do love seeing Sagar freak out about it, though.
going on.
That's been worth it alone.
With this. And I want to get some language out of the way. This is not
weed heads
legalization.
Just
you cannot
another
buy
thing that he's
recreational
ruining the
weed at a gas
country
station
with.
tomorrow.
Meanwhile,
People
we're
that
all
are
just
sitting
like,
in federal
"So
prison
one good thing he's
on
done."
pot charges are still sitting in federal prison tonight. State laws still control what is legal in your own backyard. But this order does two specific things. One, it reclassifies a narrow category of FDA-approved and state-licensed medical products.
Yeah.
Two,
That's why like in Tennessee, it's actually going to make it harder to get anything.
Kicks off an
They're saying that this could actually like kill the entire Delta 9 industry in Tennessee and like the non-legal states.
expedited DEA hearing starting June 29th to consider the full reschedule, and it has to be done by July 15th.
You got a broken arm.
And as for what this means with the schedules, Schedule 1 means that the drug currently has no accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Schedule 2 is potential for abuse, but it has some medical use. Schedule 3, which this is being moved to, says the drug has accepted medical uses and a moderate to low potential.
I just know how logic works. It's not my business as an American to tell Japan how Japanese culture should be. That's just deadbeat ignorance. Yep.
Potential for
also profound arrogance.
Dependence.
And imperial, like super imperialist.
So moving weed from 1 to 3 is a big, big legal shift.
Again, I love how it's for me, not for thee kind of thing with them all the time. All the time. Because God forbid a Japanese person tell them how American culture should run shit.
And the cannabis industry.
Also, Aaron, if you're not already a sub to the channel, man. Good to
has been
have you
waiting
here.
for this for literally decades.
That goes for all of you.
So why
I appreciate
now?
having you here tonight.
Why is this guy who told
sub to the
voters in
channel.
2024 that the state should pass laws so that we don't smell marijuana
It's the
everywhere
way to
we
help
go?
me. Freeway. You guys.
Why is he the one that's pushing this
cool.
through?
Want to be cool, right?
Because I want you to think about this. Look who the
how I
type
saw
of people are that are running the Republican Party. People like Donald Trump and old Ronnie Tall Shoes DeSantis. These are grown men.
Aaron's on the opposite side. I don't care.
One of them running the most powerful country.
Like I said, let him sub to my channel.
On earth. The other runs the most Florida place on earth. And between the two of them, their stated public policy on marijuana has essentially boiled down to this. It stings the nostrils. They don't like the smell. And
Oh, they're arguing that immigrants that come into the U.S. shouldn't advocate for how the U.S. should be.
talking about DeSantis, a heartless man who flew migrants to Martha's Vineyard as a political stunt. That
Missed
guy.
that part. Well,
and his primary objection to marijuana was the stench, the putrid smell. He doesn't want every hotel smelling, every town smelling like marijuana. That's their excuse. I mean, and look, they're going to lose on science because evidence shows that marijuana reduces chronic pain by up to 40% without all the nasty opioid side effects. It helps MS patients, seizure patients, and on and on and on. And they also lose socially. It's something like 70% of Americans support some form of marijuana legalization. So the only argument that they have to fall back on is it stinks. That's the level of argument from our diminutive governor and of the third largest state in America. And I've met 4-year-olds that have a more sophisticated opinion about green beans than these men have about federal drug policy. But here's where it gets a little funny. Florida is the third largest medical marijuana market in the country. $2.5 billion a year in sales and growing. And they're behind only California and Michigan, both of
Sylvie, do me a favor, check my chat.
which have full recreational legalization.
Actually, any of you that are in Discord, check my chat.
Florida, it's medical only. They are keeping up with the big boys on medical alone. And under
Coconut's
Florida
nasty.
law,
We should ban it.
cannabis companies have to be vertically integrated, meaning seed to sale. Same operator grows it, processes it, sells it, all under one tent. That structure costs about $30 million just to operate. So there are no mom and pop dispensaries in Florida.
No. Well, that's not really a thing.
Florida market is a tight cartel of mega operators, like True Leave, that's headquartered in Tallahassee, that owns more than 20% of the dispensaries in the state of Florida, and they pull in roughly 40% of the smokable flower sales by itself.
Yeah, it's like with Rhythm, too.
And this gets super interesting. You've got Ron DeSantis, the same guy who cannot say the word cannabis without gagging, has actually built one of the most effective medical marijuana programs in the country. Nearly 900,000 Floridians carry a card. So the anti-weed governor runs the pro-weed state, which means that today's or this week's federal rescheduling does absolutely nothing, zero, for who can buy weed in Florida or how they get it. That part is already locked in by state law. What it does do is hand the True Leaves and the Cure Leafs of the world a gigantic federal tax break by killing Section 280E. We'll talk about that in just a second. So you have DeSantis, the guy who spent an entire campaign wrinkling his nose at the smell of marijuana, just got way more popular with big cannabis. Anti-weed governor, pro-weed business environment. He gets the benefits all the way across. And back to Trump. Why does this guy who wants good smells suddenly force this through? 2 words. Poll numbers. His approval is at 36%, tied for the
poll numbers. I thought I said coal miners. I'm like, huh?
Worst of his second term. The
poll numbers.
Iran war is a mess. The economy's a mess. Gas is
it.
through the roof. He needs a win, and a win now.
Yeah, well, federally decriminalized, and then you might get your poll numbers up. Nobody's going to care about rescheduling, because the thing is, most of the legal states already recognize it as that rescheduled
Medical marijuana
substance,
is one of the few policies where you can get bipartisan applause without doing any actual work. You're going to get
well, unless you're trying to get Sagar and
great headlines just by
maybe not.
signing a piece of paper. Trump delivers historic cannabis reform, and he can pretend like he just cured cancer and move on. But I need to go back to the tax breaks, because the biggest winners in all of this are the large, well-capitalized, publicly traded cannabis companies. Rescheduling to Schedule 3 wipes out Section 280E of the IRS code, which has been forcing cannabis operators to pay federal taxes on gross revenue instead of profit, the net. So this fundamentally changes the tax economics of big cannabis businesses, especially in states with huge dispensaries on the medical side like Florida.
Yeah.
And reports across the board are noting that the biggest beneficiaries are actually the ones that are multi-state operators like Tilray and Curio. The little mom and pop dispensaries, the ones down the road, the guy selling legal edibles out of his strip mall, they may get a little tax break, but the giants are getting a mountain of a tax break. And remember, before I see the comments, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. It is genuinely a step in the right direction. Researchers can finally do real studies on THC and CBD. Medical patients will eventually get easier access. And yeah, there are...
And maybe YouTube will reclassify this so I don't have to worry about
tax
the way I talk about it.
That will come to anybody in that vertical of producing
my
marijuana.
baby fell asleep.
It is all good.
I have to,
But what I'm saying is this is not going to materially
ones.
change where cannabis sits in American society. People who want it can already get it in most states. People who don't, still don't have to smoke it. 14 states still have full prohibition. There are still federal criminal penalties for possession. The VA
that's what needs to be abolished.
cannot
That's
prescribe
insane.
it. People in federal prison on weed charges are still going to be there tomorrow. This is a good step, but it's not the finish line. It's just a guy trailing in the polls, signing the thing that's been sitting on his desk since December.
What's on 100 day, Ben?
Because his December order was actually the one that did the heavy lifting. And now his own DOJ, after slow walking it so hard that he had to complain about it publicly last week, now you have this orange turd sitting like a hero. But he's not a hero. He's a man who couldn't get his own agency to follow through.
I've been gone a minute, so I don't know what's happening in chat. So all I can say is, damn it, Janet.
Until his approval rating dropped to 36%. I'm not going to...
You know what? That kind of sums it up.
Look a gift horse in the mouth.
You know?
But I do know...
You didn't miss
whose
much.
horse is getting paid.
All right. Okay, the PBD thing. Here we go. I was waiting to cover this. I know that some of y'all have already seen this because y'all watch the Majority Report. I have not because I have not been able to watch as much. I think I've covered that. So, yeah, I like to catch some of the clips that come out. And ironically, this was one of the, I think that the last time I got to even watch an episode was last Thursday. And, no, last Wednesday. It was last Wednesday, and they were talking about, the PBD thing. And apparently they covered it on Friday, so.
It's PBD responding to Tucker Carlson, who, his first thing is to sort of loosely accuse Tucker Carlson of wanting to convert to Islam.
Oh, the Chrislam coalition.
Let's accept all this stuff. Let's allow all this immigration that's going on in UK. It's not a big deal. They're not that bad. It's fine. They don't live the way you do. They just don't. They don't live by the values you and I live in America. They don't. Now, if you have a lot of friends that, like Andrew Tate chose to become a Muslim. If you've already converted, but you've not made the announcement publicly, listen, to each his own. You're making that decision as an adult. I support it. More power to you. What? But my priority is America first. My priority is to make sure we advance America in a way that young men are able to make enough money to get married and have 3+ kids, preferably 4, and be able to have their kids' dream become a reality, where if they want to go build a business and make billions, do it. If you want to make millions, do it. If you want to go in the military, do it. If you want to go out there and, have
Hold
a
on for 1
regular
second.
job.
I just have one question. Are we going to eliminate women, or do they...
Just not in the formula at all.
Yeah, not in this media environment. This is all for men, baby.
He also wants to build a society where you're allowed to join the military.
Test tubes? Yeah.
They make it so hard.
That's really tough, isn't it?
It's good to put in a goal that's very achievable. In your list.
Yeah, right.
So we need to make it possible for young men to join the military. Go ahead.
Move. 3+ kids, preferably 4, and be able to have their kids' dream become a reality, where if they want to go build a business and make billions, do it. If you want to make millions, do it. If you want to go in the military, do it. If you want to go out there and, have a regular job, making $58,000 a year at whatever company, but you're happy about your job because you're a school teacher, go do it. That's what I want. And as a Christian man, non-denominational, Christ is king. I say that comfortably. My life changed the day I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior, January 21st of 2004. I will say that to a Jew, to a Muslim, to a Catholic, to anybody. That's my faith. And every day I fall short. When we first moved to Florida, for the first 30 days, every single night, I would walk and I would listen to this version of Amazing Grace, because that's the only thing I relate to.
Oh, God.
Those words. You know the words. Amazing Grace. How sweet the sound.
I want you to go back to when he says, you know the words. And then watch his eyes go down to
Amazing
the piece of paper
Grace.
or the
Yeah, it's like
iPad that he's
42K a
reading.
year with after taxes. Yep.
Watch this. This is
Record stash,
amazing.
and it's gaining. Hey, welcome to the
days, every
Appreciate
single
you being
night. I would walk and I would listen to this
Also,
version of
Fool's
Amazing
Verse, welcome
Grace,
here.
because that's the only thing I relate to. Those
to the
words.
channel.
You know the
Only
words.
thing?
Amazing Grace. How sweet the sound. That, I want to read this thing to you. That
because
saved
you know
a
the
wretch
words.
like me, like this guy.
Red.
Regular guy. a wretch like me, I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see.
How I can rip people off with
Jesus
MLMs.
Christ changed my life. And I'm a Christian man.
Jesus didn't say that.
Because, like, I was a little, right, that's not, I was a little wondering, like, how do we get to Christianity
Jesus
from
didn't
all of
say
his
that. No, he
pleas
didn't.
to young men? And it's just another sales pitch. It's just another way to be like, you can be like me and make all this money, but it's just the same if you join the military or make $50,000 as a school teacher, and don't worry about it or question anything.
At least Trump could name 2 Corinthians. Amazing Grace was written in like the 1700s.
Although I will give him that it's a little bit more godly than using the monologue from Pulp Fiction like Pete Hegseth
That's
did.
true, yeah.
That's true.
Saved a wretch like me.
Let's see if he can read the rest of the words.
I want to read this thing to you. That's those words.
Sorry.
You know the words.
know the
Amazing
words.
grace. How
You know the
sweet.
words.
The sound. That, I want to read this thing to you. That saved a wretch like me, like this guy. Regular guy. A wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Gonna lay there?
Jesus Christ changed my life. And I'm a Christian man saying this, a business owner. Most people don't know what I do throughout the day. I run companies
you're
for a
a
living.
con artist.
I'm not a media guy.
Scams.
We've grown this business from 9 employees to 165 employees. I'm in meetings from morning till night, and I love what I do because I live in the greatest country in the world. So, message back to you. I don't want to be enemies with you. Although if you want to be enemies, I'm okay with that as well.
Is he talking? Is he talking to Tucker Carlson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I see. And did Tucker Carlson single out PBD? Is that it?
Yeah, he played a clip of PBD.
Oh, I see.
But real quick, I just want to say, when I first moved to New York, for the first 30 days, I would listen to the song because it was the only song I could really relate to. It goes like this. We all know the words. It's called Camptown Races. Well, the Camptown ladies sing the song Doodah. Doodah. The Camptown Races track 5 miles long. Oh, the Doodah day. Oh, the Doodah. Oh, the Doodah day.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you of the Camptown.
Yeah.
And you'll say that to a Christian?
I'll
You'll
say it to a
that
Jew. I'll say it to a Muslim. I will. I will. And look what I've built.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna just wait. We got 1 minute.
I mean, later in this, I don't know how much more I
So I
want to
guess
play.
I'm
He
gonna
does challenge. Okay,
his
yeah.
thing.
Let it go a little bit more.
Don't bother me, but I don't want to be enemies with you because I actually want to believe deep down inside you love America. You love America. I want to believe deep down inside you're there. And whether you know this or not, you have a lot of influence right now. I do think one of the topics that's going to be an issue on the ballot for 2028 will be Israel control, AIPAC, all of that stuff. And I'd like to see how that pans out and how it goes, because I like debates. I watch these debates. I watch what takes place. I watch to see where the market is going to.
How you're in
So I don't know.
meetings
I
from
don't know what
morning
you're
to night.
doing. I don't know if you're trying to get behind a Massey, because I think he's a pretty capable, talented guy. I don't know if you want to run. I don't know what you're solving for. I don't know if you're like, well, I don't care if we win the midterms. I don't care. Let a Democrat win. Maybe sometimes America needs to go through the pruning process because I want to see destroy the GOP and start all over again. I don't know. Maybe that's the vision.
So this is where this is the factions in right-wing media right now. It's people like Tim Pool and PBD who are still a little bit hooked up to like traditional kind of Republican spaces, and influencers like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens who have their own gravy train going that is independent of the Republican project, and they're setting themselves up for the long term. And they keep coming back to the midterms. And I just wonder who they're speaking to. I wonder who PBD is speaking to. I wonder who Tim Pool's speaking to, where they're suddenly fixated on the midterms, where Tim Pool used to pretend like he didn't care about this kind of thing before that.
What's it to Elon Musk's the mothers of one of his dozens of kids, Ashley St. Clair. Maybe we'll play this next week, but she did like a 7-minute YouTube video talking about how they're all on a group chat and it's getting around certain type of disclosures and stuff, but they're coordinating messaging on a group chat.
Well, what's also fascinating about their message is they're not really advocating for people to vote for Republicans. They're not giving a reason to vote for Republicans. It's more like they're all to the side observing because they're afraid of getting in front of the ire that people have towards the Republicans.
Do you know who they sound like? They sound like DNC influencers trying to badger people to vote for Kamala Harris.
A little bit, but they don't. It's almost like they're not even like actively doing that. They're just commenting on other people not doing that.
Well, here we get a little bit of more aspersions being cast.
I think there's an end to it because we've already started a country the way that we are. And so you and I both get accused of something. I want you to process this, and I want you to know I'm open to it. You get accused of, this guy, Tucker's taking money. Oh, Pat's a Zionist. He's taking money from Israel. Never been to Israel. AIPAC messaged me and told me, you want to come to Israel? I said, I have no interest in going to Israel for you to pay for me. I'm going to go one day with my pastor. We've never taken money from anybody. And I'm so confident with myself.
Sorry, guys, I was enjoying the smoke break and also the fact that my cat's being so adorable
I've
right
done
now.
because there's only one thing I fear in my life, and that's God. I don't fear anything more than I fear God. And trust me, I fear God a lot because this thing's like this.
I fear
If you ever
God
wanted to
and
have fun, and
those are the one things I
and audits.
And
well, he never read that whole parable about greed.
No, well, that's what he's about to challenge
Ruh-roh.
Tucker to here. He challenges Tucker to get KPMG or someone to come in and testify that they're not taking outside money, which is kind of interesting, actually.
Let's just say, put it out there on the line. And again, I'll put the onus on you if you're open to this or not. Let's go hire 3 accounting firms. You pick one, I pick one, and let's get a third party that we both agree on. Maybe like a KPMG, PwC, and
LT,
and BKD, hypothetically. Some of the biggest firms you probably recognize. You have money. You've done well for yourself. Let's have them do audited financials on me, my wife, and you and your wife, and report back to see if I've ever gotten paid from Israel, and report back to see if you've ever gotten paid from Qatar or Pakistan.
This is all just wankery.
Well, I think it's interesting that he thinks that's a position of strength for him because he's independently wealthy, so he may be able to make that case.
Christians are pushing their laws. Seems like the problem is with religion in
I'm
general.
not sure the other influencers
They never get there.
can.
That's what
I mean. Realistically, if they actually respected the Constitution, then they would kind of put their religion aside and they would realize, like, oh, right. But they have fooled themselves into thinking that we are actually a Christian nation built on Christianity, not just Christian principles. Which I can admit, yes, our founding fathers were Freemasons, which they did have like a whole bunch of, traditions steeped in Christian ideology, but they made it abundantly clear that there's no national religion.
Who is
otherwise they wouldn't have included it in the founding document of our fucking country.
For his business.
Yeah.
His business now.
Trump's neck-o-seef does it for me. Yo, what a crazy
now
sentence.
is to advise people.
Hey, you gotta vote yes. You gotta sub to the channel. Did I win you with the humor?
Basically, an outgrowth of Minect.
If you guys haven't subbed to the channel,
which
please
is
do.
to advise business owners and to get them to pay thousands of dollars to listen.
If you're chill, that's pretty much it.
To him, give them advice for a half an hour or an hour or something to that. That's what his job is, and he has other people who do that as well. And the whole show is a lost leader to essentially give him some measure of prominence where people are like, this guy must know what he's talking about. And that's it.
Yep.
As far as I know, the only business that he's run was that insurance sales thing where you had to buy into it.
It won't give you the satisfaction of subscribing.
Become a member of
Well, now I'm just a bummed podcaster.
the sales force for pay. It's almost like getting
so sad.
invited on to Amy Poehler's podcast and having to pay.
It's okay.
And look at how their criticisms of Israel also continue to fall along who's the better Christian lines. Like, just another...
That's what they're competing for, is the Christian fundamentalist base.
Exactly. This is
It'll be
not...
very funny how they both try to do that.
One is a little bit of the shade of white that the Christians in this country that they're competing over prefer. So he's got to be like, I converted, and don't be fooled by me being Iranian. I'm a Christian like you. I don't think it's going to work that well.
I don't think so.
Amazing grace, how sweet. Let me read this to you. The sound.
Let me read this to you. You all know the words, except for me. I don't know the words, but you all do.
Yeah.
I listened to it over and over again, and none of the words stuck with me enough that I can't get past the first line without reading it.
I'm not standing up for Sharia law. I think all religions are stupid. Should be called out equally.
These are the most important words I've ever...
These words, they kept me...
They have been etched on my heart.
Yes.
But fortunately, I also have a piece of paper to just trigger my memory.
They comforted me so much.
All right. So if you guys probably don't know this. So Cenk and Anna have apparently been targeted by a bunch of like Israeli propaganda stuff, and they started, I guess, doxing their loved ones. So yeah, this is worth covering, man. This is kind of crazy.
There are 38 states that have anti-BDS laws. Are you kidding me? I thought this was the country of free speech. I thought this is the country of free association.
What do those laws do?
They make it so that if you work in the government, you cannot protest Israel. You can't boycott them.
If you work in the government?
That's correct. If you're like a government contractor.
That beanie's so smart. It's such a smart beanie. I love Beanie. He's wearing a beanie because he needs to keep his brain nice and toasty.
I mean, if you're a private company that does government contracting,
that's correct.
You can't boycott Israel.
That's correct. You can't boycott Israel.
Save me from this.
You better be careful, baby girl, because pretty soon every single one of your family members is going to get doxxed by the Israel First terrorists within our own borders. But if you're wondering who that was comedian Leonardo Joni on Tim Pool's show, where Tim Pool was pretending to not know what's going on in this country at all when it comes to an issue that he purported to care so much about, censorship. But you know, there's a lot of censorship happening right now as it pertains to criticism over Israel. And Cenk and I have gotten a little taste of what it's like if you dare to criticize Israel. We're going to get to that in just a minute, but first, your 2 cents.
Yeah, you got Dim Pool.
Yeah, so Laura Loomer doxed my wife over the weekend, and then she did it again to Anna's husband. That's the second go around. So there are Israeli terrorists that are inside America, and their job is to terrorize innocent Americans who criticize Israel.
Pro-Israel terrorists.
Sorry, yes.
Because they're not all Israeli.
No, they're not Israeli. They're largely Americans who
tools are useful.
Value Israel 10 billion times more than America. And in fact,
That's right. I mean, that's how the android sold her logic on to the Predator in the
a great disdain for any Americans who object and try to literally ruin their lives and their families, and we're going to prove it to you right here.
So it started with Laura Loomer over the weekend, where she got very touchy when Cenk wondered, who's paying Laura Loomer? Like, she spends all day.
This country must be one party, vote blue. I disagree with
on
that.
X. Like, you can't bankroll your lifestyle by making money off X. Okay, like, who's paying you to live? Okay,
so by the way, that's not just conjecture. Wall Street Journal, I happened to read a story from a little while ago where Wall Street Journal confirmed that she has donors that finance what she does. And what she does is spread hatred and bigotry. She's an avowed racist and bigot towards Arabs and Muslims. And so who's funding that bigotry? I'll take a guess that those are the same people complaining about bigotry when it's anti-Semitism. The same people going, anti-Semitism is the worst thing in the world. And they're like, okay, now I'm going to pay you a lot of money, Laura.
Subjects that
make sure everybody hates Muslims.
Well,
we love bigotry when it comes to Muslims and now soon Christians. So who's financing her? And that was a very touchy thing for her.
Very touchy.
The people financing her are extremely wealthy, and they go around in polite society and they pretend that they're wonderful people who care about bigotry. If their friends and their polite social circles found out,
funny that the trolls are fighting each other,
that they're financing bigotry and hatred in this country,
nature has taken its course,
and financing people like Laura Loomer, it might get uncomfortable in the cocktail parties. So that's why she goes into hyperdrive to attack me and Anna.
So she posted, and I only have a portion of her post, but she's like, let me tell you a secret about Cenk Uygur. And
the way he lies about Jews while financially benefiting from them. Number one, neither Cenk nor I attack Jews, okay? No. Jewish people or people who believe in Judaism, practice Judaism. I've got no issue with Judaism. I have a problem with a political ideology, as Cenk does, that makes people think that it's okay to slaughter innocents to expand borders. And that's what's happening right now with Israel.
Hey.
That is not a commentary on the entire Jewish population. Now, if you happen to be a Jewish person who believes it's okay to slaughter people and
that's how it always plays out in real life. Bullies end up fighting each other.
Steal land. Yeah, I got a problem with you. Not because you're Jewish. I have a problem with you because of your ideology.
Wow.
And because you're a deeply immoral person.
Exactly.
Okay.
As I would have the same problem with someone, let's say someone who's Christian and thinks the same thing, right? A Christian nation that wants to do the same thing. It's wrong. It is immoral. It is against all of my values. It's supposed to be against the values that we're all taught from a young age. But anyway, her post included menacing statements like, do all her
Israel doesn't mean Jewish people?
Jewish clients in Beverly Hills.
But the thing, and this is where you need to call them out where it's like, it's actually kind of hurting you a little bit more by constantly crying anti-Semitism.
Know what a raging Jew hater and liar her Muslim pro-Hamas husband is? When has Cenk ever said he's pro-Hamas?
It doesn't matter.
Totally made up.
It doesn't matter.
She just lies about everything. So she's targeting my wife. So what happened next is people started talking about where she's doing, where she has her office. So now we've got to worry about safety.
That's fucked up.
And
that's
then
genuinely fucked up.
She put up her picture and she put up her name and the name of her business.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
inciting violence. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
And then they started saying, okay, we're gonna find the
Hey, thank you for the jewels. Appreciate
her
that.
clients, and we're gonna tell them that she's a Jew hater. Not remotely true. Wendy doesn't care, doesn't.
Pretty open about that for a long. He was always like, he would not shut up about it. Like, my wife is Asian. Like, he would always say that.
Topics.
My Asian wife. Like, he might as well have said it. My hot Asian wife.
At all.
He always just negated to say the hot.
Let alone the fact that obviously we don't hate Jewish people. And it just.
Why do Zionists believe in collective punishment? I want to know. Why do they think it's okay to go after family members?
That's fucked up.
I mean, in the case of Israel, they'll just slaughter entire families, right? No matter what. But in this case, what do our spouses have to do with our political opinions? Which, by the way, are totally fine. Our political opinions are based in morality.
And besides which, we're Americans. We're allowed to have any opinion we like, okay? I know Israelis hate that. They hate our rights. They hate our freedom of speech. And people who are pro-Israel in this country who hire these Gestapo, these terrorists to try to terrorize any American. I've got more on that in a second. Look,
I think that
one of the biggest problems.
I actually genuinely think that Anna Krapsparian is better, but I don't know. I got to give Ben Dixon his due. He nailed it with that.
On Yelp and doing low reviews for Wendy's business, and then writing terrible things, etc., so that an average person looking won't know that there's these weirdo terrorists inside the
thank God
country that try to destroy any American who doesn't bow their head.
Excuse me.
And then they started talking about all the different ways that they could destroy her family, on my family and her business. And if you read the justifications, it is really telling. They're like, it doesn't matter. They're against Israel, so their whole lives should be ruined. We should ruin their family. We should try to drive a wedge between them, destroy everything he has, destroy everything she has. You know who talks like that? Terrorists talk like that.
Yeah.
And that is their job, is to terrorize all of us so that we kneel to Israel.
So look, I'm not whining about this as like, oh, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. No. I just want the whole world to know.
To be fair, this is actually one that I would even buy.
Who these people?
Listen, doxing's fucked up. Doxing is genuinely fucked up.
People are and how they operate.
Like, dude, there are small content creators that have had to fucking move because of fucking doxing. Shit.
Okay.
I I had a doxing situation. I had a death threat situation that at first I was just like, oh, I made it. You know, I was making jokes about it. And then the police were just like, oh, shit, this is a real one. It's like, oh.
Because it is important for people to know
moment where I'm like, oh, shit, I made it.
Who the bad guys are. And these people are bad guys. I'll give you another example. So after Loomer posted that, the account Stop Anti-Semitism.
That happened, I think it was like not even 2 months into doing content.
Reposted it saying,
Robin,
did we
I think
just
you were
read
there
this
for that.
correctly? Anti-Semite Cenk Uyghur's wife. By the way, we should sue them. We should sue Leora Rez for calling you an anti-Semite because there's no evidence of that whatsoever. You have never even once attacked Jewish people. You have always been critical of the Israeli government. We should sue her. And we should also sue them for inciting violence against our spouses.
The thing is, you guys actually could win because she's like, this is actual malice.
She posted,
like, you could argue that this is actual malice.
that, right? And by the way, really, Beverly Hills has a Jewish population of 70%? Bitch, are you high? What are you talking about?
Yes.
What is she even talking about?
She's talking to...
And okay, so would you prefer for Cenk's wife to put a notice up saying, I will not, because of my husband's political views on Israel, I will not take any Jewish clients? Is that what you're asking for? Like, what is this?
Do you yeah, that's a great point. Do they want her to actively discriminate against Jewish clients? It's so bizarre. And think about it, guys. None of this logic makes any sense. I mean, even
also,
calling
why
it
lie about the population of Beverly Hills? What a weird.
It's absurd.
Thing
So
to
they
do.
said earlier, you know, Laura Loomer did. Cenk took money from benefits from Jews and took money from Jewish investors.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. Whose side are you on? I'm not a Republican by any means.
Well, that's true.
But I'm also not like a Democrat.
Now, why do you think that happened?
Oh, I'm kidding. I'm genuinely teasing. I'm a leftist, and I for the most part agree with TYT. Like this one, I agree with.
Because I'm an anti-Semite, or they thought I was an anti-Semite? Do you think that makes any sense at all? No, of course not. We in
disagreement with.
And you know, look, this is not to say all my friends are Jewish, etc. And people hate it when you say, "Oh, well, if you have Jewish friends or family, shut up. You're not allowed to say it."
No,
that's
you
another
should say
weird
it.
rule. That's a weird rule.
That's a hell of a time to ask for an invite.
You should say it.
So I don't have Jewish friends for the last 50 years because it was a 50-year plot. At the end, I
just remember that's an open portal.
Jump out of a birthday cake and go, ha ha, I was kidding, I'm just an anti-Semite. We grew up together, but that's not even what I'm driving at.
Do you agree with Cenk and Anna on screen? Yeah.
With this?
Yeah, I agree with them right now.
So on top of all that, this is their weirdo logic. Did Robert Greenwald from Brave New Films save this company back in 2005? He did, and I love the brother for that. And you know what Robert Greenwald's doing now? He's fighting as hard as he possibly can against Israel's war crimes and genocide and aggression.
Yes.
Okay, because these guys who are Israel first assume that every Jewish person is as vicious,
Dragon Slayer, what's your take on this?
As they are, and is willing to do terror.
You in agreement? Disagreement? I mean, I'm not. Listen, man, I have a pretty open door policy here, as long as
on behalf of Israel and to excuse Israel's terrorism. That's not remotely true. 63% of Jews in this country support Israel.
Make you think that that is the majority of
but are against the current government of Israel. That's a very inconvenient fact for them because then they'd have to call the majority of Jews anti-Semites. So that's why they never mention that fact. And some of the best fighters like Robert Greenwald, Glenn Greenwald, and a million others, Dave Smith, I can go with Jeffrey Sachs, Gideon Levy, etc., are Jewish and they fight for peace.
I'm gonna ask.
So, and we mention that on almost every show, okay? Because, and that is why they hate people who are Jewish, who are decent and moral people, because it makes it harder to call everyone an anti-Semite. Last part of that for now is, yesterday I was at an event giving a speech, bunch of Arab.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Christians and Muslims came up to me and said, "Oh, they do this to us all the time. I got fired from this place. I got fired from that place because all I did was support Palestinians or Lebanese people on social media, and all of a sudden these thugs showed up out of nowhere and intimidated my boss so much until they fired me, right? So that's happening to innocent Americans all across the country, including
that's what happened with the Charlie Kirk
Christians.
I mean, I know.
But then one of the women at Jewish Voices for Peace came up to me and she said, "You know, they targeted me too," and she's Jewish because she's for peace. She said that they called her a self-hater and tried to destroy her life. This isn't about religion. This is about these radical zealots that have lost their minds, that are supporting this fascist state that keeps attacking all of their neighbors, taking their land, that just slaughtered 23,000 children in Gaza. So, and now it's not enough. All Americans must bow their heads. So then they go after Anna's husband.
So then Rachel, oh, I know who you are, Rachel. Be careful. The Persian Jewess, as she goes by on X. Interesting. Your account was launched in 2021, but you didn't start posting anything until October of 2023. But anyway, so she goes after my husband, and I just want to show everyone how hot my husband is. Take a look. Take a look. That ass, though. Okay, so look, went after him. He is a.
I hate to say that's kind of
baseball coach.
I listen.
Okay, he's not a political figure.
Good for her.
He's a baseball coach.
And good for him.
So you're gonna go after him and try to get him fired from his job. It backfired stupendously. And
I always like when.
Look, I personally,
because I know they've been together a long ass time.
I'm not afraid of anyone.
That's kind of funny.
But the idea of someone in my family getting targeted by these lunatics infuriates me. And guess what? Twitter has no problem with one particular group of people engaging in this type of doxing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Doxing is against TOS, but apparently if Zionists do it, if Israel defenders do it, totally okay. Which I find fascinating here, very fascinating. People have nothing to do with politics. He's never uttered a word about Israel.
Yeah, neither is Wendy, but it doesn't matter. They have to destroy your family members, but they were about to tell you that. We're gonna show you videos of that. But they weren't done with, now Hasan is a family member, but that doesn't count. He's a public figure. My nephew's Hasan Piker, and Laura Loomer said, how come Hasan Piker isn't in jail? So because if you, taking away your freedom of speech is not enough. Taking away your livelihood is not enough. Okay, this Gestapo is like, take the people criticizing Israel and stuff them into jail. You're taking our rights? You're taking Americans' rights away from us? Who the F are you? When did you become the boss of us? And I know why they're allowed to do this, because when Hasan makes a bad comment, Jake Tapper and everybody on cable news has talked 24/7. Politicians should distance themselves, he should be canceled, and any politician who talks to him should be canceled, canceled. Then Laura Loomer's like, oh, let's destroy people's families. Let's put people into jail because of opposing Israel. And cable news like, yeah, that's totally fine. No cancellation of Laura Loomer or Mark Levin, who's constantly talking about deporting people and taking away our rights. No one on cable news cares about any of that. No one in mainstream media cares about any of that, because we're not important pro-Israel people. We're just lowly Americans. And Americans, who cares about you? Israel's allowed to bully you, terrorize you. They're allowed to do anything they want to you because they're almighty Israel and they are superior to you. And you should just know your role and submit to them. Otherwise, you're gonna be fired, your family's gonna be targeted. Wait. You might say, hey, Cenk, did they really say that? Let's go to video 2 so you can see it with your own eyes.
We will shine a light on you that, thanks to Google and SEO, will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny, when you look for anything, our work will always be documented. Again, thanks to Google and SEO. Today, Stop Anti-Semitism, I'm proud to say, runs one of the most robust anti-Semitic enforcement operations in the United States, monitoring campuses, digital networks, activist groups, and public officials, documenting incidents in real time and mobilizing millions of people, of allies that are quietly by our side.
So she's speaking at the Israeli embassy and saying, you just heard her, any American who objects to Israel, they will call an anti-Semite, and then they will go after their family, their livelihood, and they will, and by the way, stopantisemitism.com, recent reports, Canary Mission, recent reports, but it turns out that maybe some of their founders are from Israel. But no, mainstream media, don't ever investigate them. Pretend they're the good guys. You know they get quoted all the time on cable news? They're like, and so when she talks about the quiet people supporting us and our mission, she's referring to mainstream media. Because mainstream media then picks up those reports, doesn't analyze them at all, and then helps them attack American families that dare to disagree with Israel.
I don't think it's mainstream media. It's, their little group
The dynamic between this stream and Sure Janet and Starry Waters is really funny.
of people
I'll be honest. I've just been watching it and kind of chuckling to myself.
who, so for instance,
I don't know. We're coming up after all this. Maybe I might have to cover some.
in the case of someone's
read it back,
workplace,
'cause
right?
this
They're
is kinda
attacking
fun.
someone's family member,
Like I said, guys,
and they
if
want to
you're,
get that
just
family
joining
member
us,
fired from their
welcome to
work.
the stream. By the way, I'm Pep. If you haven't figured that out, nice to meet you. I'm glad to have you guys
Place.
here.
They'll just start like sending a ton of messages and tagging that workplace's social media accounts to try to get that person fired. That's what they're referring to.
No, I got you. They do that, but then the media, instead of saying, wait, what is this weirdo group representing a foreign government that's terrorizing any American that criticizes, like if you just fill in the blank for any other country. If there was a group that was like, if you
Problem is, the
criticize
vast majority
Bulgaria,
of
we're gonna
America
destroy
doesn't
your
know about
family.
this.
People would write stories about that. Like, what is
Yeah.
that super weird? If the
Again, if CNN would cover this, if it I don't
Russians
know,
were doing it, if the Chinese were doing it, but when the Israelis and the Israeli lovers do it, they're like, nope, nope. In fact, we're going to quote them as if it's real.
And this is where
we're going
Jake
to take
gets on his high horse where he's just like, they're afraid of us, of course.
their out of context quotes, their videos, etc. We're going to help them smear all of you and destroy any American who dares to cover the
Also,
truth about Israel.
shout out
Wait,
Twitch.
we're
What
not
up?
done
How you
yet.
guys
Now,
doing?
that she was speaking of the Israeli embassy. She's a lady from StopAntisemitism.com, was draped in the Israeli flag, terrorizing Americans. Here comes Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan, and let's see what he has to say.
The scourge of anti-Semitism must be defeated anywhere and everywhere that it exists. As we just heard before, from holding universities accountable to using laws within the Justice Department, existing laws, to hold and prosecute crimes against the Jewish community, from preventing people from working and going to worship in their shuls. And then, as was touched on very briefly, but a visa vetting program that we are just beginning now to see the results.
Might have missed it.
They're doing a real good job fighting anti-Semitism. They're not multiplying it at all through their actions.
Yeah,
I've been a little busy
there at
off
the
stream,
end, he says, like, basically, we're telling the
I've been able to
American
check the Discord
government
as
who
well.
they can and cannot admit into America based on whether they've criticized Israel. Okay, all under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism, and they do it to Jewish people too. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Last thing, when I went to the university tour with my family a couple of weeks ago, I told some of the members in a bonus episode about it. Students kept coming up to me, not just Muslim students, black students, white students, kept coming up to me at all the different campuses going, oh, thank God you guys are saying something, because we can't say anything on campus. They're making lists of anyone who goes to a protest or says anything about Israel, and they're saying that they're gonna make sure that we can't get jobs coming out of college.
Yep.
Okay, what is this? This is insane. I go to give those speeches as I told you about. After every speech, at least a half a dozen people come up from every room saying that they've been fired for either criticizing Israel or just supporting Palestinians, including Christians. Christians who said, well, okay, yes, but there's also Christians in the West Bank and Gaza.
Yeah, could you imagine, like, just for a second, if it was just like, you can't criticize Saudi Arabia? It's like, what?
The strip in Lebanon, and I want to support them.
Like,
You're
I don't
fired.
understand where this dissonance comes from.
You're being anti-Semitic for being pro-Christian. You're being
Americans kinda
anti-Semitic if
recognize
you
that
care
this
about
is
Muslim
like, this
lives
is just
lost. If
blatantly
you care
not
about
okay.
kids who are dead, you're anti-Semitic, and your life will be ruined, and your family will be targeted. Now, who's a terrorist?
How many?
These are terrorists, and they because they are trying to literally terrorize real Americans in this country.
Yeah, no,
and the
that's insane,
terrorist
not being able to
sympathizers
criticize. It really
is every
is.
media ghoul and goblin that helps them terrorize us and covers up all of their vicious attacks against innocent Americans.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true.
Yeah, totally not true. Okay, if this gets to be like too outrageous for me, because when I say outrageous, I just mean like, I don't want to deal with this. Ann Coulter gets interviewed by Emily, and I don't know, man. I watched like the first minute or two of this, and I was already kind of like feeling it, where I was just like, oh, this is a whole lot of stupid. But with you guys here, it's a little bit better, you know. Maybe it'll be a little entertained to see me get really annoyed with it. So here's Ann Coulter on Breaking Points, getting interviewed by Emily.
Coulter, I guess.
I keep forgetting her last name.
Who really needs no introduction, but Ann has a Substack now. You can go ahead and follow that. She's going to be doing a live Rumble on Thursday. So.
Oh, good for her.
She's, of course, the New York Times bestselling author of 13 books and has been speaking out against the war in Iran. So first, Ann, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Ann.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Let's start with this post. This was after the White House Correspondents' Center attempted assassination. You wrote on X, at this point, more California teachers have tried to assassinate Trump than Iranians have. I really wish he'd get back to domestic concerns and
Oh
stop
my God, she's
cleaning.
vile. Yeah, but she's one of the ones that's pro wrestling because her and Bill Maher, were tight for a while.
The
and all
rest of the world. For you, have you been surprised that Trump went to war in Iran? I mean, you've sort of famously had a break with him over many years now. You wrote, what was the joke? You wrote that he could perform abortions on the Resolute desk and you would still vote for him in 2016, if I'm remembering correctly. So is any of this surprising in Iran?
Yes, and I wrote that after his immigration policy paper came out, written by the brilliant Stephen Miller. It's still...
God, the fact that her and Dinesh D'Souza were fucking... Ugh.
I think it should be the touchstone for any Republican running, or for anything,
exorcism
any
after thinking
Republican in
about that.
office. In any event, they're finally getting around to some of that. Second term, he sort of blew it off first term, thus my break with him. So it isn't the Trump supporters aren't entirely a personality cult. I always found his personality rather repulsive, but loved the stuff he was running on so I could overcome such superficialities. And yes, I think like most people, it's unbelievable that he started another pointless war. Without provocation, let's just get
Why did you have to remind us of their fornication? Because if I have to think about it, you do too. I share in my misery.
Bombs on countries all over the world and see if we make friends that way. It really...
Aren't you so happy you watched today?
Every president... Paul Johnson wrote this.
Here I'm like, God damn it, I need to grow.
In modern times. I think it's in modern times. The great British historian, that every U.S. president runs on...
Thank you for being here.
Not taking the country to war, and they almost
one
always
away from a
get us
milestone
into
if you
war.
guys
For some
are
reason,
interested
presidents
in
seem to think that's
remembering
makes
what
them great.
subscriber you are.
This is turning out to be,
I don't know, it's kind of cool when I do.
many of us suspected at the time, a much bigger quagmire that is going to turn out much worse than the status quo ante, certainly than Iraq. Iraq is at least better off. And I was a big supporter of the Iraq War. They did hit us first. If we're talking about the craziness out of the Middle East.
What? They hit us first, so now the Middle East is just like it's an amalgamation of just the Middle East.
I mean,
what the actual fuck?
This has just been a disaster from beginning to
a tabletop fun.
And how do you think
See
this
you next
keeps
time.
happening?
Hey man, have fun.
Like you said, you support.
Actually, hey, you putting some lacquer on there? You sprucing up some wood? What's going on over there? Yeah, Dragon Slayer, come back next time and explain your project.
That war with Iraq. I would say,
Trump?
yeah, I mean, Al Qaeda
have fun with
this
that.
first. I don't know if Saddam Hussein did, but in the
fact that you're saying hail any politician
we
is
can
a little
understand,
weird, but you're probably not even American.
And I think the fervor of the country.
It's Alex. No, it's Alexei.
Even if we think it was built on lies, but you were a key part, I think, with your
Russian government pay me many rubles to go and talk shit to American YouTubes.
Book Adios America, which I remember having read on my first couple days over at the Daily
Vodka Mother
Caller of the architect really
Alexei,
of the move.
what are you doing? Are you going around? Are you trolling the American YouTubes? Yes, Mother, get out of my room, please.
For immigration restriction in a reaction to the Romney and the Bush era. So you broke with Trump really over that, but one of the parts that we all kind of thought was a rejection of neoconservatism, specifically with the selection of the vice president and many of the other national security officials who work in
exactly what you think.
And yet we actually got something much worse this second time than even in the first. What's your assessment? How do you think this happened?
Yeah, it's weird how
Listen, you already hailed Trump twice.
I've always liked the neoconservatives. It's
Going for
weird
a
how
third?
that has just come to mean nothing but pointless wars these days. I mean, back when I was supporting the
This guy just
Iraq
knows like
War,
American. He's literally doing this. Like, I think he is Russian, and I think guys, I think I actually nailed this one. I'm pretty sure that his name is. It's either Alexei or one of those, like.
And I would again.
What's another
I
one?
Always
Oh my God!
go back and argue that one and point out it was very different.
What a time to have a brain
Didn't want to
fart.
stay there for 10 years.
Damn. No, he's Alexei.
But I know that's kind of off the point. But they kept calling me a neoconservative back
Boris
during those
Yes,
times.
there we go, Boris.
I did point out, no, I'm not
His name
Jewish.
is Alexei Boris.
The history of the neoconservatives were Jewish intellectuals who realized the Democratic Party was insane. And you had a lot of really smart, great people like Norman.
The fact that he's laughing at it kind of tells me that I'm right.
Horrors coming out of that.
Like, wait a minute,
it's
did I
sort of
bust you?
unfortunate that the,
It's just one of those
that the
rare times
word
where you're just
has
like,
now
book it.
come to be so
This guy
closely
making me laugh.
associated with
Nicholas. Yes,
pointless
Nicola.
wars around the world. And even if there were some point to this war, and
My
I
cousin
really
Nicholas.
don't think there is.
He bring the vodka.
I think there's a lot of fear
the good vodka. He had to wrestle bear to get vodka.
mongering, as always
This is a shit Russian impression, by the way.
happens.
These
I'm interviewing
PepTalks.
on my
Listen to him, stupid American. He has no idea what he's talk about.
live Substack.
He's out here talking about bear and vodka. Meanwhile, I like tequila.
or rather live Rumble this Thursday. John Tierney was longtime science reporter for the
Oh, LT, you got a fan.
New York Times and now is at City Journal, and he's written a lot of brilliant books. One of which is The Power
Did he just really like do the equivalent of Looney Tune? Yes.
of Bad, and basically punishment works better than reward, that sort of thing. But one of the things he says about The Power of Bad
This dude's weird, but I don't know. It's kind of funny.
is countries always overestimate
What's going on? We're listening to this. Yeah.
the threat when they're going into war. And they
I'm already bored with her.
also
Shut the fuck up.
overestimate the ease of their victory.
God, has been.
And he talks about Germany before World War I, and how it was so afraid and thought, oh, we'll just brush them aside. Talks about the Gulf War, talks about Iraq. And oh my gosh, did we see that in like 3 weeks' time with the Iran war? Way overestimation of the threat. The only column I wrote about this was using the exact same arguments they use for Iran with like every other country in the world. Are we going to bomb any country where 40 years ago someone held a death to America
if you really hated
sign?
me, you'd subscribe to the channel.
Trump did knock out their nuclear capacity
really
last
loved
year.
me. Which
and as
one?
I said in a recent
God damn it.
I
one
usually
sub.
at the end of the
Just
week
one.
do 5 stories on my Substack that,
And then we hit a
either
milestone for the
people
night,
have
and I'm
missed
happy.
or they're missing some crucial part of it. My take
You wanna
on
be
5 stories,
happy with-
and one
make
I did
me
3.5
happy.
this week. And one was, does anyone really believe that Iran, if it had a nuke, and I don't think it was on the verge of getting a nuke,
No.
would bomb Miami, would
No.
bomb Israel? I mean, if
Miami, do you not know where fucking Iran is? And just how this works?
mutually assured destruction has worked for
What
more than 50
is
years.
happening?
A lot of
Jeez.
awful countries have
Wait, are
nukes.
we? Is this like
Start
Cuban
with
Missile Crisis
North
shit?
Korea.
What is-
It's not like we're constantly living in
God,
terror. Is
she's
North Korea
insufferable.
going to nuke us?
Megyn Kelly
well,
on Hinge.
they could right now.
God, she's proto Megyn Kelly.
And they're an awful regime. They're a more evil regime than Iran. And why aren't we worried about it? Because if they did that,
The fact that
they
she
would,
she was the Laura Loomer of her day. Like she was the crazy one.
quote Trump from a few weeks ago, we
Oh
would
my
watch
God,
a civilization
Stan, that was
die.
me.
The entire country would be destroyed.
Anytime I put my phone down, he hears it as like a stomp, and he's
even
just like,
I think people like you and me would say, you nuked Miami, we're leveling the entire country. It's a horrible thing to say, but it works. And this idea
I don't speak Polish, but a lot of my neighbors do.
that Iran was, desperate to get a nuke, so we're
A lot
hitting
of
New
Polish
York
here in
City.
Chicago.
Does anyone seriously believe that?
When I wanted to ask about, we're now 2 months in just about to this war in Iran, and you've
What up,
mentioned a
Jeff?
couple of times that
see you,
the way
bud.
you see it, this is shaping up to be something
How you
worse
been, man?
than Iraq. And
I saw you on stream
Professor
a
Robert
little
Pape
bit
has been
ago,
on our
but,
show saying that it looks like it could potentially
guy
even
you
be
were.
worse than Vietnam in some ways. So what are you seeing? I mean, as these peace negotiations go back and forth, Iran right now has
Yeah, totally. Laura Loomer, learn from her. Yeah,
reportedly
that's what
said they
I'm
would
saying.
open the
Yeah,
Strait
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
Hormuz if there were negotiations over the nuclear material
Yes.
tabled. Trump has not taken that deal. So what do you make of where we are right now? Why is your sense that this could actually potentially put us in a worse situation than the Iraq War did?
Well,
anyway, gotta go.
I sort of wish everyone would stop reporting on the Iran war and just say, "Good job, Mr. President. Whoa, you've accomplished everything you wanted to." Because I mean, we're just waiting for
God, Emily's such a dork.
a way out for Trump to be able to save face. Thus far in the war, the claims were we wanted regime change. From what I understand, the new regime is same as the old regime. Some say worse. We were going to destroy their capacity to build a nuclear weapon. And we were going to inspire the Iranian people to stand up and overthrow the mullahs, and it would suddenly be a functioning democracy, much like
Stop reporting on the war that we're actively in.
Connecticut.
You're Polish?
Well,
no problem.
No regime change. They haven't
I had it explained to me from my neighbor, where he's just like, okay, so here we have good Polish, bad Polish. He's like, these houses, good Polish. These houses, bad Polish.
up, and in fact, the bombing
I
has
was
turned.
like, what?
as
He's just
I-
like, these ones are the American Polish. These ones are the ones here. He's just like,
Jacob
just. And I was just like, oh my God, is he about to say something about ICE?
recently
Swear to God.
of the national interest. And he made the point, which I've
He's
heard
a
before,
wild
but
fucking dude, and he
he's
loves
more
him some
intellectual than I am
Europop or
on
the
these
Euro
issues. He
techno.
said, in
Like, dude,
fact,
he was rocking out in his garage the other day, and it was legit like 90s fucking Euro trash techno. Sorry, I'm trying to be
the
nice here,
attempt to
but
demoralize civilizations by heavy bombings, like the Dresden bombings, does exactly the reverse. It gets even
Nice guy,
citizens
though.
who are
Honestly.
opposed to a war with another country. You start bombing the civilians, and they get their backs to the wall, and suddenly they unite in patriotism behind whatever the regime is. So that has exactly the opposite effect of what it was supposed to do. And now we're basically down to our sole war objective is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war started.
oh shit, Jeff, you avoided the storm?
And I mean,
yeah,
what-
that was
What
bad.
your reaction to some rising tides in MAGA world?
Southern Illinois got slammed, dude.
Supporting Marco Rubio for 2028. Let's go ahead and put F2
Dude, Black
guys
countries
up there.
all love techno.
on
Have you
the
seen the
screen.
big Viking guy who dances to techno in parades and
This is from
no
Politico.
No, I
They say
haven't, but I'm
White House
interested now.
insiders see
The
Rubio
techno Viking? Oh, I'm looking
on
him
the
up.
rise as a potential 2028 pick.
I don't know.
Marco Rubio, of course,
This
famously
is funny. I was
failed
listening to Electric Callboy, and I just saw him. He's just like, hey.
in his 2016
It's just like, this is
primary,
German, but
in large part, I think,
Okay.
in support of amnesty and some of the work that he did
I was playing
in the
hyper,
Obama years.
hyper.
And yet, he's kind of beloved by Trump right now for his work on Iran and the poster boy for the successful Venezuela
neighbors are a trip. I
operation.
gotta
How
admit.
what do you make of this in context of Trump's heir in 2028?
I don't want
North
Marco
Poland, South
Rubio
Polish have
within
issues.
10 miles.
Is that what it is? Wait a minute. Is there an entire thing that I'm missing here? Like, I thought he was just talking about, like, oh yes, these are the Polish that move into the neighborhood. It was just like, wait a minute, what?
Of the White House, I will never.
Oh my God! Wow, I'm learning
relent on
something.
that.
So I might have to ask him about that next
it
time I
is-
see him. Where it's just like,
he
hey,
is
is this a
Mr.
North-South
Amnesty.
thing?
It was. I mean, I've
Damn.
talked to Stephen Miller and a few others about this. When Rubio's amnesty bill was going through, and he had pushed for it in the Florida legislature, I should say, he lied to the voters. It was a big issue.
Oh my God, this is
Joyce Kaufman, big-
boring as shit. I'm out. All right, let's do the Ethan Klein thing. LOL, North Poland, South Polish have some issues. I didn't know this. I did not know this. And honestly, I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about, and I just didn't catch it. Holy shit. Dude, you just made my next conversation with my neighbor so much more interesting. He's gonna probably rip like at least like 7 butts just fucking telling me about this because he likes to chat. This guy. Just very chatty. I mean, this is coming from me.
Good job, Hila.
Good job.
9 years ago, Ethan and Hila Klein of H3H3 Productions fame
Cue it
won
up.
a
I can't
landmark
cue it up.
lawsuit, setting
It's
a
music, I
historic
can't.
precedent
I'm gonna check
for
it out
free
off
use
stream. Thank you
on
for saying
YouTube.
that.
Swear to God, it felt like this would never happen. It was a year and a half. We were waiting for this.
Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna just say this though. Ethan actually looks kind of healthy.
And I'll tell you what, through all the grief,
did they get off the Ozempic?
all the drama, man, now I'm so happy we did it. Because this is a landmark case, not just for us, but seriously, the wording that the judge put into the opinion is going to strengthen fair use.
Hey, at least Mr. Cascada is nice. That's what he was listening to in his garage. It was Cascada.
Trust you too.
And just
That was hilarious. He was totally
2
rocking out
weeks
to
ago,
it too.
Ethan Klein publicized a brand new lawsuit
By the way, Uni in chat, but yeah, she
One-
dude, our Polish neighbor.
where he will be the
He
plaintiff,
just became one of my favorite people in our neighborhood because I am so interested.
and pro-Palestine activist
Thank you
Noah
for that.
Sampson will be the defendant.
It's been a
sounded
while
healthier
since
too,
I
less
spoke
ticks.
about dear
Yeah.
friend Noah Sampson, who had a penchant for accusing me of being pro-genocide. He thought it was cute. He thought it was fun throwing around such kind of heinous accusations, right? This guy supports genocide. In fact, he had even a video called "The YouTubers That Supported a Genocide."
All glory be to God.
With me
Oh, hey man.
in it.
Glad you love you some God. Welcome in.
But after
Dustin.
reading through his own poorly written and hastily assembled lawsuit document, it's quite obvious that this has little to do with Noah Sampson's supposed defamatory video, and much more to do with some sort of attempt at bankrupting his character and financial security.
I'm real curious to see how he crowdfunds for this, though, because you might remember when I mentioned I was thinking about suing him, he crowdfunded what, like $200,000 for Gaza, which was fantastic. I mean, I'd like to even take credit for that if I can a little bit, you know? It's just going to be a little funny when he's like, okay, now it's my turn. The people
that would piss me off if I was
in
Noah.
Gaza, yes, they're still suffering, but now it's my turn. I don't think he's going to raise quite as much. I mean, the most of the
God, why did you have to turn out to be such a piece of shit, dude?
the ladies who
This one really does kind of suck because it's like now, like, I know that I've like talked about this a little bit, but like I watched him and like I watched H3 for at least like a year and a half where, you know, actually it was during COVID. Now I think about it. And that's like, it was just fun and stupid. And that's like, I was watching them during the Sam Cedar thing. And that's why I was like, oh my God, this crossover's, it's great. And what he did this, to Steven Crowder was hilarious. But then just
who crowdfunded was, I
his fucking weird obsession with Hassan, like, is just, it's insane.
believe Casey Tron, who raised like
I
50.
mean, Leftovers was also a great show.
And by the way, thank you.
10 a.m. Central. I will check that out, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
However, unfortunately for Ethan, it seems this lawsuit will be going nowhere. And here's why.
By the way, this is North Star Radio. I'll be linking him in the chat.
Just over a year ago, on March 11th, 2025, Noah Sampson uploaded the supposed defamatory video in question, titled "The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide." In it, he spends over an hour going point by point through Ethan's own backlog of live streams to prove his overall argument that Ethan Klein, along with a few other media figures, quote, backed a genocide.
About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber
YouTube
channel H3H3 Productions
Is it like Gloopy, like a double O, or Gluppy?
Released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. The real reason
I want to say it right.
I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say. Ethan omits the Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give
It has nothing to do with that.
Any
though.
specific-
Smashes my head with a keyboard. He that's not what he was obsessed with. He was more upset. It was literally like the spurned lover things
about what Israel is doing.
Like, it was an obsession. Like, honestly, dude, like
doing there. And this is an issue. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms like atrocity propaganda.
So do I do it like gloopy? And then just like point to the house and he'll be like,
there are also more subtle ways, like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts.
You're defending him?
Things like bearing.
Dude, I'm not here. Hasan has issues. Like, I got issues with Hasan, but also I think that some people are disingenuous with their critiques of him.
The lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it. But it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission.
For the average person, there's nothing defamatory about this video, as all Noah did was make a claim and attempted to prove it through clips. An attempt, I'd say, that was successful. I mean, most people have had this exact thought well before this video was uploaded to YouTube. That being said, less than a month after this video was published, Ethan Klein went live on the
What's not overblown?
H3 Podcast YouTube channel.
What do you clutch your pearls to with Hasan?
Under a live stream titled,
while ignoring the fact that there's other people doing the exact same thing on the side that you support.
No,
like, seriously, man.
Samson, retract or lawyer up, announcing that he, along with Twitch streamer Some Ordinary Gamer, will be teaming up to sue Noah Samson for defamation.
Me and Mudahar together teamed up, and we sent a demand for retraction to Noah Samson Monday night after the show.
Mudahar.
In this letter, which I will read after the break, we highlight the defamatory statements and explain in great detail why they're defamatory. All he has to do to avoid getting sued is apologize.
Don't get her started on reading Rainbow.
For everything he said and did, admit he was either lying or ignorant, and erase the video, and also disgrace, and just accept the disgrace that is basically lying about two people being pro-genocide, which is one of the most twisted up things you can accuse someone of. And so, the ball is now in your court, sir. You have 20 days from the moment you received it to respond. Otherwise, this piece is being moved to the next piece on the board. And so what?
The piece would be moved to a different space, not to another piece.
The piece would be moving to another space on the board. We'll be advancing the battle plans.
Noah Samson didn't delete the video. In fact, he doubled down on his argument with a follow-up video. And ever since the cease and desist was sent, we never really heard Noah's name escape Ethan's mouth again. Well, they did try to paint Noah as some sort of R-wordist, even having a former lover of Noah Samson call into the show, which didn't exactly go the way they anticipated.
Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole denial lane.
Oh, he straight up is all in it.
Interesting.
History.
Some information to tell you, but after the show.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
About him?
See if that.
Yep.
Oh, about the Cody Code?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing that you know about yet. It's interesting how many people come out of the woodwork.
Heyo.
Noah.
Hey now.
We'll get to that.
X's, you know.
Put my camera into the ceiling. Yeah, like literally.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
Okay, we're not going to jump into this, right?
Exactly. I want to do due diligence and everything, but upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's risky. Not great for young Noah.
This was risky.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
Oh my God, you guys.
No. LibFem, he has Tourette's.
Don't miss Friday's show.
It's very well known that he has Tourette's. And I actually, to this day, I don't care, what your critiques with Ethan Klein are. If you start going after, Tourette's, then I do have a problem with that. I had a good friend that had Tourette's, and, yeah, it's something he can't control. He's moral, so.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But now again, just to make it clear, because people get very.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying, I'm explaining myself, where I'm just no.
Like to take things and run with
the one
it.
thing where I'm
you
please
are not
don't.
accusing him of committing any crimes
But I
or
know
doing
you're not.
R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist. He,
No,
you know,
of course.
our relationship that we had was mostly consensual, obviously, other than the fact that I didn't know he was other people.
Yeah.
So I want to make that very clear that is not, I'm not making any allegations against him. I just want people to know that, you know,
He has multiple ones. Yeah, the sniffling's a tick. Like he does.
people can portray themselves
They'll
one way
swap up
online, and that's not who they are.
Ethan was announcing a lot of different lawsuits at the time. Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron were all victims of an Ethan Klein lawsuit and are still hashing it out to this day.
I've been really excited to share this piece with you guys. And it just got filed yesterday. If anyone wants to read it, I highly recommend going ahead and reading it. So, yes, really cool. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, it'll pull up the motion for judgment on the pleadings, and basically, again, just arguing how my work is fair use and how we will be winning this lawsuit. And I wanted to show you guys specifically one thing that made me really happy. And it is an image breaking down my reaction to the content nuke. And it shows here a timeline of uninterrupted playback versus commentary pauses. Each blue segment represents a commentary pause by Denims. Gaps represent uninterrupted playback of the content nuke. You can see all of the blue lines are me talking and reacting and pausing, and all of the gray/white is the original video, and the orange line in the middle shows when the end of the content nuke if it was played without interruption. And you can see my
Her biggest L is fucking Destiny.
reaction
I'm just gonna say
time
it.
is more than double.
He also
Usually don't,
threatened to sue Sean
comment
the
on
Black,
things like
a
that and don't
popular
care,
left-wing
but
anti-Israel
when I found
Twitch
that out, I was like, really?
streamer. But nothing ended up materializing. So, at the time, it was safe to say nothing would come of Noah Sampson's lawsuit either, especially considering the fact that the supposed evidence is paper thin. It wasn't until 1 year later, more specifically 364 days, one day before the statute of limitations expired, that Ethan would finally file his defamation lawsuit against Noah Sampson.
I made a promise to him.
That is, wow.
March of last year, and
how'd you wait?
I think
Why
he
would you
probably
wait that
thought
long?
that it had blown over. I think a lot of people probably thought it blew over. In fact, the statute
No,
of
bro, like
limitation.
that, but the problem is, like, you were so, like, dude, you made fucking multiple videos about this.
Is passed.
God, it's embarrassing for you.
But I, of course, kept a close eye on that. You see, the statute of limitation for certain complaints like defamation and the such. If you don't sue within, I think it's a year of the defamatory claim, it blows away like dust in the wind.
Yeah.
Some interesting.
I mean, was he? If he was honestly doing it as a bit,
things right off.
I'm not trying to give him too much credit either. I can just see him doing that.
The bat. First of all, Ethan had such a hard time.
But it also seems like it's like he forgot his lawyer was just like, "Hey, you have 1 day to do this. I mean, do you want to?"
Finding Noah to serve him this lawsuit that he hired a private investigator to basically stalk Noah Sampson. Very strange behavior for something as minuscule as a YouTube video.
This is what I am assuming, is that Noah himself thought himself to be shrewd. I had even alluded to it on this show. I said, well, it seems to me that Noah is ducking, playing hooky on society. Seems to be on the lam, no name on utilities or anywhere. That, for example, if you were to hire a private investigator to get the information on somebody to serve them, he couldn't be found, which I'm assuming at that age in your life,
this is
it has to be a conscious attempt.
Your side.
And so
I'm so glad that you've picked a side instead of just being on the side of like the actual class that you're part of.
We waited, and on
welcome to being a useful idiot for your fucking political party.
The day of, or the day before the statute,
I've been there. Once you break from it, then it's just like, oh shit.
Expired. We had
kind of nice, actually being really independent,
for accusing
independently minded, and actually trying like just seeing through all the bullshit and just calling it as it is.
Being pro-genocide, in favor of genocide.
Shut the fuck up. The fact that you're clutching your pearls. I haven't actually defended Hasan. You're sitting here bitching about it,
Horrible
man.
thing to say.
Like, what's your obsession with the guy?
About someone, by the way. One of the worst,
Christ.
I would say. Well, we filed it.
Yeah,
Beating
go
the
bash your head
statute
with the
by about
keyboard
one
some
day.
more, man.
Turns out Noah, thinking he was clever, came off the grid. It was time to come out of hiding. So I thought he was doing. Because it turns out right after we filed this lawsuit of ours.
You just
that
have
we
a new
did
master?
another
Who's that?
Very standard boilerplate search. Like private investigators do every
Name 'em.
day to
Let me guess.
find
Hassan?
the recipient of
I don't
such
give a
complaints
shit
to
about
serve
him,
them,
man.
'cause you have to serve them.
If
as a-
Hassan did something that was cancelable and he got canceled, I don't care.
Very interesting.
That's how much I watch Hassan. And I know that's going to disappoint some of my viewers here. Like, I understand. I can't classify myself as a fan.
Part.
He's a dude who does what I do. And yes, he even inspired this a little bit. Like, I saw the dog cam and I was like, that's a good idea.
Of suing somebody. And I've been involved in a lot of lawsuits, and I've never had this types of trouble.
You're fucking stupid. Why? Because I brought up a good point.
Well, locating someone for service. But, you know, just like when the rain falls,
harder, man.
The worms and snails come slithering out of their shelters for one drop
Same shit
of
with you
rain.
assholes. Like, it really is.
So too came slithering Noah Sampson.
And second of all,
Yeah, hasn't Trump? Just with some of the shit that he said and done? No. Okay, dude. Shut the fuck up.
just take a look at this clip.
Many people, friends and comrades of his, have said that I'm only suing women. And it's been, you know, me, of course, I have a
Just
majority female
devastated.
audience who I respect. More than anyone in the world, I love, respect women. And
Oh,
so,
dude, these people live
to dispel this
these
terrible
people live to hate
accusation
something
that I
very
only
silly.
sue
I don't get it.
men or women, I'm sorry.
Listen, again,
I
as
thought it
somebody
only-
who's not necessarily a fan or not a fan, like, I really am God, I hate to say neutral on this one because I really am.
Fair.
Like, I have similar politics to Hassan, but I also think he's a fucking moron sometimes. I think he does it to himself. I don't feel bad for some of the shit that the mainstream media is going around saying, like using his clips, because he put it out there. The thing is, dude, sometimes he does speak without thinking, and when he has a platform as big, like, trust me, I admire it. Like, I do the same thing, but this is also why I have openly said, oh my God, I wouldn't want a platform that big.
And
Like,
equitable
that's
to sue a
that.
man.
And the way that like
A
people
white
look
man,
up to
I might
him and just
say.
like live. I mean, some people
Very
live by the motherfucker. Like,
Well,
they
it's
literally
equitable,
demagogue the
and
guy.
and it's important for me to know to the three women.
for them to
It's not
do.
personal, right? I sue those who
not to
deserve
like
it, who require accountability. And it was a terrible coincidence, a
you
terrible
like 'em,
one, that
cool.
the three
If you
people
don't,
I sued for
cool. I
copyright
don't
infringement
care.
were women. And I'm just happy that I've had the opportunity to rectify that, to set the record straight now, to sue a straight white man.
Jokes
All right.
aside,
How am I this
Ethan
fucking
hasn't
stupid?
just
What's
been
so
given the
stupid about it?
opportunity to dispel rumors that he
Christ.
only sued 3 women because of their
It's
gender.
almost like you're an
He's had
anti-Hassan bot that doesn't like the fact that I have a nuanced answer to this.
an entire year to do so.
You're putting it on me that I'm some Hassan stan.
Which begs the question,
fuck up.
Why now? Or really, why at all? I mean, the H3 podcast is straight up in the dumps right now. They hardly ever reach even the 400,000 view mark, and their attempts at fixing this has only diluted their content even more than it already is, ruining any hopes of attracting a new audience, an issue that's long been a problem for the H3 podcast. In the past, the Ryan Kavanaugh lawsuit and the episodes covering it were successful at bringing about some sort of surge in viewership, although that surge can be ascribed to many different factors surrounding H3 at the time, like the end of Frenemies and the expansion of their crew. So whether or not this is some sad attempt at reviving the energy of the H3 podcast, or simply
It is. The thing is, he really has done a fucking number on his brand.
tactic at emptying the pockets of Noah Sampson, or perhaps a combination of the two, I really don't know. I think it's safe to say that neither of these goals will be achieved. First of all, this video announcing the lawsuit has
I don't
yet to
know.
even reach 400,000 views, so it's not really reviving
Kind of seem like a prick, but
the energy
who
of
am
the
I to
podcast
judge?
if that's the
Really
lawsuit.
going based off what you're saying and how the fact that
And
you're
secondly,
pretty
this is a
uncharitable and
defamation
unmoving
lawsuit,
and just
which carries
very
a
rigid
much
in your
different
ideas.
weight than the copyright lawsuits
Whatever,
Ethan
man.
has filed in the past. And in a state like California, with a lot of artists and
Keep
celebrities
doing
in
it.
its
I don't
confines, these sorts
care.
of lawsuits are common. and thus there are barriers to which defamation can be applied. In this case, if Noah wins or can get the case dismissed before even appearing in court, he gets his legal fees reimbursed. So this wouldn't even result in any sort of financial penalty for Noah Samsen. And let's just say, these types of lawsuits are very easy to get dismissed. In an attempt to not repeat myself any further, here's a clip from my video back in 2025 explaining what a SLAPP lawsuit is and the anti-SLAPP protections California has in place. What Ethan is engaging in is called a SLAPP suit, strategic lawsuit against public participation, when someone, usually with more money and influence, files a lawsuit not because they actually expect to win, but to silence or intimidate their critic.
Yeah, it's the Trump shit.
California, where Ethan
it's literally Trump shit.
and Noah both live, has strong anti-SLAPP protections in place.
Tap giving the hard truths.
In order to combat this
Did I not say I was a little cranky today? That hasn't necessarily gone away.
sort of lawsuit. Here's how
I'll say this much though: once the 6 hour hits, I'm probably gonna take off.
The speech has to be protected, meaning political
give me some
commentary,
rest,
criticism, media analysis, stuff that contributes to public discourse. Noah's video, that's textbook protected speech. 2, you respond with a motion to strike, basically telling the court this is a silencing tactic. You have 30 days after being served to file it. 3, you then have to convince the judge that your speech qualifies for protection. In Noah's case, he's criticizing a public figure, using public content, and making political commentary based upon statements Ethan made publicly that Noah is commenting on based on his opinion. Ethan is backing Israel's genocide by saying X, Y, and Z. So yeah, it qualifies. 4, after that, the burden flips to the person suing, so Ethan and his lawyers would have to prove they're likely to win the defamation case. Not just maybe. They need actual evidence, a strong case, and a real shot at success. The only way they could do this is arguing Noah's statement.
My day gets better. Thanks.
Were made with malice, and somehow he knew he
sleepy, man. I didn't get much rest, and I overworked myself. I literally did the thing. Like
was
I just
lying in the process, which
I thought that I'd be able to time it out. I thought I would be able to get like a few naps in. Yeah, hashtag pep
doesn't
naps.
hold up because all Noah did was take Ethan's own words and argue that those words amount to support for genocide. That's not malice, that's media criticism. When the plaintiff is a public figure, they often have to prove damages. And although Ethan's channel has been losing subscribers and viewers, there's no way of putting the blame on Noah. At this point, Ethan...
No, that's not necessary. Oh, wait a minute. This is defamation, though. Never mind.
Is infamous for his take.
Oh wait, how to combat a SLAPP
on Israel's genocide, and that fallout was already well underway before Noah even dropped the video. 5, if they can't do that, the judge grants the motion and the case gets dismissed. And number 6, you get your legal fees covered. Not damages, not a payout, but your attorney fees get reimbursed. So you don't lose money just for defending your right to speak. It's a system designed to stop rich people from weaponizing lawsuits against people who say things they don't like. And honestly, it exists for exactly this kind of situation. Now, the official paperwork for this lawsuit is quite long and drawn out, and goes over all the supposed defamatory claims I've already debunked. So if you're curious as to what those defamatory claims are...
My cat has this weird demon mode where he's about to fall asleep, but he, like, when he gets to this point, he wants to
watch that video. Today, however, I'd like to just go over the additions to the document, things that have since been added by Ethan's Israeli lawyer, Ram Bar Nassim, because the additions alone make clear just how silly and frivolous this lawsuit really is. I mean, they make claims in the document that, in my opinion, are utterly false. So let's just sit back and enjoy Ethan's beautiful vocal tone as he reads us this incredibly well-written document.
So this document is actually quite important to me. It archives and sets forth for the record all the defamatory bullshit that has been peddled by Noah and everyone else across the internet. Baseless, disgusting, hurtful accusations that I support genocide. This is about holding Noah Samsen accountable, one of the main peddlers of this horrible defamation. But in large, just defending myself, my name. Here it is. Number 1, introduction. Defendant Noah Samsen advocates that the only solution to genocide of Palestinians is the genocide of Israelis, even if they vocally support the Palestinian cause.
All right, hold the phone. How does this sentence alone not completely throw this entire lawsuit
out the
window? This is the first...
Chris, I don't know, man. Like, he's going nuts.
The judge is going to read.
Hey, look, he bashed his head with a keyboard again.
A blanket statement with zero supporting evidence. When has Noah Samsen ever advocated for the genocide of Israelis? I mean, let's just imagine he has. You cannot factually argue that that's his only solution. What I think they're doing here is arguing that a one-state solution somehow equates to the genocide of all Israelis, something only an Israeli lawyer would be dumb enough to argue.
Through his entity, Samson Creative LLC, Samson published a video on YouTube entitled
First time that I've ever had a cat that actually works on. So if you have like the little toy that has the ball in it.
AKA the defamatory video. The thumbnail for the defamatory video depicts various individuals, including the plaintiff, Ethan Klein.
Yeah, if you're ban evading and they can prove that.
Samson knew that Ethan.
Sylvie,
You got it, buddy.
good catch.
Just spell it out.
Catch.
You got this. Vociferously. Vociferously. You got this. It's going to be okay.
Ferociously.
All right. You'll get it next time. Jokes aside, Ethan has in no way vociferously advocated against the genocide of Palestinians. He certainly disagreed with it, sure. He's called it a bad thing. But the only thing he's done vociferously in the past 2.5 years is defend Israel.
Ethan and his wife, Hila Klein, collectively are passionate advocates of the rights of Palestinians to self-determination and the establishment of a Palestinian state.
Passionate advocates for the establishment of a Palestinian state. This is some pretty clever lawyer speak that makes it minutely difficult to argue against. However, it reminds me of a time when Ethan and Hila both spoke out against the use of the phrase, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free."
From the river to the sea literally is the saying that we need all of Israel must be ours.
See, I think that's part of the problem is that people don't necessarily understand what some of this stuff means.
Yeah.
Like
that's
Olivia probably doesn't even know what "from the river to the sea" reference means.
No.
And I see that a lot. But people who don't know what it means all of the Jewish people will probably die.
So if they don't agree with Palestinian freedom, do they really agree with a Palestinian state? I don't think so.
They are vehement critics of the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Bitch ass Netanyahu.
Prime Minister Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu.
I can remember only a couple moments where Ethan has actually criticized the Israeli government.
Honestly.
One was when he cried on leftovers, and the second was when he called out Israel shutting off water and electricity to Gaza. But in all honesty, that's really all I can remember. On the contrary, I can remember several times where they supported the Israeli government. Like when Hila called Yoav Gallant a really good guy.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
He was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy. Just recognize his picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna take.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No.
As well as the countless times they justified, willingly or ignorantly, the violent actions of the state of Israel. Like when they said that Hamas hides under hospitals and dresses as civilians.
Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
So to say they're vehement critics of the Israeli government, I beg to differ.
Both before and after October 7th, Ethan and Hila condemned Israel's oppression and violence toward the Palestinian people, including explicitly stating Israel's actions constitute a genocide. That would be in direct conflict with Noah's defamatory claim. Not good for him.
That's not true. Just because you call it a genocide doesn't mean you're against it. Many Zionist fanatics have called it a genocide, but they actually support it. And let's end the confusion once and for all. You can back a genocide without realizing. You can back a genocide without explicitly saying it's a good thing. Plenty of racist people hold racist opinions that on the daily claim, "I'm not racist."
What?
It's really that simple.
Okay. Now I'm gonna just say it. That's the shit that pisses normies off.
Then you'll advocate for a two-state solution to resolve the conflict. Both Ethan and Hila are Israelis. Ethan by naturalization and Hila by birth. Nearly all of Hila's family.
And you know what that does? You immediately shut down discourse because nobody wants to listen to somebody that's just like, yeah, well, that's racist. It's just like, what? I'm not racist. It's like, yes, you are because you did X, Y, Z. It's like, but I'm not. What?
Family reside in Israel. Hila and her family are also
Holy shit,
Mizrahi
man.
Jews, i.e. Jews from Arab.
I'm going to keep saying it, man. This is why there's no traction. This is why they can't fucking even get, candidates to get to, past the first point.
Muslim countries who came to Israel as refugees, escaping violence and
you
oppression.
doing?
Both Ethan and Hila know that if Jews were expelled from Israel, the vast majority would have
Welcome
nowhere
to the
to go.
show.
This is the primary reason why they advocate for a two-state solution instead of one state.
Nothing about a one-state solution.
Getting mad over
claims
nothing.
that
It's
Jews
not
will
nothing. It's not, because I've seen how some of these people fucking react.
be expelled from Israel. That's just projection.
Samson makes his position on the Israel-Palestine conflict unequivocally clear. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth. He advocates that anyone who supports the existence of Israel is a valid target. He is an adamant believer of there are no
whatever.
bad means, only bad targets. As such, he engages in the very behavior and rhetoric he purportedly condemns to paint
No,
his
he didn't
targets.
say people who hold racist views. He said that people can support like this without realizing it, which last time I checked, if you don't even give them the opportunity to evaluate why their views would be racist, because this is what my broader point is, they tend to kind of front load it with just going like, you're racist. And they're like, what? No, I'm not. It's like, yeah, what you said here is racist, without actually just being like, hey, what you said is racist.
As evil.
What does that even mean?
Trust me, I've had it
I
fucking
hear people
happen to
say
me.
this all the time, but Ethan especially. Israel must
Hence
be
why
wiped
I'm
off the
talking
face of the
about
earth.
it.
That's simply an abstraction. That means nothing more than
So if we
Israel as
wanna
we
ignore
know
that
it
that's a
cannot
thing,
continue
okay,
to
whatever.
exist. People like Ethan just like using this phrase because it works really well on brain-dead, mercury-poisoned boomers.
Wow. Sounds like a bad guy, this Noah Samson. Samson knows that Ethan has condemned Israel's actions as a genocide. He
He's using
simply
it as
doesn't care about
equivocation.
the fact.
Oh, I missed that part.
Samson brands Ethan as a genocide supporter because he does not advocate for the complete destruction.
Yes, I heard the part that annoys me.
Of Israel and Israelis. And again, this is a really important point to clarify and to memorialize here in this legal filing, because at the end of the day, I think the majority of people pushing this Ethan's a genocide supporter narrative is because I don't completely advocate for Israel's total destruction, and that's what it takes basically to be.
If you're talking about Hassan, I don't think he ever said that,
Branded
but
an enemy.
whatever.
Another
Keep making shit up.
Fabrication. Like I said, you can support something with your rhetoric without explicitly saying you support it. And Noah, along with a lot of other people, consider Ethan a genocide supporter for far more reasons than just this. In fact, it took an entire hour for Noah to prove his argument. That alone is evident enough that it wasn't this singular
You got clips?
point. Ethan has made erroneous claims.
Yeah, you got the clips?
About Gaza, the West Bank, Palestinians as a people for over 2 years now. But he has too much of a peanut brain to realize it's an amalgamation of rhetoric that makes people...
Yeah, Ethan has... Yeah, this is why, again, I'm trying here. Ethan has called Israel's actions a genocide, yes. So what's wrong with the what Noah Samson said? Didn't Hassan propose dissolution rather than destruction?
Opinion. Not one singular detail of your view on the future of Israel. It's really not that hard to understand. I've been trying to get this in your head for 2 years now.
We've been outspoken supporters for the Palestinian cause of self-determination and state.
No. You can't just say there's countless clips. I want a specific clip that you are citing. The onus is on you to prove your fucking argument, numbnuts. Yeah. Don't come in here trying to make fucking debates if you're not going to fucking do the little bit of legwork to fucking prove your point. That is a bannable offense in my eyes.
And we're also,
you disingenuous asshole.
Fierce crit.
I've allowed you to fucking spew your bullshit and piss off my mods just enough for me to finally realize how much of a disingenuous little asshole you are.
Of the state of
Give me one fucking clip. I will even play it right here. But you know what? I don't think you have it.
Israel.
I think that you're making up a whole bunch of shit because you realize, well, like you just kind of realize that you might not be able to find that.
Even before October.
That you might be actually lying about Hassan.
7th. Noteworthy examples include on November 11th.
Whatever, man.
2007.
The proof, the onus of proof is on you now. You came into my chat, you keep spewing this bullshit. Where is the proof? You have 2 minutes, 48 seconds. 48 seconds. That is not 2 minutes.
Conducted an interview with Hila. During an interview,
bro,
we engaged in a nuanced conversation about the Israel-Palestine conflict and expressed strong criticism of the Israeli government.
I really do need to go to bed.
And the IDF.
But no, instead of 2 minutes, you get 48 seconds. That's where I'm going with. So you have 48 seconds starting now. All right.
Hila also discussed how much she detested serving in the IDF, where she served as a secretary.
While not necessarily a lie in and of itself, this certainly needs to be expanded upon, because the way they're framing it makes it seem as though Hila felt some sort of guilt from serving in the IDF,
you got?
And that couldn't be further from the truth, in my opinion. If you were a fan of H3 at its peak, you probably remember this
An actual tard.
with Hila.
For that one, I will take it.
Klein.
But
She spoke about her time in the IDF.
But the proof is on you, or the onus of proof is on you. You need to fucking get your shit together and actually have a clip ready. You're out of time. All right, bye.
And how she hated her secretary job in Tel Aviv because it was boring. She still had to live with her parents and had to commute by bus every day early in the morning.
You served in the military. And your whole family served in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay.
Oh, you were a few seconds too late there. Uh-oh.
Your role in the military.
Context of the statement. This is the last one that they put out here. Context of the statement. During a 2025 live stream, Piker was discussing Republican negotiations over Medicaid and targeted Senator Rick Scott signing his association with company. Yep.
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office somewhat close to my house.
Well, they can wait 60 seconds, otherwise they can fuck off.
House in Tel Aviv. So my job was to, like, when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically.
I was actually being pretty understanding there.
Help with like their
To the
hotel.
point where I
or
even
room.
just went, yeah, 48 seconds. That was one of my dumber moments.
Things like that.
Just gonna
but it
own
was
that
all
one.
on the
Holy
computer.
shit.
It just felt like some computer thing.
Yes, I'm aware that 2 minutes is 120 seconds. I'm just, I want to use the R word for myself because apparently that's exactly what I am.
Interesting.
Holy
And it
crap.
was super boring, and I really hated it. I had to take
W's all
a
the time.
bus super early.
Unless you're me, then you never have F's. You never fail. You never admit you're wrong. This PepTalks guy, he admits that he's wrong all the time. What a loser. What a loser.
Go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it.
She goes on to say that she hated the position so much, feeling like she was wasting her life away, that she would submit a request for relocation. And if she didn't like her new position, well, she would just find a way out of the army. As in, she could have
Honestly, this kind of weakens the argument. We get it.
left that entire time, but chose not to. Why? Well, there's really only one explanation. She enjoyed her new job.
So I tried to change my
This is about Ethan. Making it about Hila is not,
role.
I'm not even trying to protect her. I'm just bored with this argument.
And
like we've heard this fucking regurgitated over and over and over again.
It was something like you can apply for it, and it's
This
a
is kind of what got Ethan to fucking start going after these people anyway.
form that you fill out, and then they're gonna give you something else, completely random. you have
Different
no
position.
idea. Mm-hmm.
Different post.
Yes. For a minute. Say place first and then
Yeah.
Different location.
Yeah. Before you do
So
like make sure
I-
because I want to make sure they see it.
Decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll
But yeah, that's pretty funny.
just find a way to get out of the army. 'Cause
I'll
I-
allow it.
Bad.
Yeah, I just didn't. I hated everything about it. Didn't want to do it. You just because if you're doing something that it felt like I wasn't doing anything, like I was just wasting my life,
Yeah.
it could get really frustrating. I don't know.
Right.
And you got to do it for 2 years.
Right.
So I filled out that form and I tried it, and then
3 years.
I somehow
That's a fucking prison sentence, man.
ended up in a better place.
That's insane.
That I liked a lot more.
What's even worse is that after the relocation request was granted, she got moved to the IDF base in Ramallah, Palestine, something she described as more of an adventure, something she preferred over her boring job in Tel Aviv.
Before it was a daily thing where
I am not defending his Ethan in any way.
Go back home every day.
I'm just saying, like, legitimately, I think that this would kind of help this video's criticism.
And the new one
by just kind of like, I don't know, focusing on Ethan and like the
so
case
you go there
and
for the whole
knowing
week,
all
and
this.
then you come back for the weekend.
I don't know.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
Doesn't negate that she did this.
It was kind of like just
whatever.
more of an adventure, more of a different experience that I preferred than to just go
Dude, you have band evaded.
to a boring.
Dude. All right. I gotta do it. I gotta fucking do it. You actually did the thing where I'm just like, holy shit. Like, come on, man.
Job.
Here we go.
Sit on the computer and go back home
Yeah.
at the end of every day.
It's not about
I
wham.
don't know.
Were you doing secretary work there?
So yeah, I was the secretary of the head of the. I
Oh,
don't
no.
know the
You
terms
didn't
in
ban me.
English from the army.
Right.
Oh. Really? You sat out your fucking time out and then you changed your name to Eat Shirt Clown?
So there was I was in Dukhifat, which is like a
Okay.
brigade,
Mhm.
I guess, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah, and that brigade has like a main officer.
Home movies.
So I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy. Cool.
I don't remember.
So it was nice. It
Did
was
that come with-
interesting. It was more demanding
I haven't seen home movies in a long
in a
time.
way, but also kind of more rewarding because you're put in this weird situation where you're like, you don't.
You haven't proved me wrong.
You're away from your house. You have this new group of people that you have to get along with, and it's hard to explain, but for some reason
I said provide a clip.
it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
Does this seem like someone who detested serving in the IDF? Or simply someone unsatisfied with her cushy office job who wanted some more excitement in her life? More excitement participating in an occupation deemed illegal by the UN in 2022. She enjoyed this position so much that she participated in an illegal raid over Ramallah, where they arrested some random Palestinian they claimed to be a terrorist.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them
Mhm.
to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah.
Why'd they get rid of the studio?
So my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go.
Or at least
every
like
night
that
on
setup, because like the green
a
screen
raid
setup does not work as well in
Ramallah
my
to-
opinion.
to arrest terrorists, and so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base.
No, they're not. They take everything literally.
So
remember, they're retarded. They read the Bible. They take everything
One
literally.
time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why?
See, I used hyperbole.
You just were all of a sudden.
But they don't know that because they don't know what it means.
Had an urge to go with them.
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
By the way, I don't think that you're the R word if you read the Bible.
So
I was using that as an
they
example
took
for
him-
this
They took me with
ass
them one
clown
night,
here.
even though they weren't supposed to.
Or
How
sure
did you feel? Was
clown.
it horrifying?
Sorry.
It was strange.
Since
Very,
like actually spell.
very weird.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood, or does it feel like, oh, this is scary?
No,
Just
yeah,
knowing that you mistyped your handle.
actually
is
looked
kinda
like a nice city.
That's strange. Yeah,
Oopsie.
that's. I mean,
Yeah.
from their perspective, well, it's so complicated.
Yeah,
From their perspective, it's like these guys.
but they go specifically to people who they know are terrorists,
Mhm.
and they have a history of that stuff, and they know they have guns.
Right.
Hila did not detest serving the IDF in an illegal occupation. The only thing she detested was her boring office job not on occupied territory. Once she was in occupied Palestine, boy, she had a blast.
It's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I
Hmm.
enjoyed it more.
Ethan goes on to bring up a number of supposed pieces of evidence where he's shown support
It's a
and
level of gross
empathy
you
for
never
the
imagined.
Palestinian
Yeah.
people. One example he points to is his conversation with Lonerbox, where he goes on to defend the IDF bombings of hospitals and the murder of civilians.
On November
You wanna call him
25th
out?
of 2024, Ethan had an hour-and-a-half conversation with the Arab online creator Lonerbox about the history of the Israeli-Arab conflict. Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population
They even dress as civilians when they fight.
He also brings up his conversation with Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib and the subsequent donation to his nonprofit Realign for Palestine.
On May 23rd, 2025, Ethan had an hour-long conversation with
You've never
Palestinian
seen a troll so desperate before? I know. Honestly, this has been kind of interesting to see. Just as like a social experiment. I guess.
Ahmed Fouad about pragmatic solutions to the conflict. Ethan Eliav also made numerous donations to Palestinian-focused charities. On May 23, 2025, Ethan Eliav donated $1,000 to the World Food Program's Gaza Fund and another $1,000 to...
Bruh, hey, William, I'm gonna just say this, man. If you don't think what he did today was fucking, like, symbolically one of the grossest things that he has done, and I mean, this motherfucker held a Bible upside down. He has used his own supporters in a way that I mean, it's literally like the only person or the only thing that's gotten used like by Trump more is Towley. And then yeah, you just kind of don't recognize this, like,
which is
man.
hilarious considering this dude works for the Atlantic Council.
You can't recognize that the Redcoats thing was like a blatant like. Let's really piss off it's like, dude, you don't get it. You got some independents that see Redcoats and like see the king here and like see Trump being like, I'm a king too.
As some sort of token Palestinian.
That shit that gets these motherfuckers like engaged. And you don't want the center. You don't want the independents engaged.
To push their Zionist agendas. They're literally funded by the UAE and the Pentagon.
Bro, you entered this chat, bitching.
Somehow talking to...
She's got you there.
And giving this guy money is proof that Ethan is pro-Palestine. I mean, he might as well have donated straight to the Pentagon itself.
What are you hearing about the strength of this ceasefire right now?
Well, thanks for having me. I mean, there's hope that this can hold. Their people and the population there are breathing a sigh of relief, although that has been compromised by Hamas's barbaric execution and torture campaign against perceived opposition. Throughout the Gaza Strip, the Israeli withdrawal has allowed the terror group to reassert its presence throughout the Gaza Strip.
The weirdest part of this new lawsuit document is Ethan's attempt at blanketing Noah Samsen as some sort of bad person, but in doing so makes himself look far worse. He brings up the nearly decade-old culture war about the Black Little Mermaid, standing firmly and strangely on the side of keeping the Little Mermaid as some sort of pure white character.
Despite claiming to support women and people of color, including Palestinians, the disingenuousness of Samson's advocacy comes through when he ruthlessly attacks women and people of color who do not share his opinion. Below are some notable examples. Samson is notorious for his attacks on Patrice Zina, a black female creator who resides in the UK. She makes videos with nuanced commentary on various social topics, including race and gender issues. During the public controversy of Hailey Bailey's being cast as Ariel in The Little Mermaid, Patience Zina agreed with the criticism. She felt Hollywood was shoehorning people of color into Caucasian stories. Her solution was that Hollywood should focus on creating more content that focuses on stories directly involving people of color. Samson attacked Patience Zina for opinion and not rubber stamping Hailey Bailey's casting. Patience Zina made a video exposing Samson's hypocrisy.
He then brings up Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib once again, describing him as a Gaza refugee.
Samson has also attacked Palestinians who do not give full-throated support to Hamas and the destruction of Israel. Ahmed Fouad, described above, is a Gazan refugee. He's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, where he leads the nonprofit organization called Realign for Palestine. He's an advocate for the nonviolence and of the two-state solution to resolve the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Samson attacks Al-Khatib, thank you, by calling him a pro-Israel genocide collaborator that lies for money.
The fix is because of you.
Israel genocide his people. What a horrible fucking thing to say about a Gazan refugee. Like, how dare you? How dare you speak like that? You're white dude from San Diego who never even fucking spoke about the conflict until it was advantageous to you after October 7th.
Nothing Noah said is incorrect. If he's working for the Atlantic Council, a Pentagon-funded think tank, the same Pentagon doing the genocide in Gaza, it's safe to say he's a genocide collaborator. I mean, the Pentagon literally funds his charity and the IDF in the same breath. Okay, so like I said, I won't be going through the defamatory claims one by one, as really not much has changed since the cease and desist, which I've already covered a year ago. What has changed, however, probably the most hilarious and brain-dead part of this entire document, is the first supposed defamatory statement. In the original document, the first defamatory statement was the title of the video, the YouTubers who backed the genocide. But this time around, they also include the thumbnail itself, as some sort of doctored image of reality. Listen to this.
The defamatory video on March 11th, 2025, defendant published a video entitled, "The YouTubers..."
Dude, Ethan, you are a public figure, bro. Shut the fuck up. People are gonna make this shit about you, you thin-skinned asshole.
Who backed the genocide.
God damn.
The defamatory statement contained in the defamatory video are identified below. The first defamatory statement is comprised of the thumbnail and title of the video itself. The thumbnail for the defamatory video initially depicts 4 online content creators: Ethan, Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny. The background of the thumbnail was the devastated landscape of...
That's who that is? That was Turkey
Gaza Strip
Tom?
with a photoshopped
I didn't
Israeli
even know
flag.
that.
The thumbnail depicted
Oh,
Ethan
that
performing a
motherfucker even looks
Nazi
like-
salute to the Israeli flag.
Now, I'm not sure if Ethan is just completely oblivious. I mean, his brain has seemed to take quite a few hits in the past couple years, but this depiction of Ethan in Noah Samsen's thumbnail is a direct screenshot from Ethan's own thumbnail for his Content Nuke video. Which begs the question, is Ethan actually giving a Nazi salute in this image?
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. North Star, you may have just lost all credibility
If
with
he
this.
staged,
no.
posed for,
This isn't enough satire for it to be like...
and designed this thumbnail.
This isn't like the Elephant Graveyard, and if he's trying to be like the Elephant Graveyard, he's missing the part where people would find this funny.
It seems he's just admitted to this being yet another Nazi salute. That's really the only possible conclusion I can make from this. This lawsuit is a total sham, and there's no shot this goes anywhere. Of course, this is my opinion. I'm certainly in no way a legal expert, but there are many reasons for my skepticism.
Yeah, and it's likely, dude, Ethan, I'm gonna try and be as charitable as possible here. He killed his career with this shit because he doesn't know when to stop.
At the end of the document,
This motherfucker, again, was the guy who kind of set the standard for fair use, the exact law that they're using against him.
it reads, Plaintiff
That's poetic in itself.
Ethan Klein demands a jury trial of all triable issues. But the thing is, Ethan himself is skeptical whether this will make it to a jury trial, just considering all the hoops he has to jump through in order to achieve such a feat.
This isn't something that's going to be litigated on TikTok or Twitter, which is where I know HASAN and Noah Samsen like to litigate such things. No, this is going to be litigated by a judge and potentially even a jury based on the facts.
Furthermore, remember that guy Some Ordinary Gamer, the streamer Ethan originally collaborated with in the production of the cease and desist takedown request?
So tell me about basically why you decided to do this.
Well, I decided to do it because I want to say since he dropped his videos, the first one with my face in the thumbnail, I have not stopped seeing it in the comment section for every video. So clearly it's just been sort of like a thing that's stuck in the audience. I think ever since I reactivated Twitter, it's been filled with the mentions of like, you're a genocide supporter, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, obviously that's caused impact to my channel. It's obviously, you know, like people, I mean, you see that in the comment section.
Bro, to be honest, it was the fact that you were kind of all of a sudden trying to like do the Asmongold thing, where all of a sudden you were like, "Well, I'm gonna toy with doing political content and more serious commentary," and then you bitched out of that, and then now you're just doing tech commentary again.
It's bad, but then in reality land, right? Like as I like this is the first time
Mudahar,
I had to like completely miss out on like eat prayers and all this.
He's like the definition of a fence sitter. Again, there's nothing that pisses me off more than a Canadian that has a strong opinion about American politics. I'm sorry. I know that we love some Canadians here that like, I love the Rational Nationals content. I really do. And I also like Lance. But I'm just going to say this. It does kind of piss me off sometimes when they go like pretty ham on our politics, where I'm just like, you don't have any stake in this
stuff. just because.
Like, what are you talking about? You have healthcare.
I don't.
You have zero skin in this game.
Really.
Like, I happen to know that the Rational National, he has
Get into my
healthcare. Like, I'm happy that he wants to advocate for healthcare for us, but goddamn.
Community anymore. So, you know, I don't really see my family much anymore. Just to keep them away from me while this is kind of raging. I've got my own community that, you know, I pray every Friday. I go all the time. And, you know, over there, I've been kind of confronted with some people who have brought it up. You know, just other people in the, I guess, fellowship, so to speak. And it's just not been a fun time.
Well, his name is nowhere to be seen on this document. In fact, this is what he had to say in regards to the lawsuit after Ethan announced it's moving forward. He was asked, "Did you sue Noah Samsen yet?" In which he responded, "No, and I have no plans to." Wasn't a smart move, even cease and desisting him in retrospect. While I disagree with what he said about me, I think he has a clear right to say it. I don't want to also destroy him financially over a
All right, so Mudahar kind of realized that he's a hypocrite.
YouTube video.
Because if this happened to him, he would have freaked the fuck out.
Legal fees. No wonder Ethan didn't mention this guy when
Mudahar got worse allegations, so he's dropping this one?
announcing the lawsuit. It would have completely ruined the public perception of the supposed righteous act of suing Noah Samsen. And some ordinary gamer is not the only former Ethan supporter now skeptical of this lawsuit. YouTube lawyer Legal Mindset,
this asshole,
who is a creep,
God, we haven't seen him in a
in and of itself, previously showed support for Ethan's other lawsuits, or at least defended their legitimacy under US copyright law. But now he's saying that this lawsuit, the one against Noah Samsen, has little to no standing in court, tweeting, "Unlike his copyright infringement lawsuit, the new defamation lawsuit against Noah Samsen is going to be an uphill battle for Klein, particularly with California's strong anti-slap protections. I will be surprised if this survives." Even Ethan's own audience is skeptical if this will go anywhere. And honestly, they're right. This isn't going anywhere. But the thing is, if this somehow does make it to court, and Ethan somehow does win, and this sets a precedent for free speech on YouTube, I mean, that'll be the end of YouTube as we know it. When people can be sued into oblivion just by making an argument and explaining their justification for said argument. And really, Ethan just continues to dig his own grave. His historic lawsuit victory 9 years ago was massive for free use on YouTube, but since then, he's only made things worse. He was instrumental in convincing Twitch to ban pro-Palestine content creators, eventually helping cause some sort of adpocalypse on Twitch for political streamers, and now he has the potential to ruin
thank you for that.
YouTube, the very
fucking asshole.
very platform he saved nearly a decade ago. But of course, this is all my opinion backed by the First Amendment of the American Constitution. Free Palestine.
Solid ending. Gotta be honest. Oh my god, oh my god, yeah, I can't stay for this. I'm gonna have to cover this tomorrow. Alright, so the debate is gonna happen tomorrow. It's a 2-hour debate. There's no way I can do this. Same with the Piers Morgan thing. This is content for tomorrow. So just know that will be something that we'll be doing tomorrow. Oh, my God. This is an opinionated night. Oh, my God. Yep. I was told by someone that free use case actually was not insurmountable, that it was actually inconsequential to the free use on YouTube. What do you mean? Like, so for instance, like, are you talking about his original case or the second, like the first case or the new case? Because like his first one, like, dude, it was kind of what set the standard, right? Ravy knows more about this, right? And sorry, I'm like barely paying attention because my cat is being an asshole. Get the fuck out of here, seriously. Go. Ay, ay, ay. Fucking dude. He does this thing where, like, he'll kindly paw for a second, and then you'll just hear... Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. It didn't set the standard. It was one of the first to use the standard, I think. Oh, okay. Well, still. I mean, consequential all the same. Exciting hump day? Yes, it is. The OG case, that's as far as the combo went. questions that they're just saying that it actually didn't really play a part. Oh, okay. Well, regardless, I'm not gonna go to bat for Ethan or any of these people. I don't care. I'm more so interested to see how it plays out. I hope Denims wins, because honestly, I think it's kind of bullshit that he went after Denims, Frogan, all of them. But fact is, it seems like he already won against Frogan, and he definitely won against Casey Tron. Casey Tron fucked up so bad. Casey Tron was like, that was genuine stupidity. I have to say, like, when I remember watching that, like, the original video, I was just like, oh no. What did you do? You dumbass. You literally said to go, oh no, you said to go to your fucking thing to get around his And he did. The thing is, he did set up, it was a trap. It was legitimately a trap. That specific video was set with the copyright flag. So for anybody to be that stupid to fucking take that bait, I gotta say, like, they kind of deserve what they got. Hence, Casey Tron paid out. I know. Yeah. I think they settled, but yeah, she said the silent part out loud. She did. She fucking did. Dude, I'm not even kidding. The first time I saw that, I was like, oh no. She did not just fucking say that. God damn it. Hey. Private detective Ethan hires said he served Frogan, and he stalked her building until he was able to break in and serve papers to someone who he described was not Frogan. It's all in the testimony on a court listener for anyone that wants to read. Oh shit. So wait, so Frogan still hasn't been served? I mean... I'm not sure if Frogan was as cut and dry. As I said, Casey Tron was. Thing is, actually, like, she does some kind of funny content. Like, I like, through, like, this whole debacle, I did get, like, turned on to her stuff, and, yeah. I just gotta say, but for real, I remember just being like, oh, no, you did not. You did not. She said the words. She said the exact words that, like, even any fucking lawyer would just have been like, no! What? You use the exact collection of words. Why? Frogan has not officially been served. That case has said no development for a very long time. Frogan's the Snark case is coming up for... Oh, Snark. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the Snark case. She's our local girl failure. Oh, is she Reno? Is she in Reno? Oh no, I'm 100% going to Ravy for all of this information at this point. Holy crap. There's one thing that came out of tonight. It's the fact that Ravy apparently really knows this fucking case. Like, god damn. Let's see. God damn it. I got one, like, fucking beard hair that's really bothering me. I hate when that happens. There's something I want to play for you guys. Oh, I'll play that for you guys tomorrow, too. Never mind. I got a Stavi clip. Even though I enjoyed playing some Stavros before the end of Propaganda today, but yeah, God, with this. Okay, I have officially done 8 hours of stream today, and then I also did my job, and then I also didn't get sleep. So, yeah, it's time. I gotta call it. So, I appreciate you guys. I got you. I've read them all. I cannot tell you how unprofessional and meandering lawsuit Ethan's. The thing is, for the lawyers that he can afford, it's very odd. Like, did they just let him kind of, like, author his own lawsuit and just go like, okay, we'll take the legalese where it's like, you don't have this, but you do have a right to this. Like, God, how weird. All right, but yeah, tomorrow is Wednesday, so join me at 2 p.m. Central. I will be here to cover some of the fun. Like I said, we got this debate from Andrew Wilson and Owen Schroyer that I really want to watch, and then we also got this Piers Morgan bit that I want to watch. Your trolls are persistent. I wonder how many of them are just the same person. I think that, yeah, no. This person is, I'm pretty sure that this is, no, I know. I've kind of noticed, especially tonight. I think that, yeah, whoever the weirdo was having a fight with themselves, saying they were right, saying they were wrong. I don't know, but it was very odd. Thank you for the stream. I'll see you tomorrow. Awesome, Ravy. Thank you. Yeah, guys, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Like I said, 2 p.m. Come hang out. And is there anything else I need to cover? Midwest goodbying. Yep. Oh, you want to say goodbye? Lito. Alright. Is he coming? What the fuck? I can hear him. Alrighty. Well, oh, there he is. Come here. Yeah. Hey, goodbye. Bye. See you guys tomorrow. All right, guys. I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalk.
I'm literally coming. Literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.